Chapter 646. A carriage was parked in the quiet mountain forest. An outsider would only think that this carriage was spacious, but an expert would be able to tell that this was no ordinary carriage. This was a carriage with 1 or 2 horses, which meant that there were 4 horses driving the same carriage. This was the emperor's carriage, and not just anyone could use such a standard. The body of the carriage was made of precious Phoebe wood, and the color was mesmerizing and full of spiritual energy. Even collectors would find it difficult to make Phoebe wood ornaments so uniform. But this large carriage was able to do it. There were no intricately carved beams or painted rafters on the carriage, nor were there any signs of the owner's identity. There were only a few simple carvings, which were not conventional and showed off their temperament. The 4 windows of the carriage were wrapped in exquisite golden silk, completely covering the inside of the carriage. It invisibly emitted a mysterious aura that made people want to peek inside. The carriage had 4 wheels, which were large and thick and had excellent shock absorption. It must be mentioned that the body of the carriage was extremely large and could fit 4 or 5 people at the same time without feeling crowded. Just like the simple exterior, the interior of the carriage was also very simple, but the style was completely different. It was so extravagant that it made people's hair stand up. There was only 1 spacious, warm couch in the carriage, and it was covered with a very rare, natural purple fox fur. The warm couch could be used to sit, lean, or lie down. There were 2 golden pillows on the left and right of the couch for leaning. In the middle was a small square table made of Phoebe wood, and on top of it was a roux kiln tea set. In front of the warm couch was a bronze stove for heating purposes. The design was exquisite, and the workmanship was exquisite. When it burned, there was no smoke, not to mention charcoal. The interior of the carriage was covered with a tiger skin carpet, which was extremely luxurious. This was His Highness Duke of Qin's personal carriage, a place that countless women dreamed of, not to mention sitting on it. Even just looking inside the carriage was enough to make one have no regrets in life. At this time, Han Yunqi was sitting in the carriage, sulking. She sat on the right side of the warm couch, leaning on a high pillow and looking down at her feet. Her unhappiness was written all over her face, and she looked like she wanted strangers to disturb her. Long Fei Yi sat on the left side, silently looking at her. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his deep, dark eyes revealed a bit of helplessness, a bit of doting, and a bit of worry. In short, he didn't know what to do with this woman. There was almost nothing in the world that was difficult for him. There were many things that he couldn't solve in a short period of time, but he had a plan in his heart and was confident of solving them. However, he just couldn't handle this woman. Compared to crying, he was more afraid that she would get angry silently. Han Yunqi was indeed angry. She didn't even bother to ask him if he was going to save her. Just yesterday, he had promised her that he would only be responsible for her. If he dared to mention anything about saving her today, she wouldn't mind poisoning him until his limbs were weak and then throwing him into a vat of vinegar to soak for 3 days and 3 nights. Let him know what it means to be jealous. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't mention a word about it. He said, "Shall we go back to Yao Shui? How are you going to explain this to your master?" Han Yunqi asked calmly. This was a huge problem. Let's go back first. Facing Duan Muyao, Long Fei Yi didn't need to think too much. But facing his master, who had loved him like a father, he had to think. "Where's the letter?" Han Yunqi asked. Long Fei Yi obediently gave her the letter from the old man in Kenzo. Han Yunqi sorted through the contents before calling Chu Shifeng over. "Cold," she said. "If you can't find the person, return it. If you send it back again, you're not allowed to accept it." Outside, Chu Shifeng almost laughed out loud. Only esteemed Wang Fei could think of something like that. It was true that it was possible for a flying hawk to fail to find the person who sent the letter. Flying hawks couldn't speak, so who would know the truth if they sent the original letter back? Most of the time, it was assumed that they couldn't find the recipient. In any case, the old man in Kenzo rarely contacted His Highness over the years, so it was normal for a flying hawk to fail to find the person after 3 or 4 trips. Inside the carriage, Long Fei's lips had long drawn up into a beautiful curve. He looked at Han Yunqi and couldn't resist the urge to touzle her beautiful bangs. He admired her cleverness as much as her petty cleverness. As soon as he extended his hand, Han Yunqi brushed it aside. She didn't speak to him, but asked Chu Shifeng cold, "Why aren't you going yet?" Chu Shifeng had long taken the letter, but he had to wait for His Highness's orders. Esteemed Wang Fei could make decisions on other matters, but Celestial Mountain was a special case. He still had to follow His Highness's orders. "What are you spacing out for?" "Long Fei," he quickly spoke up. Chu Shifeng had been scolded twice, but he was still willing to endure it. "Yes, this subordinate will do it right away." Chu Shifeng had followed His Highness Duke of Qin for so long that he knew what kind of person Duan Yao was. He'd long wanted nothing more than for His Highness to cut ties with that woman. Once Chu Shifeng left, the two of them fell silent again. Long Fei Yi kept looking at Han Yunqi as if waiting for something. But after a while, Han Yunqi didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she intoned, "Let's go back." Long Fei Yi gave a start. He looked at her as if he wanted to speak, but stopped himself. After a while of silence, he saw that Han Yunqi didn't ask for his opinion, so he simply said, Then he called for the driver to set off. Han Yunqi immediately turned to look at him, only to see him staring out the window with a stiff expression. Her brows were creased into a frown. She wanted to say something, but in the end she shook her head and looked out the window as well. After a long while, Long Fei glanced at her, seeing her unmoved expression. His handsome brows creased as well. His eyelids drooped as he steeped the tea without making a sound. Usually he handed her the first cup, but now he was pouring it for himself. The wheels of the carriage grew louder, breaking the silence of the forest and making the interior of the carriage seem even quieter. In the middle of the warm couch was a small tea table. Long Fei leaned against the table and drank his tea expressionlessly. Han Yunqi sat to the side, far away from him. Just like that, they remained silent for the entire morning. The atmosphere in the carriage was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Even the driver sitting outside could feel the immense pressure. He carefully drove the carriage, afraid that he would make a mistake and become His Highness Duke of Qin's punching bag. It was already past noon when the carriage arrived at the county seat. The bustle outside made the carriage even quieter. This kind of atmosphere made one feel uneasy. Finally, the driver couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Your Highness, would you like to arrange lunch?" After all, His Highness Duke of Qin could never bear to let esteemed Wang Fei go hungry. He had never let esteemed Wang Fei go hungry on a long journey. What kind of major event had happened that made His Highness forget about eating? "What do you want to eat?" Long Fei asked indifferently. "Anything," Han Yunqi replied. Long Fei didn't ask any more questions. He instructed the driver, "Find a clean place." Then, the two of them fell into silence again. Before long, the driver found the most expensive restaurant in the county seat and booked a private room. "Your Highness, it's ready. The first room on the right on the second floor. The waiter is already waiting there." Long Fei stood up and was about to get off when Han Yunqi's gaze finally fell on him. She was probably tormenting him on purpose. After he got off the carriage, she calmly said, "Long Fei." Normally, he would respond with an lift the curtain and carry her down. But right now, he only asked indifferently, "What is it?" Seeing this, the coachman didn't know whether or not he should come over and wait on them. His Highness Duke of Qin had stolen his job, and now that His Highness Duke of Qin wasn't going to wait on them, should he hurry up and put up the footstool? The driver was still hesitating when Han Yunqi suddenly shouted angrily, "Aren't you going to explain to me? You, get in the carriage." The driver's face turned green with fright. It wasn't that he was frightened by esteemed Wang Fei's sudden anger, but that he couldn't imagine that someone would dare to be so fierce to His Highness Duke of Qin. No, this wasn't just fierce. It was fierce giving an order. But the coachman saw His Highness Duke of Qin standing outside the carriage and laughing. Just a moment ago, His Highness Duke of Qin had been wearing a face as cold as ice, but now he was pursing his lips and silently snickering. The driver couldn't help but look to the west. The sun hadn't risen from the west yet. What was wrong with His Highness Duke of Qin? Although he doted on this woman, it wasn't to the extent that he would smile after being scolded. Seeing His Highness Duke of Qin quickly return to the carriage, the driver shook his head. Outsiders couldn't understand the world between His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei. He very consciously waited in the distance. After Long Fei Yi got on the carriage, the smile on his face had long disappeared. He asked indifferently, "Explain what?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said this, the anger that Han Yunqi had been suppressing all morning exploded. "Explain what?" she asked incredulously. "So you don't think there's any need to explain?" She had been angry for so long, her displeasure written all over her face, but he hadn't explained a single word to her. If she didn't ask, would he be like before and not say anything? Would he only be willing to talk when she forced him and chased him? Why should I? Han Yunqi was so angry that her entire body felt unwell. This time, Long Fei, you really didn't understand. What? Why should I? Why should your master want you to wait on her? Who is she to you? Isn't she already 18 years old? Don't tell me your master doesn't know that she's already 18 years old? Han Yunqi questioned word by word. Why should he order you around like this? Do you owe her anything? Are you her father, her older brother, or her husband? Long Fei Yi didn't like these words, but he didn't have a chance to explain or refute. Han Yunqi continued to ask angrily, "Or have you always taken care of her like this before? Are you used to it?" Han Yunqi wasn't just angry. She was furious. She wasn't jealous of Duanmu Yao. She just couldn't accept the fact that the old man in Kenzo ordered Long Fei Yi to wait on Duanmu Yao like this. Why should he do this? 3 musts in a row, an absolute order. What was this? What did the old man in Kenzo take the arrogant and high and mighty Long Fei Yi for? Long Fei Yi knew that she was angry, but he didn't expect her to be so angry. Moreover, she was angry at his master. He looked at Han Yunqi playfully and realized that this woman looked even better when she was angry than when she was serious. "Answer me," Han Yunqi said angrily. "Han Yunqi, I thought you would just let it go." He laughed. "Who's going to let it go? You're thinking too much." Han Yunqi was so angry that she didn't notice Long Fei Yi's happiness at all. He cared so much about whether she minded or not. "Answer me." She was very fierce. "What does your master want?" "He doesn't know that this prince already has you. I'll bring you to see him when we go up the mountain in a few days," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Han Yunqi pushed his hand away. "So, he wants to set you up with Duanmu Yao. Did he order you around like this before?" Chapter 647. In the past, Long Fei Yi replied, "I didn't spend much time at Tianshan. Before I turned 18, I went there once a year. After that, I didn't go much. I haven't been back for 3 or 4 years now." Han Yunqi didn't say anything. She just narrowed her eyes at him. Long Fei Yi knew that he didn't answer the main point. He didn't know if it was difficult to coax other women, but he knew that he couldn't coax this one. She either didn't ask, or once she did, she would get to the bottom of it. Every time I went up the mountain and received master's guidance, I would go into seclusion to cultivate. After I came out of seclusion, I would immediately leave the mountain, Long Fei Yi said. "Didn't you go up and down the mountain together? Didn't you send her back to Western Zhou's imperial city?" Han Yunqi asked angrily. She wasn't a narrow-minded person, but when it came to Long Fei Yi, she was especially narrow-minded and narrow-minded. She couldn't tolerate even the slightest stain. This man had to belong to her completely. She refused to share anything with him, whether it was in the past or in the future. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He just looked at her and smiled helplessly. "What are you laughing at?" For the first time in her life, Han Yunqi was almost angered to death. Long Fei Yi ignored her and shouted at the coachman outside, "Go and order some dishes first. Give me a plate of vinegar cabbage." Han Yunqi flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked him. "Long Fei Yi, I'm not joking with you. You're still hung up on Duanmu Bei's words?" Long Fei Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he already explain clearly to Duanmu Bei when he was in Western Zhou? This woman actually knew how to bring up old scores. Then didn't your master often order you to take care of her? Did you go? This was definitely something that Han Yunqi minded the most. Last time, when Duanmu Yao came to find Long Fei Yi on Elder Kenzo's orders, he followed her without a word. This showed how important Elder Kenzo was to him. Based on the letter from the old man in Kenzo, it was obvious that this was not the first time he ordered Long Fei Yi to do so. God knows how many times he had given this order. Long Fei Yi looked at her. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but he did not answer. Han Yunqi also looked at him and waited. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't say anything. She couldn't care less about being angry. Her heart was thumping wildly, and her brows were tightly knitted together. She was very nervous. Answer me. The more nervous she was, the fiercer she became. The past, Long Fei Yi had just opened his mouth when Han Yunqi suddenly covered his mouth and said bluntly, "Enough! What's done is done. I'm hungry. Let's eat." A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Her face was even more like a child's in June, changing at will. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Long Fei Yi suddenly hugged her waist from behind and pulled her into his embrace. You're not angry anymore?" Han Yunqi shook her head. "Why is that?" Long Fei asked with interest. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi said, "Long Fei Yi, I'm scared." She turned around and looked at him seriously. "Long Fei Yi, I'm scared. I'm scared that no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to erase your past. I won't be able to be your one and only. Tell me, what should I do?" She had always been a person who didn't believe in heaven or earth. She only believed in herself. No matter how difficult it was, as long as she wanted to do it, she would definitely be able to do it. However, she couldn't do anything about his past. She couldn't participate in the things that he had experienced. She couldn't stop him from doting on others. How helpless! Long Fei Ye's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but hug Han Yunqi tighter, wishing that he could rub her into his body. This was probably the longest confession he had ever heard. She let him hug her tightly and said frankly, I mind a lot. Long Fei Yi, what should we do?" If she was facing someone else, perhaps she would be able to get past this hurdle in her heart. After all, she was such a carefree woman. However, facing him, she couldn't convince herself to ignore and forget him. Thinking about it, she would feel terrible and suffocated. He gently patted her back and said mildly, "Are you that greedy?" Han Yunqi replied sadly, "Yes, unfortunately, I can't be greedy anymore." Long Fei wanted to laugh, but his heart ached at the same time. He'd never seen Han Yunqi so despondent before. He buried his head by her ear and was practically biting it as he said word by word, "Han Yunqi, remember this. This prince will only have you in this lifetime. This prince will only serve you, no matter if it's in the past or in the future. There will only be you and no one else." As he spoke, he was about to back away, but he closed in again. He held her face in his hands domineeringly and planted a fierce kiss on her lips. This was their exclusive way of sealing a contract. Han Yunqi's entire world lit up. She was no longer cautious and was almost instantly full of vigor. She regained her original carefree and uninhibited nature. daring to love and hate. She pressed Long Fei Ye's face with both hands and began to ask for details. What did your master order you to do previously? I don't remember. Long Fei Ye was telling the truth. How could he remember such a thing? Think about it. Han Yunqi's heart was itching. If she didn't ask clearly, she wouldn't be able to sleep. It's about the same as in that letter. Long Fei, you really didn't want to think about it. After confirming that he had really forgotten, Han Yunqi was very satisfied. It's good that you've forgotten. After hearing these words, Long Fei Ye suddenly realized that this woman had set a trap for him. If he had really remembered something just now, the consequences would have been very serious. Then how did you reject it? Han Yunqi continued to ask. I obeyed in public, but opposed in private. He had never disobeyed any orders in front of his master, but in private he rarely obeyed orders. For example, when his master ordered him to take care of Duanmu Yao until she turned 18, his care was only to ensure that she didn't die. Didn't Duanmu Yao complain? Han Yunqi was puzzled. Long Fei Ye shook his head. Han Yunqi asked again, why? I don't know. Long Fei Ye was getting impatient. Han Yunqi knew when to stop and didn't pursue the matter. She was more concerned about another matter. Why does Elder Kenzo dote on Duanmu Yao so much? It's not just because of her talent, right? In terms of talent and level of martial arts, Long Fei Yi was miles ahead of Duanmu Yao. Elder Kenzo should dote on Long Fei Yi more. Why would he order Long Fei Yi to serve Duanmu Yao? There must be a secret behind this. There were many things that Long Fei Yi wanted to tell Han Yunqi when they went to Sky Mountain. Now that she had asked, he didn't intend to hide it any longer. He had already steeled his heart to take her to Sky Mountain, so there was nothing to hide. Duanmu Yao's talent is very similar to my late Shermu's. Shermu was also Master's disciple. Long Fei Yi sighed. She was Master's first disciple. It's just that this isn't known to the public. Master didn't accept any disciples because of Shermu's wife. Duanmu Yao and I went to Sky Mountain together. That day, Elder Kenzo was in a good mood because of Duanmu Yao and even accepted me as his disciple. Han Yunqi was very surprised. The outside world had always said that Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao were exceptionally talented. So Elder Kenzo made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. She hadn't expected the truth to be like this. In other words, it was all thanks to Duanmu Yao that Long Fei Yi had joined Tianshan Kenzo. Duanmu Yao doesn't know about this herself. Master only told me. This has to do with his reputation. Before Long Fei Yi could finish, Han Yunqi said, Don't worry, it'll be kept a secret. Although Cloud Realm Continent's culture was more civilized, the world didn't tolerate master and disciple relationships. Elder Kenzo was a man of virtue and prestige, so he would never do something so immoral. Once news of this got out, it wouldn't just destroy Elder Kenzo's reputation, but all of Sky Mountain itself. No one would dare to send their children up the mountain then. Shermu's wife died from qi deviation due to the reverse flow of true qi. Long Fei Yi said. After Shermu's wife passed away, Master's hair turned white overnight and he lost his mind. A few years ago he was still under control, but over the past few years he's fluctuated between good and bad. When he fell ill, he wouldn't even recognize me, only Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi was stunned. She knew Long Fei Yi had been hiding something from her about Sky Mountain, but never expected it to be something like this. From what she understood, Elder Kenzo's hair had turned white overnight 30 years ago because of his cultivation. She never expected him to be hurt so tragically because of love. How heartbroken must his heart be if his hair turned white overnight? In a flash, Han Yunqi's anger and complaints towards Elder Kenzo vanished. Long Fei Yi didn't need to explain. She could understand why Elder Kenzo treated Duanmu Yao so well. Does Tsang Chiozi know about this? Han Yunqi asked. Master treats Duanmu Yao well. He suspected it before, but he doesn't know the truth. Long Fei Yi said. Tang Zijin and Tang Li aren't clear on the matter. Only you, me, and Duan Muyao know. Once you're on Sky Mountain, pretend you don't know anything. Elder Kenzo wasn't completely insane, but only had occasional relapses. He had once warned him and Duanmu Yao not to tell anyone about this. Long Fei Yi had sent Tang Li to Sky Mountain multiple times to gather information, but he'd only gotten general information. Elder Kenzo's subordinates were all tight-lipped, so it was impossible to find out anything about him. Even Duanmu Yao only knew that the sword sect master had gone mad. As for why he had gone mad, she didn't know the truth. Telling Han Yunqi was an exception. Leaving aside Song Chiozi and the other members of Sky Mountain, Carefree City, and the City of Daughters had been restless over the past few years. All sorts of factions were vying for control of Cloud Realm Continent's martial arts circles. Elder Kenzo was the true pillar of Sky Mountain. If anything happened to him, the martial arts circles would fall into chaos. After all, chaos in the martial arts circles would be no less disastrous than a war between nations. Han Yunqi understood and said, "It looks like we'll have to deal with Song Chiozi properly when we get to Sky Mountain this time." With the martial arts circles restless, Sky Mountain couldn't afford to fall into chaos on its own. Long Fei Yi rubbed her nose with a smile. "You don't need to worry. Restrain yourself a little when the time comes, so you don't anger Master. Don't worry, I'll yield to him." Han Yunqi agreed. She knew it was hard to avoid running into Duanmu Yao then. As long as the girl didn't push things too far, she wouldn't fuss. Han Yunqi hadn't underestimated Duanmu Yao, but Elder Kenzo's ability to spoil people. She'd probably regret it then. Long Fei Yi didn't care about any of that, but a complicated look flickered past his eyes. Dealing with Song Chiozi was secondary to undoing the seal in his body this summer. Should he tell Han Yunqi about this? Chapter 648. The matter of the seal was a long story and involved many people. Long Fei Yi had been forced to remove the seal in the abyss of the medicine requesting cave. Although he had saved Gu Beiwa, he had suffered internal injuries. He had only just recovered a few days ago. Han Yunqi knew nothing about this matter. As for whether Gu Beiwa had noticed, she wasn't sure. However, Gu Beiwa was a smart person. Even if he had noticed, he might not have asked. The seal on Long Fei Ye's body was called the Love-Devouring Seal. It had been placed on him 2 years after he had become Kenzo's disciple. Tian Shan Kenzo had countless sword techniques, but only one set of internal strength techniques. It was called the Nirvana Mantra. Anyone who practiced the Tian Shan sword techniques had to practice the Nirvana Mantra. Anyone who practiced the Nirvana Mantra had to accept a seal to permanently seal away the negative qi in their body. When Long Fei Yi had first joined the sect, Kenzo had placed a seal on him to seal away the negative qi in his body. Then he had begun to teach him how to cultivate internal strength. Long Fei Yi was extremely talented and diligent. In just 1 year, he had completed 50% of his internal strength, setting a new record in Tian Shan Kenzo. However, one day when he was learning sword techniques from Kenzo, the seal on his body was suddenly broken. The internal strength he had cultivated for a year leaked out and disappeared. Kenzo was shocked and continued to place a seal on Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, the seal was still broken a year later. Long Fei Yi had wasted another year of his cultivation. Kenzo didn't understand why either. All he knew was that Long Fei Yi wasn't suited to practice the Nirvana Mantra. Once he couldn't practice the Nirvana Mantra, he was destined to be unable to practice sword techniques. In other words, Long Fei Yi had no reason to stay in Tian Shan Kenzo. It wasn't easy for her to become Kenzo's disciple. Moreover, it was a closed-door disciple. How could Tang Yuan miss this opportunity? She secretly hoped that her son would one day become the successor of Tian Shan Kenzo and take control of Wulin. Tang Yuan told Elder Kenzo about Long Fei Ye's past and took out the East Qin imperial families love-devouring seal, which had never been used before. She begged Elder Kenzo to use it to seal Long Fei Yi. The lust-bite seal was the most precious treasure of the East Qin imperial family. Only those with limitless internal strength could activate it. Anyone who was sealed by this seal would be able to gather qi into strength. Outside of the body's true qi, all the unrighteous qi would form a powerful force called the lust-bite force. The lust-bite power was an evil power. If one couldn't control it, one would suffer from qi deviation. No one knew if it was serious. However, this power would always be sealed under the lust-bite seal. Unless the seal was removed, it would be impossible to use it. When Elder Kenzo placed the seal on Long Fei Ye's body, he had spent a lot of effort to give him 3 chances to remove the seal on his own. Moreover, these chances were temporary. A price had to be paid to remove the seal, and each time the price was greater than the last. That time at Medicine Requesting Cave was Long Fei Ye's first time removing the seal on his own. It had to be said that the price had been steep. Removing the seal required the person who'd placed it. In this world, only Elder Kenzo could undo Long Fei Ye's love-devouring seal. Kenzo had once said that Long Fei Yi would never remove the seal unless he could fully control the lust-bite force. The lust-bite seal had a taboo rule. Its user had to be a virgin. Otherwise, the seal would self-destruct and the lust-bite force would vanish within 3 days. After being injured by Tsang Chiozi last time, Long Fei Ye's internal energy had not only recovered, but improved with each passing day. He was confident that he could control the lust-bite force. His trip to Celestial Mountain this time wasn't just to fulfill his promise to Han Yunqi. According to his plans, he was supposed to head to Celestial Mountain after stabilizing the western regions. This year, Elder Kenzo had gone into closed-door cultivation frequently, while Tsang Chiozi had turned Tianshan Kenzo into a foul atmosphere. Moreover, he'd sent people to investigate Elder Kenzo's daily life multiple times, as if he suspected something. It was time for Long Fei Yi to get involved in Celestial Mountain's internal affairs. He needed the lust-bite force to deal with Tsang Chiozi and his accomplices. How was he supposed to explain this to Han Yunqi? How much could he explain? Long Fei Yi was still hesitating when the driver called from outside. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, please go upstairs for dinner." The driver was a dutiful servant, but he was worried about his master's stomachs. If this dragged on any longer, they might as well eat dinner instead. "Let's get off the carriage." Long Fei Yi stopped hesitating. One day, he'd take this woman to pay respects to Imperial Father and Mu Fei. Then, he'd tell her everything about East Qin, including the past she'd never been a part of. While other couples quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the end, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi quarreled and made up in the carriage. When Han Yunqi saw the delicious vinegar cabbage on the table upstairs, she almost laughed out loud. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was very calm. He gave the driver a cold glance, without a word. The driver had no idea where he'd gone wrong, so he didn't dare to ask His Highness Duke of Qin. Instead, he cautiously asked Han Yunqi, "Esteemed Wang Fei, shall we begin to order?" Han Yunqi said no need. Just bring the rice and a pot of tea. The driver was even more puzzled. He snuck a glance at His Highness Duke of Qin and saw that he didn't have any objections, so he did as he was told. Just like that, Han Yunqi and Long Fei ended up in the most expensive private room of the most expensive restaurant in the county. They ate a meal of white rice paired with vinegar-stewed cabbage. The driver uncle, who couldn't figure it out, peeked in from outside the door and saw that His Highness Duke of Qin didn't move his chopsticks much. It seemed like he didn't like sour food, but esteemed Wang Fei kept forcing him to eat. Multiple times she put food in his mouth, but he still obediently ate. It had to be said that the driver almost didn't recognize His Highness Duke of Qin after seeing this scene. Who would have thought that Cloud Realm Continent's coldest monarch would dote on his wife so much? He was completely at her mercy. A meal of vinegar cabbage made Han Yunqi forget all her unhappiness. On the way back to Yao Shui, She slept peacefully in Long Fei Ye's arms while cultivating the second level of the poison storage space. A few days later, they arrived at a side courtyard in Yaoshui and were surprised to see Duanmu Yao sitting by herself on the front steps. She seemed to be waiting for them to come back. How did she find this place? What was she doing here? Duanmu Yao was dressed in a spotless white muslin gown with a bright red waistcoat. Her entire person emanated an indescribable air of immortality. She sat there hugging her knees, looking both lovely and pitiful. Anyone who saw her would stop to take a second look. Long Fei Yi glanced at her with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Han Yunqi's face turned black as she glared at Long Fei Yi. She knows about this side courtyard too? Long Fei Ye's side courtyards were spread all over the world, but not everyone knew about them. Someone must have leaked the information. Have Chu Shifeng look into it later, Long Fei Yi said. Now Han Yunqi grew serious. Could it be there's a spy? Who could have known about the side courtyard in Yaoshui and leaked the information to Duanmu Yao? Go to the northern suburbs. Send someone to pick up Gu Beiwa, Long Fei Yi said. Long Fei Yi had another estate in the northern suburbs, so Han Yunqi decided to have Duanmu Yao wait here. The driver was about to turn around when someone suddenly shouted from behind. Han Yunqi, are you in the carriage? Old uncle, esteemed Wang Fei is in the carriage, right? This voice, it's so familiar. Han Yunqi didn't even need to look to know that it was Mu Linger. Truly, an awn had fallen into the eye of a needle. What a coincidence! That damned girl couldn't have arrived earlier or later, but now of all times. If Han Yunqi remembered correctly, this wasn't the first time Mu Ling had ruined her plans. If Mu Ling wasn't Han Yunqi's cousin, what would have happened to her? Suspense. Han Yunqi peeked through the window and saw that Duanmu Yao had already stood up and was walking over. Mu Ling was riding a horse alone and had just arrived. When she saw Long Fei Ye's carriage, her attention was completely focused on it, so she hadn't noticed Duanmu Yao standing at the gate. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. The driver smiled and said, Miss Ling, His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei aren't in the carriage. They haven't come back yet. Then Gu. Mu Ling almost blurted out the name Gu, but she stopped herself in time. Then what about Gu Beiwa? Is he here? Without waiting for the driver to reply, she asked, Also, is old man Pill Fiend here? The driver was anxious to help his master get rid of the trouble, so he nodded. They're all here. Quickly go in. This old servant still has matters to attend to, so I'm in a hurry to leave. Mu Ling was in a hurry to find the Qi brother she'd been thinking about day and night, but when she turned around, she was shocked to see Duanmu Yao standing there. Duanmu Yao's figure flashed to the front of the carriage. She smiled. Uncle Gao, are you going to pick up my senior brother? Miss Duanmu, what are you doing here? Uncle Gao was the first to see Duanmu Yao, but he feigned shock. He'd served His Highness Duke of Qin for many years and had traveled extensively with him. Naturally, he understood this junior sister of his well. I have an urgent matter to discuss with my senior brother. If you're going to pick him up, I'll go with you. Duanmu Yao prepared to board the carriage. Uncle Gao hurriedly stopped her. No. His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei are out and not in Yaoshui. This old servant is in a hurry to see a vet. These 4 horses are all sick. Mu Ling was gullible, but Duanmu Yao wasn't. She looked at the 4 horses and couldn't see anything wrong with them. She was determined to believe that Uncle Gao was going to pick up Duanmu Yao. If her senior brother hadn't needed the carriage, Uncle Gao wouldn't have casually taken it out. After all, this carriage was her senior brother's favorite, and he'd never let anyone touch it. Even she, who'd been his junior sister for so many years, had taken many carriages with him. She'd also taken many of the Duke of Qin's private carriages, but she'd never taken this one. In truth, She didn't have to make things difficult for Uncle Gao. She could have just followed him in secret and found her senior brother. But she didn't want to miss this opportunity. She wanted to sit in this carriage, lean against the high pillow he always leaned on, taste the black tea he drank every day and feel his scent. It had been far too long since she'd seen him. She missed his appearance and his voice so much that she was about to go crazy. "Where's the vet?" Duanmu Yao asked seriously. "In the south of the city," Uncle Gao replied offhandedly. "I happen to be heading south as well. Give me a ride." Duanmu Yao wanted to board the carriage again. The driver tried to stop her, but Duanmu Yao discreetly pushed his hand away. Mu Ling wanted to stop her as well, but Duanmu Yao suddenly jumped into the carriage and lifted the curtains. She was stunned, because inside the carriage, Chapter 649, the moment Duanmu Yao lifted the curtains, she was so shocked that she couldn't make a sound. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She didn't want to look, but she couldn't move her eyes away. It was as if she had been petrified, standing motionless in front of the carriage. Her hands were tightly gripping the curtains. Uncle Gao glanced into the carriage, then immediately turned back. His expression was one of amazement, although he had heard about it before. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Reality proved that there was a huge difference between seeing with one's own eyes and hearing with one's own ears. Mu Linger had wanted to pull Duanmu Yao down, but when she saw the situation, she walked over suspiciously. She took a look, then immediately turned back like Uncle Gao. Her face instantly turned red, and she didn't know what to do. Heavens! Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were in the carriage. Heavens, the two of them were actually kissing. Heavens, Duanmu Yao had already lifted the curtains, but they were still kissing so passionately, so selflessly. Long Fei Yi was casually leaning back on the high pillow, Han Yunqi's entire body pressed against his. Her arms were wrapped around his neck, and his arms were wrapped around her waist. The two of them were so close together. As they kissed, Long Fei Yi actually lifted his slender legs and wrapped them around Han Yunqi's legs, completely trapping her on his body. Duanmu Yao witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart being flung to the ground, shattering into pieces. How could this be? How could this be? How could she forget such a scene? She wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of her life. She couldn't see Han Yunqi's expression, but she could see Long Fei Ye's lowered eyelids as he kissed Han Yunqi in a delirious frenzy. Greed, infatuation, passion, and unable to stop. His chiseled face, his handsome features, his natural domineering aura, and his manly wildness in the midst of delirium. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to be under his delights. At this very moment, wasn't Han Yunqi bearing all of his weight? His dominance, his wildness? Only God knew how intense his kiss was. Han Yunqi made muffled sounds, as if she was protesting, but also as if she was satisfied. He liked the sound of her voice and deepened the kiss, but to Duanmu Yao's ears that ambiguous sound was ear-piercing. Her hands were trembling, her heart was trembling, and her entire body was trembling. She knew that she couldn't continue watching, or she would definitely go crazy. However, she couldn't take her eyes off her. She was afraid that she would miss it. She was afraid that she didn't know how much love and affection Han Yunqi had received from Long Fei Yi. Why? Why did Han Yunqi get it? What was so good about Han Yunqi? What does Long Fei Yi like about Han Yunqi? She would learn and imitate. Wouldn't that work? Was it too late? Duanmu Yao was about to go crazy from jealousy. As Han Yunqi's muffled sounds grew louder, Long Fei Yi let go of her long legs first before releasing her cherry lips. He didn't say anything, but kept his eyes on Han Yunqi, completely ignoring Duanmu Yao, who was standing at the side. He had never liked to bother with such troublesome matters. When he encountered one, he would just walk away. However, Han Yunqi questioned him. Why should I avoid her? Are you afraid of her? Han Yunqi was about to get out of the car, but Duanmu Yao lifted the curtain first. Hence, Han Yunqi turned around and leaned on him, kissing him so passionately that he didn't want to stop. Han Yunqi was really frightened by the kiss. She was almost out of breath. She lay on Long Fei Ye's chest, gasping for air. Duanmu Yao stood at the side, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi suddenly turned around and pressed Han Yunqi under his body. He supported himself with one hand on the bed, while the other trailed down her waist. His tall, refined body was above her, and his slender back, full of strength, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. No, Han Yunqi couldn't help but cry out. No, no, senior brother. Duanmu Yao finally burst into tears. She was about to rush in when Long Fei Yi angrily waved his hand. Scram! Only the heavens knew how displeased Long Fei Yi was to be disturbed. He had long forgotten that there was someone beside him and was completely immersed in the moment. His wave of his hand caused Duanmu Yao to fall off the carriage to the side. When the curtain fell, Han Yunqi finally burst into laughter. After so many battles with Duanmu Yao, this seemed to be the most enjoyable. She didn't need to use her hands, nor did she need to use her brain. There was no way Duanmu Yao was competing with her for a man. Han Yunqi was truly wicked. Just as she was rejoicing that her evil scheme had succeeded, Long Fei Yi unexpectedly didn't laugh. He continued with his eyes lowered. His hand had already brushed past the base of her large buttocks. Through the material of her clothes, the strange feeling of caressing her made Han Yunqi quiver and her entire body tense. What was he trying to do? She was putting on an act, but he was very serious. His face was silent, and there was a bottomless darkness hidden in his eyes. Han Yunqi could clearly feel the heat coming from his lower abdomen. She finally realized that she had accidentally ignited a fire, and the fire was very big. She didn't reject him, but rather looked forward to it. He was her husband, after all. This was something she could openly admit. But this wasn't the right place. Not to mention the fact that this wasn't the right place. There were still people waiting outside. Long Fei Ye's hand was about to enter when Han Yunqi anxiously pulled him back. If she didn't stop him now, she didn't know if she would be able to calm down. Long Fei Yi, she said, coquettishly, what are you doing? His hoarse voice had a hint of displeasure. You. She didn't know what to say. In the end, she whispered in his ear, Don't. Don't what? He pressed, his voice frighteningly deep. You're naughty. Han Yunqi suddenly pulled his hand. Long Fei, you seem to have sobered up a little. His other hand was also on the bed, trapping her between his two hands. He frowned and looked at her. Who's naughty? Say it clearly. This time she was really embarrassed. You. It's you. She covered her face and turned to the side. He slowly moved closer and kissed his way down her face and neck, deliberately tickling her. She wasn't afraid and shivered. She really couldn't stand it. All right. She was still speaking softly at first, but as he kissed his way down and rubbed his way down her arm to the softness in front of her body, she really couldn't take it anymore and shouted. All right. Long Fei, that's enough. Don't. Long Fei Yi, that's enough. Don't. I don't want it. Go away. Long Fei Yi, I beg you. Long Fei Yi, you're naughty. Outside the carriage, Uncle Gao had already gone to wait in the distance. Mu Ling, the naive little girl, was already blushing as red as a monkey's butt. She had her back to the carriage and was covering her ears, but she couldn't help but eavesdrop. As for Duanmu Yao, she was sitting beside the carriage, tears streaming down her face. She was in a sorry state. She raised her head to look at the tightly drawn carriage and listened to Han Yunqi's soft gasps of laughter. Her face was as pale as a corpse. She hated Han Yunqi to the core. She hated everything that had happened today. but she couldn't wait to find out how naughty he could be. How naughty? The senior she had admired since she was young, the reserved and taciturn senior. How could he be naughty? How could it be? Sob, sob. Duan Mu Yao began to sob softly. What could be more devastating than this? Why? Why was it that at this moment even she herself felt so lowly, so defeated, so pitiful? Long Fei Yi, why are you treating me like this? Why? The coquettish cries and laughter continued in the carriage. Towards the end, even Long Fei Ye's laughter could be heard. Duan Mu Yao was dumbfounded. She sat motionless on the ground. Those who didn't know better would think that she was crazy. After a long while, Long Fei Yi finally finished punishing Han Yunqi. Actually, the two of them didn't do anything. They only played for a while. Han Yunqi's entire body was tickled by Long Fei Yi. It was a lesson that left a deep impression. At this moment, she was lying on her back, gasping for breath. Long Fei Yi was sprawled on top of her. Get up, she urged. His weight wasn't light. Even though he didn't put all his weight on her, she still couldn't bear it. Let me lie down for a while. Be good. Long Fei Ye's voice was gentle, unlike his earlier ferocious state. Han Yunqi's heart softened so easily when it came to him. She gently stroked his back and realized that it was drenched in sweat. She couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? He asked. You're sweating just like that, she said frankly. What she meant was, Long Fei Yi propped himself up and looked at her seriously with furrowed brows. Just how bad are you? Han Yunqi felt very innocent. She naturally thought that way. She couldn't be blamed. She retorted, How am I bad? What are you thinking about again? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi lowered his head and bit her ear, whispering, When this prince has some free time, he will know just how bad you are. Finally, Han Yunqi's ears started to heat up. Before long, her ears and face were completely red. Of course, she knew what he meant. So he was thinking the same thing. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were done tidying up and sitting down, half an incense stick had already passed. They didn't get off the carriage and ignored Duan Mu Yao even more. Long Fei Yi said, Uncle Gao, why aren't we leaving? Uncle Gao hurried over to drive the carriage. At this time, Duan Mu Yao finally recovered from her grief and despair. She suddenly stood up and spread her arms in front of the carriage to stop it. If she couldn't have it, then Han Yunqi shouldn't think about getting it either. Even if she got it, she wanted Han Yunqi to lose it. Senior brother, Master told me to look for you. Have you received his letter? Duan Mu Yao asked loudly. It's useless. This prince has no time. Scram. Long Fei Yi said impatiently. Previously, he still had some camaraderie between fellow disciples. But after Duan Mu Yao colluded with Jun Yixia, he couldn't be bothered to be courteous with her. Senior brother, I've brought Master's letter. Duan Mu Yao took out a letter. It was indeed written by Elder Kenzo himself. When she found out that Master couldn't get in touch with Senior brother, she told Master that she could find Senior brother herself and have him give the letter to her. Master treated Senior brother like a father. Senior brother had never disobeyed any of Master's orders since he was young. She didn't believe that Senior brother would disobey Master's orders for a woman. Uncle Gao, Long Fei Yi said. Uncle Gao quickly reached for the letter, but Duan Mu Yao wouldn't give it to him. Master said that I have to give it to you personally and that you have to read it on the spot. Han Yunqi felt like she was going to be defeated by Duan Mu Yao's shamelessness. She didn't need to guess to know that the letter in Duan Mu Yao's hand was one of the 3 must-haves that Elder Kenzo had mentioned. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when she stopped him and got off the carriage. Chapter 650. Long Fei Yi didn't like to waste words, much less waste time with irrelevant people. Although Duan Mu Yao held a lot of weight in the sword sect master's eyes and had considerable influence on Song Qiuzi's side, Long Fei still didn't place her in his eyes. If he wanted to meddle in Celestial Mountain's affairs, he didn't need Duan Mu Yao's face. He didn't need her help, nor did he fear her interference. He was going to order someone to snatch the letter and leave, but he didn't say anything when he saw Han Yunqi get off the carriage. Instead, he quietly drank tea and took out the annals of the 7 noble families to study. If Han Yunqi liked to play, he'd let her be. If she went overboard, he'd clean up the mess for her. As soon as Han Yunqi got off the carriage, Uncle Gao withdrew. Duanmu Yao assumed that Long Fei Yi would get off the carriage, but Han Yunqi got off alone. She felt disappointed and quickly wiped away her tears, not wanting Han Yunqi to see her in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, she could wipe away her tears, but the same couldn't be said for her disheveled state. Han Yunqi had already jumped off the carriage, but she sat back down and leaned lazily against the door frame, toying with the horsewhip in her hand. She didn't look at Duanmu Yao directly, but studied her from the side. Han Yunqi's gaze first rested on Duanmu Yao's feet, then slowly moved up and down her face. It was a standard look of contempt, full of disdain and disdain. Duanmu Yao found it an eyesore. Duanmu Yao was already feeling a little guilty, so Han Yunqi's scrutiny turned her shame into anger. Han Yunqi, what are you looking at? I'm looking at what a clingy person looks like, Han Yunqi said, before examining Duanmu Yao from head to toe. Now you can see clearly. You. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost attacked, but held back in the end. Since Han Yunqi dared to get out of the car, she must make her regret it for the rest of her life. Although Master didn't know about Song Chiozi's marriage with the Tang clan, he did know that she'd come looking for senior brother to treat her injuries. No matter what, she couldn't make a move. Neither could her words or actions be in the wrong. She couldn't leave any evidence that could be used against her. She had to let Han Yunqi be in the wrong so that she could complain. So what if Han Yunqi was Senior Marshal Brother's official wife? Once she gave Master a bad impression, she would have no chance. One had to know that with his master's temper, once he didn't like someone, he would hate them to the core. There was no way he could change his mind. Duanmu Yao ignored Han Yunqi's humiliation and ignored her as a person. She said loudly, "Senior brother, are you going to disobey Master's orders? If you don't want to read this letter, I'll leave. I'll bring the letter back to Master later." It wasn't clear whether Long Fei heard her, but he was currently leaning lazily against a high pillow as he flipped through the pages of the annals of the 7 noble families. Han Yunqi grew angry as she narrowed her eyes at Duanmu Yao. This woman is obviously using the old Kenzo to threaten Long Fei Yi. Who said Long Fei Yi doesn't want to read this letter? You're the one who won't give it to him. Miss Duanmu, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for lying in broad daylight? Han Yunqi coldly asked. She's cursing me again. Duanmu Yao's rage boiled in her organs. She wanted nothing more than to curse her back. But for the sake of filing a complaint and not leaving any evidence behind, she held back. She took a deep breath before asking, Han Yunqi, you're a woman. Can't you talk things out properly? Why must you curse people? Han Yunqi smiled and tilted her head to ask the driver, Did this princess consort curse people? Uncle Gao immediately shook his head. Han Yunqi then looked at Mu Linger, but before she could speak, Mu Linger ran over and asked, Han Yunqi, are you cursing people? Han Yunqi was very satisfied and said to Uncle Gao, Here, you should learn more from Miss Linger in the future. Inside the carriage, Long Fei Yi was focused on the biography. His lips silently curved upwards. In the end, he still paid attention to her every word and action. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost cried. She couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed. Han Yunqi, you're the one who's not human. Don't go too far. You have no right to interfere in the matters between me and my senior brother. Get out of this princess way right now. This princess? It had to be said that Duanmu Yao's tone and arrogant expression were nothing like the princess of a large country. Instead, she was more like a spoiled little princess from a small country. Whether it was the eldest princess or the little princess, she had long lost her noble status. If this Princess Consort remembers correctly, you've already been banished from the Western Zhou imperial family. You colluded with the prince of Western Zhou's enemy, which is tantamount to treason. Duanmu Yao, you don't even have the most basic principles of being a person. You don't even have the basic responsibilities of a child. Don't you feel embarrassed when you mention the word princess? Han Yunqi lectured seriously. A noble status is both an honor and a responsibility. It's not something to be flaunted. It's something to be protected with all your might. Duanmu Yao, if you're still human, you should hurry up and bury your mother. Han Yunqi didn't casually curse Duanmu Yao as not human. She would never use such vulgar words casually. Empress Shui had been kidnapped, then assassinated in the Chu clan barracks. Because Duanmu Yao didn't believe in the assassination, she used Celestial Mountain's influence to pressure the Chu clan and Ningcheng into investigating the matter. Thus, Empress Shui's body was still lying in the Chu clan barracks, unable to be buried. Long Fei Yi had sent men to assassinate her. From Long Fei Ye's standpoint, it didn't count for much. In the conflicts of the world, a general success was built on the bones of 10,000 men. There was no such thing as a power struggle that didn't involve sacrifice or bloodshed. But Duanmu Yao was Empress Shui's own daughter. From her standpoint, Empress Shui's death was tragic. She should be more anxious than anyone to find out the truth and bury her mother in peace. But not only did she have the time to meddle in Song Qiuzi's affairs with the Tang clan, but she even had the time to block Long Fei Ye's carriage and fight over his affections. Han Yunqi wasn't insulting her by calling her not human. Duanmu Yao's soft spot had been jabbed, and her heart felt like it had been kicked. She'd lost her status as princess and the mother who doted on her most. How could she lose her senior brother as well? She wasn't stupid and knew his ambitions. One day, Celestial Mountain would be his. Master was old and would retire into seclusion eventually. If she lost him as well, she'd be left with nothing. You don't need to meddle in Western Zhou's internal affairs. Han Yunqi, who do you think you are? So what if I lose my status as a princess? I'm still better than you. What right do you have to criticize my birth as a mere daughter of the first wife? Duanmu Yao demanded. How would Duanmu Yao feel if Han Yunqi's origins were exposed one day? Han Yunqi was too lazy to comment on Duanmu Yao's origins. Cold laughter rang out. Duanmu Yao, this Wang Fei has no interest in your affairs. I only want to tell you, a good dog doesn't block the way. Scram! Duanmu Yao was cursing her with every sentence. Han Yunqi, you're the dog. Duanmu Yao raged. Are you going to scram or not? Han Yunqi grew impatient. Senior brother, are you sure you don't want this letter? Senior brother, I'm injured. Master asked you to treat me. Duanmu Yao decided to reveal the contents of the letter. She waited for Han Yunqi to reply on Long Fei Ye's behalf. As soon as Han Yunqi said no, she'd leave immediately. She'd read a letter to complain that Han Yunqi was blocking her senior brother, and that Han Yunqi wanted to kill her. Han Yunqi wouldn't fall for her trap so easily. She jumped off the carriage and walked up to Duanmu Yao. Of course he wants it. Give it to me. Master said that it must be given to senior brother himself. Han Yunqi, you don't have the right to touch my master's letter. Duanmu Yao said coldly. I'm Long Fei Ye's official consort. If I don't have the right, do you? Are you going to give it to me or not? Han Yunqi's voice was gloomy as she issued an ultimatum. No, Duanmu Yao blurted out. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed craftily before she ordered. Duanmu Yao secretly took Kenzo's letter. Someone come, steal it for this Wang Fei. Duanmu Yao gave a start. She was clearly plotting against Han Yunqi. So why was she being accused of such a huge crime? Before Duanmu Yao could retort, Chu Shifeng led a group of men to surround them. He was an experienced man and didn't waste words before attacking. Of course, He couldn't beat Duanmu Yao alone, but he'd brought 10 shadow guards with him to protect His Highness from the shadows. Even if they couldn't beat Duanmu Yao, they could still steal the letter from her hands. With Chu Shifeng and 11 shadow guards attacking at the same time, Duanmu Yao had to defend herself, even if she didn't want to fight. Soon enough, she was embroiled in a melee. Han Yunqi sat back in her carriage. She could play with Duanmu Yao with her needles now, but she hadn't done so in the past. She had to prevent Duanmu Yao from tattling to Kenzo. Although she wouldn't try to curry favor with Kenzo on purpose, she couldn't afford to offend the man, much less give Duanmu Yao something to use against her. Kenzo was Long Fei Ye's master, after all. She hated seeing Long Fei Yi in a difficult position. Han Yunqi watched the fight with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. At this moment, someone suddenly handed her a cup of tea. The people inside didn't speak, and neither did Han Yunqi. She only smiled soundlessly as she accepted the tea and slowly sipped it. Tea, personally brewed by His Highness Duke of Qin, was truly delicious. With great difficulty, Duanmu Yao finally found an opportunity to divert her attention and look over. Just in time to see this scene, she suddenly forgot to resist and stopped her sword to stare blankly. Seeing this, Chu Shifeng rushed over to snatch the letter, giving Duanmu Yao a fright. She stuffed the letter into her robes and threw caution to the wind. Glaring hatefully at Han Yunqi, she said, "I'm not giving it. Han Yunqi, if you have the skills, come and take it." Chu Shifeng was floored by the sight. How am I supposed to snatch it from her? Duanmu Yao was certain that Chu Shifeng and the rest wouldn't dare to touch her. Only Han Yunqi could. She hadn't trained her swordsmanship for nothing after all. Even when facing off against 11 shadow guards at once, Han Yunqi still couldn't get close to her. Chu Shifeng looked at Han Yunqi awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Han Yunqi slowly finished her tea and grinned. "Ling, go." Her smile was full of meaning, but it wasn't clear whether Mu Ling understood. Chapter 651. It wasn't clear whether Mu Ling understood the deeper meaning in Han Yunqi's eyes, but she returned Han Yunqi's mischievous grin. Then she joined Chu Shifeng and the rest and said loudly, "All of you, cover me!" Mu Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Duanmu Yao panicked. Why didn't she realize there was another Mu Ling by her side? Han Yunqi's my boss, so her business is my business. Mu Ling was not only self-righteous, but even copied Duanmu Yao's overbearing attitude. "Duanmu Yao, this lady will give you a chance. Be a good girl and hand over that letter, or else." She didn't finish but chuckled. Just like Han Yunqi's smile, it was full of deep meaning. Seeing this, Han Yunqi stopped worrying. She knew that Mu Ling understood. Meddling in other people's business, you're seeking death. Duanmu Yao raised her sword and made a beautiful slash before pointing it at Mu Ling. She looked fearless, but her heart was filled with anxiety. She could handle 11 shadow guard experts and Han Yunqi with ease, but Mu Ling was a different story. Chu Shifeng, what are you waiting for? As soon as Mu Ling finished speaking, Chu Shifeng and the 10 shadow guard rushed forward to surround Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao defended herself as she shouted, "You men have the nerve to gang up on a single woman like me? Be a good girl and hand over the letter. I promise no one's going to bully you." Mu Ling laughed disdainfully. She stood on one side, waiting for a chance to strike. Of course, Duanmu Yao knew that Mu Ling was waiting for a chance, so she had to split her attention to guard against Mu Ling. But as soon as she did, Chu Shifeng's group closed in, forcing her to use all her strength. After a few rounds, Duanmu Yao and Chu Shifeng's group of 11 shadow guard experts were now evenly matched. Chu Shifeng's group couldn't gain the upper hand, but Duanmu Yao couldn't escape either. Duanmu Yao grew more and more worried that Mu Ling would make a move. She viciously blocked Chu Shifeng's attack with her sword, then spun around and drew a circle with her blade. The sharp edge of her blade forced the shadow guard back before she could catch her breath and speak. She shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother, I've suffered severe internal injuries. Can you help me treat them? Master, this—" She wanted to tell him everything in the letter. She wanted to say that it was the same whether he read the letter or not, and that there was no need for him to take it. She wanted to give herself a way out. But before she could finish, Mu Ling suddenly flew towards her at breakneck speed. Alarmed, Duanmu Yao was about to block when Chu Shifeng and the shadow guard flanked her from both sides. The situation was dire. Chu Shifeng and the shadow guard's attacks were far more dangerous than Mu Ling's. As a martial arts practitioner, Duanmu Yao instinctively chose to block Chu Shifeng and the shadow guard instead of defending against Mu Ling. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling didn't use force as soon as she drew close, but grabbed her by the collar and tugged at her clothes without hesitation. SSS! The sudden voice caused everyone to stop, including Duanmu Yao herself. Beneath her little red waistcoat, a long gash had been ripped open in her white muslin dress. The letter hidden in her bosom had long fallen to the ground, revealing her pale, yellow chest wrap. Everyone was stunned. Only Han Yunqi and Mu Ling were laughing. Han Yunqi's smile was languid and relaxed, while Mu Ling's was sweet and harmless. The two sisters had a tacit understanding. Duanmu Yao screamed as soon as she recovered her wits. She clutched at her chest in panic, not knowing what to do. She tried to buckle her waistcoat, but it only covered the top. The torn fabric beneath couldn't cover the rest. She looked around and realized that she was surrounded by men. They were all staring at her. "What are you all looking at? What are you looking at?" She flew into a rage out of humiliation and screamed, "You're not allowed to look! All of you, turn around for this princess! Do you hear me?" Her hands couldn't cover her shame. She didn't have the face to stay. She looked towards the carriage, only to see Han Yunqi looking at her with disdain. The curtains were tightly shut, and the people inside remained unmoved. Grievance, bitterness, unwillingness, and despair all turned into tears, flooding her eyes. "Senior brother, you're heartless, so don't blame me for being unjust. Han Yunqi, Mu Ling, Duanmu Yao will repay today's grudge by twofold." She choked with sobs as she shouted, then fiercely sheathed her sword and left in a sorry state. Mu Ling didn't take Duanmu Yao's warning to heart. She only remembered Duanmu Yao's shameless words today. She picked up the letter and threw it at Han Yunqi. "Here, I'm looking for—" Mu Ling almost said the wrong thing again. She stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I'm going to look for His Excellency Pill Fiend." Han Yunqi took the letter and opened it. Just as she guessed, Elder Kenzo still had 3 must-haves in the letter. She lifted the curtains and saw Long Fei Yi leisurely drinking tea. The annals of the 7 noble families had flipped to the last page, which introduced the Feng clan. She was working hard outside to help him deal with rotten peach blossoms, but he was leisurely drinking tea and reading in the carriage. But this attitude, Han Yunqi found it hard to like. She handed the letter over. "What should we do?" Duanmu Yao was easy to dismiss, but Elder Kenzo wasn't. The letter was already delivered to the door, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't take it. Moreover, Duanmu Yao had already told him that she might not dare to come again, but she would definitely continue to use Elder Kenzo to pressure Long Fei Yi. It was impossible for Long Fei Yi to feign ignorance. What should she do? She really didn't dare to offend Elder Kenzo. She had no other choice. Long Fei Yi wasn't even willing to touch the letter. He only glanced at it. "Why haven't you thrown away this useless thing? You have a solution?" Han Yunqi was overjoyed. "Throw it away." He was a little impatient. Thinking about how Duanmu Yao had hidden the letter in front of her chest, Han Yunqi felt disgusted and hurriedly threw it away. I'll write a letter to Master later and say that I'm at medicine requesting cave asking for medicine. My internal injuries haven't healed, so I can't help even if I want to, Long Fei said calmly. Will Elder Kenzo believe you? Han Yunqi was very doubtful. From what she knew, Elder Kenzo only had eyes for one disciple, Duanmu Yao. He didn't care about Long Fei at all. He will. This matter ends here. If Long Fei told Master Kenzo that he'd suffered internal injuries, Master might not believe him. However, Master would definitely believe him if he told him that he'd broken the lust bite seal. Compared to Duanmu Yao's matter, which was more important, as long as his master wasn't crazy, he would still be able to tell. Although Duanmu Yao couldn't climb Celestial Mountain right now, Master had connections in the martial arts circles. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find someone who could treat her injuries. He didn't have to be the only one. With Long Fei Ye's words, Han Yunqi stopped worrying. Before entering the room, Long Fei Yi had instructed Chu Shifeng in a low voice to investigate the matter of the traitor. Your Highness, if there's a traitor, I'm afraid it's someone from the Tang clan, Chu Shifeng said seriously. They didn't live in Pill Fiend Pharmacy, nor did they live in the king's mansion. Instead, they lived in a side courtyard in Yaoshui. The servants here were all shadow guards, and the few maidservants were carefully selected and trusted. Chu Shifeng was certain that the problem didn't lie with them. Many members of the Tang clan knew the location of Yaoshui courtyard, so it was possible that they'd leaked the location to Duanmu Yao. No matter which side, your lordship wants answers, Long Fei Yi said. This subordinate understands. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. When Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi returned to the courtyard, they saw Mu Ling searching for someone. Han Yunqi shook her head, helplessly. Mu Ling, this girl is so stupid. If she doesn't find Gu, he'll be the one to talk to her. Why is she so impatient? Still, there's no such thing as logic when you like someone. Where's Pill Fiend? Wasn't he supposed to be here? Mu Ling asked anxiously. Maybe he went out. In any case, he'll come back. Why don't you go rest first? Han Yunqi didn't dare to reveal any more information. Gu had already suspected her last time. If she didn't restrain herself now, and Gu found out the truth, Mu Ling would definitely be done for. Although Mu Ling had tricked Gu, a lover's heart wasn't a crime. Let her lie. Wasn't she lying to herself as well? Sometimes the more you lie, the more it becomes true. It'll be a lifetime. Looking at Mu Ling, Han Yunqi's heart was filled with emotions. She knew that even if she spent a lifetime with Mu Ling, and didn't expose Gu's identity, Mu Ling was willing and able to do it. Mu Ling wanted to ask more, but when she saw Han Yunqi's meaningful glance, she immediately understood Han Yunqi's taboo. She said indifferently, Okay, I'll wait for Senior to come back. Long Fei Yi wasn't worried about Gu dealing with Medical City's head, Elder Ling. After all, he didn't want to make a move against Medical City. Right now, he was paying attention to Ning Cheng's movements. Originally, he was recuperating in Yaoshui Villa while waiting for Chu Tianyin to surrender. Tang Li's marriage was just an accident. After visiting Gu Beiwe with Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi returned alone. Gu Beiwe had brewed tea and was waiting for him. Any news from Chu Tianyin? Long Fei Yi got straight to the point. Gu Beiwe took out a small slip of paper. He sent it here 3 days ago. He asked about Empress Shui. Long Fei Yi glanced at it before asking cold. What? Does he suspect your lordship? He's just probing. Chu Tianyin already has intentions of surrendering. Within this month, he'll. Gu Beiwe trailed off, then lowered his voice. Push the blame onto Ning Cheng. How are you so sure? Long Fei Yi was intrigued. He originally wanted to use Empress Shui's matter to pit Duanmu Yao against the Chu clan. That way, Celestial Mountain's strength would directly tie down Ning Cheng. If Chu Shifeng wanted to frame Ning Cheng, then that would be perfect. Gu Beiwa smiled faintly. That's because this one gave him the idea. Long Fei Yi was surprised, but felt that it made sense. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made an enemy out of Gu Beiwa. Otherwise, the sickly man might have become his strongest foe. You've been exposed. Before Long Fei Yi could finish, Gu Beiwa cut him off. Your Highness, don't worry. This one didn't tell Chu Tianyin that your Highness knew about my identity as a member of the Shadow Clan. He will never know. Long Fei Yi still believed Gu Beiwa's words. All right, as long as he brings up Empress Shue's matter, your lordship will accept his surrender. Long Fei Yi said. While Long Fei Yi was plotting against Ning Cheng was also trying to figure out how to use Empress Shue's matter to evade Celestial Mountain's forces and scheme against Long Fei Yi. In the West Jing Imperial Palace, he was sitting lazily on the railing of the tallest building, a thin needle in his mouth. It was unclear what he was thinking, but his cold gaze seemed to wander. Chapter 652. The tall building overlooked the entirety of West Liang. Ning Cheng was sitting lazily on the railing, completely unconcerned with the bustling city below him and its myriad of lights. He held a golden needle in his mouth, and his gaze was somewhat wandering, as if he was lost in thought. At this time he was not like when he was in the Bailey Chamber of Commerce, nor was he as cold and mature as when he was in the imperial court. His cold and handsome facial features revealed a hint of evil and cunning, and he was much more lazy. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but his lips curved up into a cold smile. It was both playful and disdainful, a complex mix of emotions. What was it that he was playful about but disdainful of? Probably only he knew. So your Highness, Duke of Ning, was hiding here. You've made me look for you. Chu Chinga suddenly came upstairs. Ning Cheng glanced at her before ignoring her. His cold face looked down at the imperial city. Your Highness, Duke of Ning, has my elder brother come to find you? I heard Duanmu Yao's been gone for days and hasn't returned yet. Chu Chinga asked next. Duanmu Yao had been investigating Empress Shue's death in the Chu clan barracks, but had suddenly left for some unknown reason. She hadn't yet returned, so Empress Shue's case had been delayed. Chu Chinga had been keeping an eye on the situation and wanted to see Chu Tianyin multiple times to give him ideas. Unfortunately, he didn't want to see her. In his eyes, she was nothing but a traitor. She was too lazy to explain herself or argue. She knew she'd wronged the Chu clan, but they were the ones who wronged her first, weren't they? Chu Tianyin ignored her, but there was still Ning Cheng. As long as Ning Cheng nodded, Chu Tianyin would have to do as he was told. The two elders of the Chu clan were still locked up in prison, while Chu Tianyin was a filial son. How would he dare defy Ning Cheng? When did you start caring about the Chu clan troops? Ning Cheng was still looking down with a mocking smile. As soon as Chu Chinga saw him, she'd either ask him about Long Fei Yi or Han Yunqi. He was already sick of her. If he hadn't been distracted by her footsteps, he would have run away long ago. Chu clan army? Chu Chinga was leaning lazily against the railing. Her dazzling golden empress dowager robes didn't hide her natural aloofness, because even now her heart was still high above the masses. This consort only cares about His Highness King Ning. After all, this consort and His Highness King Ning are bound together for good or ill. As for the Chu clan army, that's my elder brother's problem. Chu Chinga lazily rose to her feet and took a step closer to Ning Cheng. In a self-mocking tone, she said, "A married daughter is like spilled water." If this was the past, Ning Cheng would still glance at Chu Chinga and compare her to Han Yunqi. After all, they were both women who liked Long Fei Yi, so they shouldn't be too far off. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Even if you don't know Long Fei Yi, you should at least know what kind of women liked him. But now Ning Cheng couldn't even be bothered to look at Chu Chinga. In fact, he even rejected her approach. He'd never thought about women before. so he couldn't understand how two women of similar ages could be so far apart from each other. Duke of Ning! Chu Chinga called out. Only then did Ning Chung recover his senses and realize he'd spaced out again. Damn it! Despite his irritation, his face was still as cold as ice. He pulled away from Chu Chinga and asked, "Stop wasting words. What did you find your lordship for?" Chu Chinga was waiting for those exact words. She got straight to the point and said, "If my elder brother can't deal with Duanmu Yao, why don't I do it instead?" "You?" Ning Chung was surprised. Chu Chinga nodded confidently. "I grew up with Duanmu Yao. We practiced martial arts together and studied together. I know her personality better than anyone." If Chu Chinga hadn't mentioned it, Ning Chung would have overlooked this point. Women always understood other women better than men, so it would be easier for a woman to deal with another woman than a man. "What brilliant plan do you have?" Ning Chung asked. Chu Chinga smiled and gestured for Ning Chung to come closer, but Ning Chung refused without hesitation. "There's no one else here, so just say it." Chu Chinga's lips curved into a self-mocking smile. "I must be missing that man too much. I'm actually trying to find traces of him on Ning Cheng's body. As long as we frame Han Yunqi for Empress Shui's assassination, Duanmu Yao will definitely believe us. Moreover, she'll definitely investigate to the end." Chu Chinga said. As much as she hated Han Yunqi, Duanmu Yao hated Han Yunqi as much as she did. Her hatred would only grow. Most importantly, Duanmu Yao could bring the matter to Kenzo's ears. That way, even with Long Fei Ye's protection, Han Yunqi would still be in a lot of trouble. She had often heard Duanmu Yao say that Long Fei Yi treated Kenzo's elders with utmost respect and had never disobeyed him. Many times her close friends had discussed marriage, but Duanmu Yao had always been smug and claimed that her master would uphold justice for her. In other words, the Kenzo's elders were trying to matchmake the two of them. "Duke of Ning, as long as you and my big brother cooperate well and produce some evidence, Duanmu Yao will definitely believe us." When Ning Cheng didn't reply, Chu Chinga added, "I believe that Duanmu Yao will not only believe us, but add oil to the fire to make Han Yunqi's crimes a reality. Let Duanmu Yao and Han Yunqi fight it out. You and Chu Tianyin can just watch the show." "You're so sure?" Ning Cheng was intrigued. He had been keeping tabs on Empress Shui's affairs as well. Although Long Fei Yi hadn't made any moves, he had long suspected that Long Fei Yi had something to do with the assassination attempt. Besides Western Zhou, the only other enemy of the Chu and Ning clans was Long Fei Yi. As for Long Tianma, he didn't care at all. Western Zhou's imperial clan wouldn't be so ruthless as to kill the empress to sow discord between the Chu clan and Celestial Mountain. Only Long Fei Yi was the prime suspect. Chu Tianyin cooperated with Duanmu Yao's investigation, while Ning Chung sent his own men to investigate in secret as well. Unfortunately, they hadn't found any evidence yet. "Duke of Ning, why don't we make a bet?" Chu Chinga smiled. She was worried that Ning Ching wouldn't agree, but Ning Ching simply nodded his head. "All right, let's do that." He immediately ordered someone to summon Chu Tianyin. Chu Chinga was secretly delighted. "Then I won't disturb you two any longer." Chu Chinga's face turned vicious as she turned around. Ning Chung had told her before that he'd help her deal with Han Yunqi as long as she betrayed the Chu clan. But Ning Cheng had been vague and vague all the time. He hadn't even told her how to deal with Han Yunqi or how to kidnap Han Yunqi. Now she understood that Ning Cheng was just trying to cheer her up. Rather than wait for Ning Cheng to make his move, it was better for her to come up with her own ideas. As long as Ning Cheng cooperated, everything would be fine. On the surface, she was helping the Chu and Ning clans solve their problems. But in truth, she was putting Han Yunqi to death. She was certain that once Duanmu Yao found out that Han Yunqi was Empress Shui's murderer, she'd definitely make a fuss before Kenzo. Based on how much old Kenzo doted on Duanmu Yao. Even Long Fei, you wouldn't be able to protect Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge descended the stairs step by step, finally feeling better after 2 years of depression. She was waiting. It hadn't been easy for her to become Tianning's Empress Dowager, but she wasn't just going to take Han Yunqi's life. Long Fei Yi, one day, I, Chu Qingge, will have the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Chu Qingge hadn't left long before Chu Tianning arrived. He didn't agree with Chu Qingge's demand for equal footing, so he dropped to one knee as soon as he arrived. Greetings to your Highness, Duke of Ning. His father and uncle were both in Ning Cheng's hands, while the Chu clan troops had surrendered. Ever since Ning Cheng had rescued him, Chu Tianning had taken the stance of pledging his loyalty to him to the death. Ning Cheng was still leaning against the railing, but gave him a sidelong glance. He didn't allow him to rise. I haven't seen you around the army these past few days. Where did you go? I went around the borders of Yaoshui. Long Fei Yi only has 3,000 troops stationed there. Chu Tianning replied honestly. What about the other troops? Ning Qing finally grew serious. They're all south of Yaoshui, but 3,000 troops are enough. He won't return Yaoshui prefecture to western Zhou, Chu Tianning said. Ning Cheng laughed coldly. Obviously. Chu Tianning hid his anger deep in his eyes as he lowered his head in silence. Has Duanmu Yao returned yet? Ning Qing asked next. No news yet. Empress Shui's death was suspicious. She had no injuries or illnesses, nor any signs of poison. It'll be difficult to convince her that an assassination attempt was behind it, Chu Tianning added. You need to get involved in this matter. Ning Cheng was ordering him, not negotiating. He didn't give Chu Tianning any leeway. It's been so many years. Have you found any traces of the Shadow Clan? Duke of Ning, do you have an idea about Empress Shui's death? Chu Tianning probed. Unfortunately, Ning Qing ignored him. Answer your lordship's question. The Shadow Clan. Only Gu Beiwe was left of the Shadow Clan. Gu Beiwe was his only hope. How could Chu Tianning betray Gu Beiwe? He was still hoping to use Gu Beiwe to borrow Long Fei Ye's strength to bite back at Ning Qing. From what he understood of Ning Qing, the man would never let go of his father and uncle. The Chu clan troops would remain beneath his Ning clan troops, while the Nether clan would remain beneath the D clan. He couldn't accept this. Ever since Chu Qingge's marriage alliance with Tianning, he'd fought against Long Fei Yi and tried all sorts of ways to bewitch Emperor Tianhui to prepare Chu Qingge's path. His father and uncle even found medical city's head elderling to do something as immoral as inducing labor. They'd spent so much time and effort and paid so much just so they could break away from Western Zhou's imperial clan and gain a foothold in Cloud Realm Continent. They'd wanted to use Tianning as a stronghold and revive Western Qin in the name of gathering the world's heroes to seize power. But all of their efforts had ended up in Ning Cheng's hands. In other words, Ning Cheng had stepped over the corpses of his Chu clan's archers to ascend to the position of regent. He refused to accept this, much less accept it. He was very clear that the Chu clan's current strength was too weak to fight for anything else. The only thought in his heart was revenge. Even if he had to work with his former rival Long Fei Yi, he still wanted to drag Ning Qing off his throne and stomp him beneath his feet. When his father and uncle found out that the Ning clan was the former D clan, they hadn't told Gu Beiwe or Gu Beiwe's origins to Ning Qing. He hadn't betrayed Gu Beiwe even after being tortured by Long Fei Yi, so he'd never betray Gu Beiwe in front of Ning Qing. He stared into Ning Cheng's eyes and said, seriously, the Shadow Clan has long died out. A flash of grief flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes, but he pretended to be relaxed with a smile. What a pity. Do you have any leads on Western Qin's Imperial Orphan? Chapter 653. The only clue the Nether clan's Chu clan had was the Phoenix birthmark. They'd suspected Han Yunqi in the past, but Su Xiaoyu's investigations had denied them. Chu Tianyin had already given up on finding Western Qin's imperial clan, but he'd never tell anyone about the Phoenix birthmark, especially Ningqing. If his Chu clan couldn't get their hands on it, Ningqing should forget about it. In their past dealings, Ningqing had repeatedly expressed his sincerity to Western Qin's imperial clan, but in Chu Tianyin's eyes, he was nothing more than a hypocrite. Just like the Chu clan, he only wanted to use the emperor to command his vassals. Now that he was Tianying's regent, wasn't that exactly what he was doing? That damn Chu Qinga and that swaddling emperor were both under Ningqing's control. Tianying's true master had long been Ningqing. No, if I did, the Chu clan wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Chu Tianyin feigned self-mockery. Ningqing looked him up and down. Just then, they discussed a few things and said quite a few things. Just how much did Ningqing believe and how much did he suspect? Only he knew. Ningqing examined Chu Tianyin for a while before saying, "You may withdraw." Empress Shui's matter. Chu Tianyin trailed off. He didn't understand why Ningqing had suddenly stopped him from getting involved. Could it be that Ningqing suspected something? You don't need to worry about Empress Shui's matters. How can I ignore matters that concern my Chu clan troops? Chu Tianyin grew anxious. Don't worry, your lordship won't let the Chu clan suffer any losses, Ningqing said before waving a hand to dismiss Chu Tianyin. Chu Tianyin's suspicions grew, but he didn't dare say more. As soon as Chu Tianyin left, Ning Nuo walked out of his room. It was still chilly in the north, but he was still waving his folding fan like a refined and cultured gentleman. In reality, he was in a wretched state, because Ning Jing had been looking for him everywhere, threatening to teach him a lesson. He had been hiding in the attic ever since he arrived in Shijing, not daring to show his face. "Big brother, guess what Duanmu Yao went to do?" Ning Nuo asked mysteriously. "Speak." Ning Qing was very impatient. Even in the face of his own hands, he was always so high and mighty, arrogant and noble. An elder brother was like a father. Moreover, he was the head of the clan. He had always treated Ning Nuo, Ning Jing, and noble Consort Ning in the same way he treated his other brothers in the clan. He treated them equally without exception. Duanmu Yao ran off to help Song Chiozi deal with the Tang clan. In the end, she was heavily injured. When Ning Nuo said this, he chuckled. Ning Cheng's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "Can you finish what you want to say?" Ning Nuo didn't dare to keep him in suspense any longer. He quickly told him about Tang, Li offering a humble apology, and how Aunt Ru had accidentally injured Duanmu Yao. Ning Cheng was puzzled. How could Duanmu Yao be injured so easily? That's hard to say. Tang Zijin said that Aunt Ru only made a move because Duanmu Yao insulted Ning Jing, Ning Nuo explained. They want to join forces with us to bite back at Duanmu Yao. That way, they can suppress Song Chiozi. You still want to provoke Duanmu Yao at a time like this? Ning Qing asked thoughtfully. He couldn't help but feel that things between the Tang clan and Celestial Mountain were strange. He wondered if Long Fei was involved. Does Big Brother mean to refuse them? Ning Nuo could make his own decisions, but he had to ask for his big brother's opinion. Otherwise, he'd have to take responsibility again if Ning Jing asked. After some hesitation, Ning Cheng said, set the wedding date as soon as possible. Tell Ning Jing to stay at the Tang clan for at least a year. Otherwise, she can never return to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Nuo could already imagine Ning Jing's reaction when she heard the order. Yes, I'll send someone to tell her right away. While Ning Chen was plotting against Empress Shui, Long Fei and Gu Beiwei were doing the same. Gu Beiwei immediately told Long Fei about Chu Tianyin's secret missive as soon as he received it. Ning Qing didn't let Chu Tianyin get involved. Could it be that he suspects him? Gu Beiwei asked. He's too slow, Long Fei said. Chu Tianyin wanted to create fake evidence to frame Ning Qing as Empress Shui's assassin. It was a good plan, but he was too slow to act. Or perhaps Ning Cheng has other ways to deal with Duanmu Yao. Gu Beiwe mused. Long Fei's slender fingers tapped against the table as he fell silent. Abruptly, he laughed coldly. Tell Chu Tianyin that everything will proceed as planned. We'll deal with all changes without change. Gu Beiwe didn't understand. Your Highness, if that's the case, then Chu Tianyin might be useless as a chess piece. Ning Cheng had already told Chu Tianyin not to interfere. If Chu Tianyin made up evidence to frame Ning Cheng, wouldn't that be the same as telling Ning Cheng that he was a traitor? Let him figure it out himself. Your lordship has already said that if he succeeds, I'll let bygones be bygones and rescue the two Chu elders. If his abilities are limited, then your lordship won't accept useless people, Long Fei said. Gu Beiwe sighed inwardly. His Highness Duke of Qin really is a ruthless man. He's only giving Chu Tianyin one chance. Success or failure, life or death will all depend on it. Very good. This one will send him a letter by hawk tonight. Gu Beiwe agreed. Ning Cheng had already made preparations, but Long Fei Yi wanted everything to proceed as planned. Between the two of them, who would make the first move and who would come out on top would most likely be decided within the next few days. The peaceful western region of Cloud Realm Continent had long since become turbulent. This time it was no longer a contest between three powers, but a contest between Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi had just stepped out of Gu Beiwe's courtyard when he saw Han Yunqi and Mu Ling are walking towards him. Why are you here? Han Yunqi immediately grew uneasy. Aside from accompanying her to check on Gu Beiwe's injuries, Long Fei Yi had never come here alone. What was he doing here? Was he trying to make things difficult for Gu Beiwe? Mu Ling was also puzzled. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, could it be that you're sick and are here to see a doctor? Han Yunqi grew even more nervous at these words. She hurried forward and took Long Fei Ye's hand to check his pulse. Were you feeling unwell? Mu Ling had been here for a few days, but Gu was nowhere to be seen. Han Yunqi had specially accompanied Mu Ling out for a walk today and had just returned. Since she hadn't seen Long Fei Yi, she decided to check on Gu Beiwe's injuries first. The corners of Long Fei Ye's mouth twitched. It's nothing. This prince just came to see if Gu Qisha was here. I've been looking for him for a while now. Is he here? Mu Ling asked anxiously. Long Fei Yi couldn't be bothered with her. He turned to Han Yunqi and said, Are you going in? I'll wait for you here. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi, then at the courtyard. She had a feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Let's go in and have a cup of tea. She tugged at Long Fei Ye's hand. Long Fei Yi had no choice but to follow her inside. Gu Beiwe was still in the courtyard, so he had clearly heard their conversation. When he saw Long Fei Yi being dragged inside by Han Yunqi, a trace of a warm and doting smile flitted across his eyes. He cherished a person. Seeing her being cherished was enough to satisfy him. Some love was between two people. It was selfish. On the other hand, some love was between one person. It was noble. Gu Beiwe belonged to the latter category. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, Miss Ling, even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, he didn't lose his manners. Long Fei Yi took a seat at the side. As usual, he brewed tea without saying a word. Mu Ling didn't see Gu, so she slumped weakly on the stone table. Han Yunqi had long since gotten used to this. She earnestly inquired about and examined Gu Beiwe's injuries. Gu Beiwe was a doctor, but she was still worried and insisted on checking on him regularly. It takes 100 days for bones and tendons to heal. Even with the tendon-growing ointment, you still have to count the days. Han Yunqi sighed. You'll be able to recover by summer. The indifferent Gu Beiwe was somewhat agitated. It had been far too long since he'd stood up. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, if this one can stand up again, this one must first pay respects to the two of you in thanks. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei was listening, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunqi smiled and said, You're too polite. Last time, you even saved the Duke of Qin's life. How can we thank you? Gu Beiwa had nothing to say. Han Yunqi found his bashful appearance rather cute. Long Fei Yi finally looked over. When he saw Gu Beiwa's appearance, his heart was filled with disdain. Gu Beiwa was a big liar. He must be crazy to allow Gu Beiwa to trick Han Yunqi like this. When he saw Long Fei Yi looking over, Gu Beiwa even gave him a meaningful glance. Long Fei Yi's expression immediately turned cold and he looked away. Fortunately, Han Yunqi didn't notice this scene. At this time, she was pondering something. She and Long Fei Yi were about to go to Tian Shan Mountain. She didn't know if they'd be able to see Gu Beiwa stand up in time. Actually, she wanted to bring Gu Beiwa with her to Tian Shan Mountain. Perhaps Gu Beiwa could cure the old man in Kenzo's insanity. If that happened, Duanmu Yao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After leaving Gu Beiwa's courtyard, Mu Ling went to look for her Qi brother. Han Yunqi said in a low voice, Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwa is a trustworthy person. So, Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunqi had something to say to him. Perhaps he can cure your master's insanity? Han Yunqi said seriously. Master won't be willing. Long Fei Yi said indifferently. He had wanted to invite a famous doctor from Medical City to treat his master, but he had been rejected. Han Yunqi nodded helplessly. All right, he didn't make things difficult for you about the treatment, did he? Han Yunqi had been thinking about this matter. It's over. Don't worry. Long Fei Yi hated Duanmu Yao's methods to begin with, so he didn't want to talk about it. Amen, let's not talk about it anymore. Han Yunqi said, but she was still worried. She wasn't afraid that Duanmu Yao would complain to Kenzo. In fact, she wanted to have a fight with Duanmu Yao. She didn't believe that Kenzo wouldn't be able to tell right from wrong. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Han Yunqi really did have to fight with Duanmu Yao again. Kenzo wrote another letter to Long Fei Yi. He didn't order Long Fei Yi to do anything, but instead angrily rebuked Long Fei Yi for condoning Han Yunqi's murder of Duanmu Yao's mother, Empress Shui. He warned Long Fei Yi that if Duanmu Yao sought revenge on Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi wasn't allowed to interfere. Let the two women resolve it themselves. If Long Fei Yi interfered, he would no longer recognize Long Fei Yi as his disciple. After reading the letter, Han Yunqi was dumbfounded. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Your Highness, the one who killed Empress Shui, was clearly you. A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Yi's eyes. So this is what Ningqing is doing. Despicable. Chapter 654. Long Fei Yi was clearly the one who sent assassins to assassinate Empress Shui, but now Han Yunqi had become the scapegoat. Ever since she became Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunqi had been wronged many times. She had long since gotten used to it, but this time, she looked at Long Fei Yi with a silly smile. She didn't know what to do. No matter how Ningqing tried to frame her, she wasn't afraid. Empress Shui's corpse was still there, so the truth was still there. She wasn't a coroner, but she had plenty of ways to find out the true cause of Empress Shui's death. As long as she revealed the truth, she would be cleared of all charges. But now, she couldn't really reveal the truth, because the true culprit was her husband, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi leaned over the tea table, pretending to be serious as she stared at Long Fei Yi. She didn't say anything, but it was clear that she was warning Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi, do as you see fit. Long Fei Yi walked over and tousled Han Yunqi's bangs. Scared. Goading her. Han Yunqi glared at him, but didn't answer. Long Fei Yi laughed heartily. This prince will admit to it. Han Yunqi immediately slapped his hand away. What's there to admit without evidence? I won't admit it, and you're even less allowed to admit it. I won't admit it, even if you beat me to death. Wasn't that exactly what Long Fei wanted her to say? Coldly he ordered, "Someone bring me brush and ink." Long Fei Yi was about to reply to Elder Kenzo's letter. Han Yunqi immediately scooted over to take a look. She discovered that the usually taciturn Long Fei Yi had written several lines this time. The gist of it was that Duanmu Yao couldn't make unfounded accusations without evidence. If Duanmu Yao could prove that Empress Shui was killed by Han Yunqi, then he wouldn't interfere in their grudge. However, if Duanmu Yao was unable to provide any evidence, he would definitely pursue the matter against Duanmu Yao for framing him. He would also plead with Elder Kenzo not to interfere. After Long Fei Yi finished writing, Han Yunqi asked, "That's it?" "Okay." Long Fei Yi sealed the box and even stamped his seal on it to make sure that no one would steal it. "Therefore, once your master agrees to your request, he will definitely agree to your request. Even if the real culprit is found to be you, your master can't intervene in this matter?" Han Yunqi asked jokingly. This was indeed a loophole. However, how could Long Fei Yi be so stupid as to expose himself? After all, he did not want to anger his master Kenzo. Moreover, he did not want to offend the royal family of Western Zhou. Northern Li hadn't made any moves in the past 6 months, but he had always been on guard against them. After all, Western Zhou was a force that couldn't be ignored when dealing with Northern Li. After having the letter sent away, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi did not act rashly. They were both people who could keep their cool. After all, Duanmu Yao had only reported to Elder Kenzo. The matter hadn't really blown up yet. It would be foolish of them to take the initiative to stir up trouble. Duanmu Yao was waiting for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's reactions. She lived at the border between Yao Shui Commandery and Fenglin Commandery. She had already brought Empress Shui's corpse out of the Chu clan's barracks. She also had evidence that Han Yunqi had killed her mother. She was just waiting for news from her master so that she could deal the fatal blow to Han Yunqi. That woman not only stole her childhood sweetheart, her senior martial brother, but also killed the mother who loved her the most. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? This time, no matter what price she had to pay, she would destroy Han Yunqi's reputation and make her pay with blood. "Princess, a letter from Celestial Mountain." One of her servant girls brought over the letter. It wasn't from Elder Kenzo, but someone she'd arranged to stay by Kenzo's side. After reading the letter, Duanmu Yao knitted her brows. Has he lost his mind again? Her master had already received the Duke of Qin's reply, but he'd lost his mind and refused to read it himself. Neither did he allow anyone else to open it, so no one knew what her senior martial brother had written. "Princess, the Duke of Qin wouldn't dare to defy Elder Kenzo. As this servant sees it, we should stick to the plan and finish the battle quickly so we can avenge esteemed Empress and rest in peace," the servant girl coaxed in a low voice. "Cold," Duanmu Yao said. "This princess is just giving master a heads up. Chu Qingga's evidence is so ample that even if the Duke of Qin wants to protect that slut, he won't be able to stop everyone's mouths. I refuse to believe that senior martial brother would offend the entire world for her sake." The more Duanmu Yao thought, the angrier she grew. She issued orders on the spot to reveal Han Yunqi's murder of Empress Shui to the public. 3 days later, she challenged Han Yunqi to a blood debt. At the same time, she asked the Duke of Qin why he'd allowed Han Yunqi to commit such heinous crimes while cooperating with Western Zhou. Once the news spread, the peaceful western regions grew lively again. Various factions began to pay attention to the matter. Chu Qingga's temper flared as soon as she heard the news. Ignoring the presence of her servants, she cursed, "That brainless slut! With a brain like hers, she still hopes for the Duke of Qin's favor? She's dreaming for the wildest." Chu Qingga was the one who'd provided Duanmu Yao with the evidence against Han Yunqi. She only wanted Duanmu Yao to cause trouble for Han Yunqi, but she ended up dragging His Highness Duke of Qin down with her. Is Long Fei Yi someone she can question? Why should he give her an explanation? Despite her current predicament, all of Chu Qingga's hatred was still directed at Han Yunqi. She didn't hate Long Fei Yi at all, much less hurt him. Abruptly, the sound of a baby crying filled the room. Only then did Chu Qingga calm down. All of the servants around her were baffled. They couldn't understand the Empress Dowager's agitation, but none of them dared to ask. Head Elder Ling and Lady Lianqin had gone into the mountains to pick medicinal plants, leaving Chu Qingga to take care of the baby herself. Although she was filled with resentment, she still grew anxious at the sound of the baby's cries. She was about to enter the room when Ning Qing showed up. As the Prince Regent, he could enter and leave Tianning's imperial harem as he pleased. No one dared to stop him. Today he was dressed in dazzling gold robes, giving him a natural air of nobility. As soon as he stepped through the doors, his proud figure filled the room with oppressive pressure. Greetings to Your Highness, Duke of Ning. May Your Highness, Duke of Ning prosper. Everyone in the room fell to their knees. A few of the servant girls couldn't help but sneak a peek at him before quickly lowering their heads in fear. They couldn't help but love him. This man wasn't someone ordinary women could imagine, but all of the women in this room were filled with illusions. Chu Qingga turned her head and almost mistook Ning Qing for Long Fei Yi. Even though she knew the man before her wasn't the one in her heart, she still stared at him blankly. Ning Qing didn't know what Chu Qingga's gaze meant. He didn't like it, but he was too lazy to pay her any attention. He strode over. No matter how powerful the Prince Regent was, he still had to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Unfortunately, the palace had no such customs after he came to West Jing. What kind of wind is blowing today to bring Your Highness, Duke of Ning here? Chu Qingga smiled. Ning Cheng murmured, When you've used up that acupuncture needle, remember to return it to your lordship. So speaking, he turned to leave. That's it. Chu Qingga couldn't believe that Ning Cheng would come all the way here just to remind her of such a trivial matter. Among the evidence she'd given Duanmu Yao was a needle that Han Yunqi had used before. Ning Qing was the one who'd provided it. She assumed that Ning Qing had found the needle just to frame Han Yunqi, but now that didn't seem to be the case. Remember, if you lose it, your lordship will take responsibility. Ning Qing warned as he walked away without looking back. That needle is still useful? What else do you want to do? Chu Qingga chased after him. She didn't want to miss a single thing that had to do with Han Yunqi. Just do your job well. Why do you care so much? Ning Qing reprimanded cold. Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. Chu Qingga was confident in both herself and Duanmu Yao. But in Ning Cheng's eyes, these two women were the same kind of fools. They wanted to scheme against Han Yunqi, but had no idea that their actions would affect Long Fei Yi far more than Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was Long Fei Yi's official consort. How could Long Fei Yi not know of her actions? Thus, anyone with half a brain wouldn't believe that Han Yunqi was the one who killed Empress Shui. They'd only suspect that the Long Fei Yi was the culprit, or that the Long Fei Yi had ordered Han Yunqi to do it. Woman, why are you meddling in political affairs? Long Fei Yi, take this. Ning Qing gave a cold snort before walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Slowly, his figure disappeared into the depths of the palace. Reality proved that Ning Cheng was right. Besides Duanmu Yao challenging Han Yunqi, all the other powers began to suspect Long Fei Yi. Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing couldn't sit still and personally wrote a long letter demanding an explanation from Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, Western Zhou and the South Central region's commander-in-chief's estate would never form an alliance. Even in Tianan country, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu began to suspect Long Fei Yi. Qin Wangfei would never kill Empress Shui for no reason. If such a thing really happened, It must have been the Duke of Qin's orders. Mu Qinggu had long felt moved by the injustice of Han Yunqi's actions. As I see it, there's something fishy about all this. If the Duke of Qin really did make a move, he wouldn't have sent Qin Wangfei to do it. Long Tianma muttered to himself. General Mu didn't seem interested in the matter. He asked, Qinggu, has there been any news from Northern Li's horse farms lately? We've received news that South City's horse farms are wantonly buying followers from the herdsmen. There's been no news from the other 2 farms. Mu Qinggu replied honestly. General Mu said unhappily, Do we need you to tell us something that everyone already knows? Keeping followers is just a pretense. Did you take it for real? It would take at least 3 years for followers to grow into battle horses. Last year, South City's horse farms had only lost mature war horses that could be used for 3 to 15 years. It wouldn't be as easy as keeping followers to fill the gap. How could Northern Li survive in Cloud Realm continent without war horses after 3 to 5 years? Mu Qinggu hung his head, afraid to utter a word. Unless Northern Li can get their horses, they won't get involved in the chaos in the West. If Northern Li doesn't meddle in the affairs of the West, it'll be the Duke of Qin and Ningcheng's world. There'll be plenty of good shows between those 2. Just wait and see. General Mu said before adding, I'm afraid Duan Muyao was used by Ningcheng as a spear for Empress Shui's affairs. Hearing this, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu couldn't help but admire him. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Long Tianma knew he was no match for Ningcheng, so all he could do was hide in a corner and preserve his strength. Although Northern Li wouldn't get involved in the chaos in the West, the Northern Dynasty's emperors had ordered Jun Yixia to keep an eye on the situation there. Jun Yixia might have been banished from the imperial clan, but he was still the right and left arm of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He had been itching to join hands with Duan Muyao for the chaos in the West, but his master's warning prevented him from taking action. Currently, he was playing chess with his master by Yanqing. He couldn't help but ask, Master, do you think Duan Muyao can win this time? Chapter 655. Could Duan Muyao win? Bai Yanqing didn't seem to hear Jun Yixia's question. He held the chess piece in one hand and stroked his beard with the other as he seriously pondered the game. Jun Yixia was such an arrogant and insufferably arrogant person, but in front of his master, he was always obedient like a big boy. Seeing that his master didn't answer, he didn't dare to ask a second question no matter how curious he was. He could only wait quietly for his master to make his next move. Little junior sister Bai Yuqiao looked at Jun Yixia from the sidelines and felt pity for him for some reason. In her eyes, Jun Yixia was absolutely obedient and trusting of her master. But her master kept all sorts of secrets from her senior brother. Bai Yuqiao didn't understand why her master kept so many things from her senior brother. She secretly felt that it was unfair to him, but she never dared to say anything. She knew better than her senior brother how terrifying it was to betray her master. After a while, Bai Yanqing didn't make his move, but said mildly whether she wins or loses depends on what she's competing on and how she's competing. Jun Yixia rejoiced and quickly said, Just this once, the matter of Empress Shui. Winning or losing doesn't depend on such trivial matters, but on the end. Just wait. Duan Muyao will win, Bai Yanqing said lightly. Then, could it be that master already has plans? Jun Yixia asked in a low voice. As he saw it, his master had told him to get involved in Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's affairs not because he was afraid he'd cause trouble, but because he had other plans. Bai Yanqing didn't reveal anything but asked, just wait. How long will it take to fill the gap in South City's horse farms? Jun Yixia grew gloomy. Master was always like this, changing the topic in the middle of a sentence. It made his heart itch. When Jun Yixia didn't reply, Bai Qingyan gave him an unhappy glare before he obediently replied, It'll take at least a year or so to make up for the shortfall. I've already contacted Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's horse merchants. If we can strike a deal with them, the shortfall won't be so severe, Jun Xia replied honestly. Has the planting of herbs in the Snow Mountain been started? Bai Yanqing asked again. There are still some details to be discussed. Haha, Ningjing, this woman is really hard to deal with. Recently, she's been preparing for her wedding, so the Snow Mountain matter has been delayed. Jun Xia was also very busy during this period. Bai Yanqing only nodded and didn't comment on anything. He continued to play chess. Over the past few days, the matter with Empress Shui had only grown bigger and bigger. But Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi had remained unmoved. They had neither expressed their stance nor made any public statements. As a result, everyone was even more curious about the truth of the matter. There were still 2 days before Duanmu Yao's challenge, but Han Yunqi was currently sitting in the courtyard, smiling foolishly at a table of letters. All of them were addressed to her. There were letters from the Tian and General Mu's estate, the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Medical City, Medicine City, and even the black market. All of the letters expressed their concern and reminded her to be careful of Duanmu Yao and avoid fighting her head-on. The letter from Medical City was written by Third Elder Shin, who said that if Han Yunqi was willing, he could recommend the best coroner in Cloud Realm Continent and come personally to assist with the autopsy. The letter from Medicine City was written by the King of Medicine himself. That old man who didn't care about worldly affairs actually knew about the matter as well. In the letter, he said that if Han Yunqi was willing, she could bring Empress Shui's body to the medicine hut so he could personally assist with the autopsy. The letter even included a greeting from the old man from medicine requesting cave. Han Yunqi had always known that she didn't have good relations with people. She would offend people for no apparent reason and incur their hatred and enmity. Reading through the pile of letters, she suddenly realized that she had quite a few friends. She smiled at Long Fei Yi and said, "My relations with people seem pretty good. Does this count as having friends all over the world?" "This is called networking," Long Fei Yi remarked. Even he had to admit that Han Yunqi's connections in Cloud Realm Continent over the years weren't to be underestimated. Esteemed Wang Fei has always had good relations with people. Before Gu Beiwei could finish, a black figure suddenly flew down from the sky. It was none other than Gu. He was dressed in black robes that covered his entire body, except for his frivolous eyes. More accurately, he should be called Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha rushed towards Han Yunqi as soon as he touched the ground, but Long Fei Yi kicked him before he could even get close. Fortunately, he retreated in time. He was too anxious to argue with Long Fei to ask, "Poison Lass, is Duanmu Yao serious about coming to challenge us?" Han Yunqi didn't speak, but slowly turned to look into the room. Gu Beiwei was smiling while Long Fei Yi drank his tea. As long as Gu Qisha stayed away from Han Yunqi, he wouldn't bother with his business. "Poison Lass," Gu Qisha wanted to ask more questions, but Mu Ling suddenly rushed out of the room and cried, "Your Excellency, Pill Fiend!" Besides Mu Ling, everyone else knew that Gu Qisha had been avoiding Mu Ling, on purpose for the past few days. Everyone remained silent, waiting for Gu Qisha to run away. Unexpectedly, Gu Qisha ignored Mu Ling, and didn't rush to leave. Instead, he asked Han Yunqi with concern, "Poison Lass, is that true?" Mu Ling, who was rushing over, stopped in her tracks when she saw this. Her joyous expression froze on her face as she stared blankly at Gu Qisha's anxious expression. She should be happy that he finally appeared, happy that he didn't run away as soon as he saw her. But why does my heart hurt so much? "It's true," Han Yunqi replied, then stood up and pulled Mu Ling over. She questioned Gu Qisha. "This lass has been waiting for you for days. You're really putting on airs, aren't you?" Gu Qisha ignored them and turned to Long Fei Yi. "Duke of Qin, are you really going to let Poison Lass fight that slut Duanmu Yao one-on-one?" Long Fei Yi couldn't be bothered to answer. Gu Qisha didn't need to worry about this matter. We'll talk about it when she gets here. She's not even here yet, so who knows what kind of evidence she'll bring. If I don't admit it, what can she do to me? After Han Yunqi explained, she changed the topic and said seriously, Linger wants to talk to you about the Mu family. Madame Lien Xian's matter has dragged on for so long. Shouldn't you give her an answer? The two of you should have a good talk. Also, I've given Ling, or the medicine tome the king of medicine, gave her. If there's anything she doesn't understand, please teach her. The two of you will be the pillars of Pill Fiend Pharmacy in the future. Only then did Gu Qisha look at Mu Ling. Mu Ling. Oi's heart was stifled, but she didn't show it on her face. She immediately put on a worshipful expression and smiled obsequiously at Gu Qisha. Esteemed Senior Pill Fiend, I offended you last time at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Please forgive me on account of esteemed Wang Fei and His Highness. Gu Qisha had long forgotten that this girl had challenged him on Pill Fiend Pharmacy's grand opening day. He didn't say anything and simply nodded before sitting down next to Gu Beiwei. Mu Ling immediately leaned over and respectfully poured him a cup of tea. Esteemed senior, please be careful. It's hot. Gu Qisha raised a brow at her and said in a strange tone, You're making me sound old. How about I call you master? Mu Ling hurriedly asked. She clearly wanted to take him as her master. Gu Qisha picked up a cup of tea and drank it under his black robes, pretending not to hear her. However, Mu Ling was even more ruthless. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed to him. If master doesn't object, please accept this bow from your disciple. Gu Qisha spat out the tea in his mouth. I didn't agree. Get up. Mu Ling blinked her large eyes innocently. But I've already kowtowed. What should I do? Would he still have any freedom if he accepted a disciple like this? Who knows when she'll discover the truth? Gu Qisha was truly frightened. He earnestly said, I'll kowtow back to you, all right? Mu Ling's eyes were wet, but she still laughed out loud. Senior really knows how to joke. If Senior isn't willing, then forget it. It wasn't clear how many people present noticed the tears in Mu Ling's eyes, but Han Yunqi did. Looking at this stubborn girl, Han Yunqi's heart ached. Perhaps it was because she saw a shadow of herself in the past, or perhaps it was because blood was thicker than water, or perhaps it was because they hit it off. However, Han Yunqi knew that there was only so much she could do to help Gu Qisha. If she continued to help Gu Qisha, it would only backfire. When it came to matters of love, both parties had to be willing. Although she was touched by Mu Ling's willingness, she couldn't possibly force or scheme against Gu Qisha. Long Fei Yi brought over a cup of tea, interrupting Han Yunqi's train of thought. She looked at him, but he was busy brewing tea and didn't notice her. From this angle, the curve of his face was so cold that it was penetrating, exuding a cold arrogance that kept everyone at arm's length. It had been more than 3 years, but he was still the same person from 3 years ago. Not much had changed. Han Yunqi sighed in her heart. Long Fei Yi, fortunately you also like me. Since Mu Ling had already said so, how could Gu Qisha not agree? He smiled strangely. Forget it, forget it. Then, can Senior give me some pointers on the King of Medicine's ancient medical book? Who said that Mu Ling had given up? She still had to work hard. Han Yunqi felt heartache, but she also wanted to laugh. Gu Qisha's expression had already darkened, but fortunately, his face was hidden by his mask. All right. If you don't understand, just ask. Why are you being so polite? Even if Gu Qisha agreed, Mu Ling might not be able to find him for guidance in the future. Thank you, Senior. Mu Ling was still very happy. She actually took out the medical book on the spot and even included a thick notebook. Senior, I've already finished reading this book and memorized everything that I didn't understand. There are already more than 100 parts in this first book that I don't understand. Let's just ask these questions for today. Mu Ling said seriously. Before Guqi Sha could speak, Gu Beiwa said indifferently, "This one is tired. You guys go ahead. This one will take his leave first." As soon as Gu Beiwa left, Long Fei stood up, followed by Han Yunqi. She smiled and said, "We still have matters to attend to. You guys can take your time discussing them." Gu Qisha originally wanted to say something, but this time he fell silent. Just like that, Mu Ling continued to pester Gu Qisha for the next 2 days, humbly asking for guidance and taking notes. After 2 days of interaction, Gu Qisha actually dispelled his previous suspicions. This was because other than asking about the medical book, Mu Ling didn't bother him at all. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Mu Ling was only interested in learning and hadn't discovered his secret. There was no harm in teaching this little girl. In any case, all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's matters would be taken care of by her in the future. He wasn't going to guard Pill Fiend Pharmacy to the death. Early in the morning, 2 days later, Duanmu Yao really did come to challenge him. Chapter 656. Early in the morning, Duanmu Yao was standing by the gates of Long Fei Ye's Yaoshui estate, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Long Fei Ye's estate was located in the heart of the county town's downtown district, hidden in a deep alleyway. It was very quiet and secluded amidst the hustle and bustle. Its outer walls were very low-key and didn't attract much attention. It was all thanks to Duanmu Yao that so many people had gathered here today. Not only had she revealed the location of the estate, but she'd also brought a bunch of people with her to mix in with the crowd. These people were here to act as messengers. If Han Yunqi said a single wrong word today, they'd spread it all over Cloud Realm continent with embellishments. Moreover, Duanmu Yao even assigned a few people to deliver the news to Celestial Mountain. Not only did she want Master Kenzo to hate Han Yunqi, but everyone on Celestial Mountain to hate Han Yunqi as well. She wanted to make it so that Han Yunqi couldn't climb Celestial Mountain. Before she knew that Han Yunqi was her mother's murderer, Duanmu Yao was already thinking of ways to smear Han Yunqi's name. Now she'd stop at nothing. Currently, Han Yunqi's group was standing on the highest floor of the estate. They couldn't see Duanmu Yao from here, but they could see the figures of many onlookers. Long Fei and Han Yunqi stood in the middle, one dressed in black robes with a cold, heroic air between his brows. The other was dressed in a pink-purple silk dress, her style magnificent beyond compare. Gu Beiwa stood to Long Fei Ye's left. Although he was in a wheelchair, he still gave off a heroic and elegant air. Gu Qisha stood to Han Yunqi's right, his black robes draped over his body like a mysterious mystery. Mu Ling stood next to Gu Qisha in her gorgeous red robes. Chu Shifeng stood 3 steps behind Long Fei, his hand resting on his sword in a respectful manner. The group of people standing on the balcony made for a beautiful sight that was even more beautiful than a garden full of spring flowers. Unfortunately, none of them looked happy, especially Long Fei. He, who always liked peace and quiet, hated the kind of disturbance at the door the most. Han Yunqi observed the surrounding roofs and attics. She saw that there was no one in sight, but she knew that there must be a lot of people who came to watch the show. After all, this matter had been blown out of proportion. After all, the disparity between her and Duanmu Yao's martial prowess was too great. Many people had come to laugh at her. Gu Qisha stood on the railing, his eyes dark as he said, "Poison Lass, I'm going to teach her a lesson first. I'll break the tendons in her arms and legs before you go out and fight her one-on-one." Was Gu Qisha here to make a fool of himself? Unfortunately, other than Mu Linger, no one else laughed. There was still half an incense stick's worth of time before Duanmu Yao's challenge time arrived. Gu Qisha turned back to look at her. "Poison Lass, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes." "Do you want me to plead guilty?" Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him. "You were the ones who killed him. So what if you admit it? Do you think His Highness Duke of Qin is afraid of Western Zhou's imperial family? Gu Qi retorted. Was Gu Qi here to ask for a beating? Long Fei Yi had unknowingly turned to stare at them coldly. He didn't make a move, nor did he speak. Instead, he stared coldly at Mu Linger, who was standing next to Gu Qi. Gu Qi immediately shut his mouth. He was wary of the threat in Long Fei Yi's eyes. But he did know that if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi admitted to the crime, it wouldn't be as simple as offending Western Zhou's imperial family. Gu Qi didn't know much about Duanmu Yao's backer on Celestial Mountain. Neither Long Fei Yi nor Han Yunqi had brought up the matter, so neither Gu Beiyue nor Gu Qi knew how they were going to deal with it. Soon enough, it was time to leave. Long Fei Yi naturally accompanied Han Yunqi out of the room, followed by Gu Qi and Mu Linger. Gu Beiyue didn't follow them, but said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's inconvenient for this one to move around, so I won't be going out. Please be careful." "Don't worry, it's just a small matter," Han Yunqi smiled. Before they left, Long Fei Yi instructed Chu Shifeng, escort Dr. Gu back to his rooms to rest. Gu Qi couldn't help but feel doubtful. This doesn't seem like Gu Beiyue's style at all. Since when did Long Fei Yi become so humane? Did something happen between Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue while he was gone? Since he was in a hurry to leave, Gu Qi didn't think too much about it. How could Long Fei Yi be humane? He'd probably only be a lover for the rest of his life. He'd told Chu Shifeng to escort Gu Beiyue because the man was supposed to help Gu Beiyue get in touch with Chu Tianyin. Although he didn't help Han Yunqi on the surface, he'd put in a lot of thought behind the scenes. As soon as it was time for the challenge, a commotion broke out at the gates. But this time, Han Yunqi didn't give anyone a chance to criticize her. She opened the gates on time. The rowdy crowd seemed to have been splashed with cold water as they fell silent. As soon as Duanmu Yao saw Han Yunqi, she angrily unsheathed her sword and pointed it at her. "Han Yunqi, what grudge did my imperial mother have against you that you'd kill her? If I don't kill you today, how am I supposed to let my imperial mother rest in peace?" As she spoke, she ignored Long Fei Yi, who'd come up behind Han Yunqi and charged viciously at Han Yunqi with her sword. "Slut, hand over your life." Despite the approaching danger, Han Yunqi's expression remained calm and unmoving. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood tall and poised, full of aura. Everyone forgot about Duanmu Yao's sword and only felt that this woman had the bearing of a queen. It was difficult to conceal her elegance and dignity. Seeing that Han Yunqi wasn't dodging, Duanmu Yao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She lightly tapped the ground with her foot and used the momentum to move with her sword, which was as fast as an arrow. In a flash, both she and her sword turned into shadows, their speed too fast for anyone to react to. Everyone knew that Duanmu Yao had received Kenzo's teachings and that her sword skills were exquisite, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, the sharp edge of her sword had already reached Han Yunqi's heart. "It's over." In that instant, everyone's minds went blank. They were all very surprised. Everyone thought that Long Fei Yi would intervene, but given the current situation, even Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to stop her in time. Who would have thought that a miracle would happen? Long Fei Yi hadn't intervened, and Duanmu Yao had retreated. Duanmu Yao could have killed Han Yunqi, but she'd retreated on her own accord. In the blink of an eye, she was already 10 steps away from Han Yunqi. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Gu Qi and Mu Ling were dumbfounded. Long Fei Yi hadn't intervened. So what had Han Yunqi done? When did she become so powerful? Everyone took a closer look and saw that Han Yunqi was holding a golden needle in her mouth. It didn't look like the medical needles she usually used, but more like a concealed weapon dipped in poison, emitting a faint glow. Those in the know immediately understood what was going on. Han Yunqi was truly cunning, but also truly brave. She'd allowed Duanmu Yao to close in, but had used a poisonous needle to threaten her. Duanmu Yao only had two choices in the face of such a situation. One was to injure both of them and die, and the other was to retreat. If Duanmu Yao hadn't retreated, the needle in Han Yunqi's mouth would have taken her life at such a close distance. And if Duanmu Yao had retreated, she wouldn't have been able to unleash her sword energy. Instead, she would have been hit by her own energy instead. Duanmu Yao didn't have the courage to make an exception and retreat in her panic. She'd already spat out black blood, so her internal injuries weren't light at all. In reality, Duanmu Yao had already suffered internal injuries. Now, she'd suffered even more internal injuries. If the duel had started, Han Yunqi would have defeated Duanmu Yao in one move. With Duanmu Yao's current strength, she wouldn't have been able to deal with Han Yunqi's pear blossom teardrop rain. Everyone was dumbfounded when they realized what had happened. No one had expected the duel between these two women to end up like this. Hadn't it not even started yet? How could it have ended so quickly? Could Han Yunqi not be so scary? Han Yunqi held the poisonous needle in her mouth as she looked down at Duanmu Yao from above. Even men couldn't compare to her carefree and uninhibited aura. Her appearance was the symbol of first class, but her temperament and her elegance were even more unmatched. Gu Qisha and Mu Ling were also dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Han Yunqi to be so strong. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Han Yunqi is shameless. She used poison. How despicable." Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. She coldly said, "Who said that? If you have the guts, come out now." Her fierce shout silenced the already quiet crowd. But then there was someone who wasn't afraid of death and actually stood out. It was a girl around 14 or 15 years old. Her background couldn't be discerned from her attire, but she was actually Duanmu Yao's maid. I said it. The little girl's expression was haughty, a little like Duanmu Yao's usual haughtiness. "This is between Duanmu Yao and me. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" Han Yunqi coldly asked. Her words rendered the sharp-tongued little girl speechless. After a while, she finally replied, I'm speaking up for Miss Duanmu. Can't I? Are you feeling guilty? How is it unfair?" Han Yunqi asked patiently. She hadn't expected Duanmu Yao to use violence today, only words. If Duanmu Yao wanted to slander her, she definitely wouldn't give her a chance. She definitely wouldn't leave any evidence behind. "You used poison. You just poisoned Miss Duanmu," the little girl said righteously. What kind of logic was this? Han Yunqi laughed. "Who said I can't use poison? Who?" Before she could finish speaking, the little girl hastily interjected. "Poison is a heretical art. It's used to harm people and is despised by righteous people like us. It's also forbidden by Medical City. You used this kind of evil thing to deal with Miss Duanmu. You're simply despicable and shameless." Han Yunqi angrily asked, "You clearly know that this princess only knows how to use poison and not martial arts. As the proud disciple of Tianshan Kenzo, you called out my name and chased me all the way to my front door to challenge me to a duel. Yet you still don't allow me to use poison. Isn't this even more despicable and shameless?" She was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She looked at Duanmu Yao, who was sitting on the ground, and coldly snorted. "Duanmu Yao, if you can't afford to lose, then don't come." Duanmu Yao's internal organs were in pain from her own sword aura, and her conception and governing vessels were blocked. She had just managed to catch her breath when she heard Han Yunqi's words. She was so angry that her true qi almost flowed backwards and caused her cultivation to go berserk. She supported herself with her sword and stood up. "How did I lose? So it's fine for me to use poison and hidden weapons?" Han Yunqi asked again. This Duanmu Yao knew better than anyone the extent of her internal injuries. In her current condition, she was no match for the Tang sect's hidden weapons. She still hadn't fully recovered from her shock, so how did she end up like this? Duanmu Yao, are you admitting defeat? Or are you going to continue? Han Yunqi asked coldly. Although she didn't intend to accept the duel or admit her guilt, Duanmu Yao had attacked her as soon as she came up. She had to determine a winner. So what if you're the disciple of Tian Shan Kenzo? Chapter 657. So what if she was Tian Shan Kenzo's disciple and a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent? Wasn't he still defeated by a trash like Han Yunqi in one move? To be exact, it wasn't just one move. Han Yunqi hadn't even made a move. All she did was spit out half of the poison needle she'd hidden in her mouth. Duanmu Yao had scared herself and immediately retreated to harm herself. Who knew how Duanmu Yao's people would twist the truth and spread the rumors? In any case, Long Fei Yi had already ordered people to spread the truth of the matter, even to Celestial Mountain. After all, Tian Shan Kenzo was the head of the Wulin Alliance. Kenzo's disciples had always been proud of Celestial Mountain and thought highly of themselves. If they knew that Duanmu Yao had been defeated by someone who didn't know any martial arts, they would probably curse her for being a disgrace to Tian Shan Kenzo. Duanmu Yao, I'll take your silence as an admission of defeat. Han Yunqi asked again. Duanmu Yao was extremely sullen. Everything had been well planned. Her senior brother wouldn't make a move out of fear of her master. She would beat up Han Yunqi first, then take out the evidence of her murder and demand an eye for an eye. Who knew things would turn out like this? Was she dreaming or not? Damn it. Han Yunqi, I'm not here to compete with you. Duanmu Yao changed the subject and said coldly, I'm not here to discuss victory or defeat with you today. I'm here to take your life and avenge my imperial mother. With a wave of her sword, 10 sword maidens stepped out from the crowd. Long Fei recognized the 10 swordswomen at a glance. These were Duanmu Yao's personal swordsmen who'd been raised on Celestial Mountain for years. Their skills in the sword weren't low, and their combined strength was enough to match Duanmu Yao's own skills. Duanmu Yao was determined to kill Han Yunqi. Long Fei's icy eyes slowly narrowed into slits, revealing a frightening, killing intent. Han Yunqi seemed to sense Long Fei's anger. She retreated to his side and quietly took hold of his clenched fists from behind, comforting him in silence. Long Fei actually calmed down quite a bit. In fact, Long Fei Yi could rest assured that Han Yunqi was no longer the Han Yunqi of the past. In the past, Han Yunqi had always been afraid that the Tianning imperial clan would make things difficult for her. She was even more afraid that a single misstep would ruin Qin Wang Fei's reputation and offend His Highness Duke of Qin. And now, her greatest fear had become her greatest backer. What was there for her to be afraid of? Duanmu Yao one-on-one duels aren't just for show. Are you going back on your word? Han Yunqi asked with a smile. She did not give Duanmu Yao an explanation. It's fine if you want to go back on your word. So what if it's a group fight? It's not like I don't have people on my side. At her words, everyone turned to look at His Highness Duke of Qin. Although His Highness Duke of Qin was standing there expressionlessly with no intention of making a move, everyone's hearts still raced in their chests. With His Highness Duke of Qin here, there was no need to talk about one-on-one duels or group fights. His Highness Duke of Qin alone was enough to sweep away Duanmu Yao's group. Naturally, Duanmu Yao was fearful. Han Yunqi, she said angrily, this princess came here today for revenge. Don't talk nonsense. No one's going to fight you one-on-one or group fights you. Han Yunqi sighed. Then just what do you want to do? You were the one who challenged me to a one-on-one duel. You even brought a bunch of helpers. If you don't want to fight me one-on-one or group fights, do you want this Wang Fei to stand there and let you chop me up? Haha. Guqi Sha couldn't help but laugh out loud. Much of the crowd laughed as well. In Han Yunqi's eyes, Duanmu Yao's actions were truly laughable. There was no need for Long Fei to send people to spread the news. Naturally, there would be people who would spread the news. Duanmu Yao was bound to lose face. Duanmu Yao flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had clearly come here to avenge herself. So how did things end up like this? Men, get him! Kill her! She roared. The 10 sword maidens unsheathed their swords, and several black-clothed swordsmen appeared out of thin air to protect Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't understand, but Guqi Sha and Mu Ling were shocked. They could sense the killing intent of these 10 swordsmen. Their martial arts were definitely much more powerful than Duanmu Yao's 10 sword maidens. Duanmu Yao could tell that these black-clothed swordsmen weren't simple. She shouted angrily, "Senior martial brother, Han Yunqi killed my imperial mother. I don't ask you to uphold justice for me, your junior martial sister, but I beg you not to protect her. You should also give my imperial father an explanation for this matter, and give my Western Zhou's citizens an explanation." Long Fei Yi said, "Where's the evidence? You slandered this prince's beloved consort for no reason. This prince wants an explanation from you. If you can't provide any evidence, don't blame this prince for being impolite." Tears welled up in Duanmu Yao's eyes. Aggrieved, she took out a golden needle from her sleeve and held it up for everyone to see. "This is a golden needle found in my imperial mother's body. It's poisonous. This golden needle is specially used by Han Yunqi when she's practicing medicine. Aside from her, no one else has it." The golden needle in Duanmu Yao's hand was indeed the same one that Han Yunqi usually used. This was a medical needle she had brought from the modern era. Its material, function, and shape were all different from those used in the ancient era. It had to be said that this thing was indeed a piece of evidence. Aside from special circumstances, Han Yunqi would only use this kind of medical needle when she was saving lives. Moreover, she would always disinfect it and put it away after use. However, there were a few times when she had dropped it in an emergency. Where had Duanmu Yao gotten the one in her hand? Chu Tianyin was already planning to rely on Long Fei Yi and was currently undergoing Long Fei Ye's tests. There was no reason for him to give Duanmu Yao something so important. Besides Chu Tianyin, who else could have gotten their hands on her needle? Was it Chu Qingge or Ning Cheng? Where did they get this golden needle from? Han Yunqi was too lazy to ponder the question any longer. If the other side wanted to frame her, why wouldn't they have enough evidence? "Han Yunqi, tell me, is this needle yours or not?" Duanmu Yao asked loudly. "Yes. When did you steal something from me? Give it back to me." Han Yunqi was even more self-righteous than her. "You." Duanmu Yao got angry every time she spoke to Han Yunqi. She was about to die from anger. "You used a needle to poison my imperial mother. What else do you have to say for yourself?" Duanmu Yao asked again. "You stole my needle and accused me of poisoning you. What do you think I have to say for myself?" Han Yunqi retorted. "Han Yunqi, you're still quibbling." Duanmu Yao was about to spit out blood. "Today you brought a needle and accused me of killing your imperial mother. Tomorrow you brought a hidden needle and accused me of killing your entire family, right?" Han Yunqi asked again. Silence fell upon the scene. No one dared to interrupt. Duanmu Yao was so angry that her breathing grew ragged as she gasped for breath. "The coroners already found out that my mother was poisoned to death. Moreover, there are people in the Chu clan army who saw you appear around the barracks that night with their own eyes. Both the witnesses and evidence were present. If these witnesses and evidence were found by a third party, then Han Yunqi would indeed be guilty according to Cloud Realm Continent's laws. Unfortunately, these witnesses and evidence came from Duanmu Yao's side, so it was highly suspicious that they were forged. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to argue with them about the validity of the witnesses and evidence. With Duanmu Yao's pestering nature, there was no point in arguing with them. She had long discussed a plan with Long Fei Yi to kill two birds with one stone. They only needed to prove that the needle was a false accusation. There was no need to uncover the true cause of Empress Shue's death. As long as they could prove that the needle was a false accusation, then Duanmu Yao would naturally suspect the person who gave her the needle. Once her attention was diverted, the matter would have nothing to do with them. "Which coroner did you find to conduct the autopsy?" Han Yunqi asked again. "Lin Su from the Peace Pavilion." Duanmu Yao replied loudly. The Peace Pavilion was a profit-making organization that provided all sorts of autopsy services to the imperial court and the common people. Lin Su could be considered the head of the Peace Pavilion and had a resounding reputation. "I don't believe him," Han Yunqi said coldly. "Unless you can find someone to do a new autopsy and prove that Empress Shui really did die from poison and that the needle was the cause, this Wang Fei won't admit it." Chu Qingge had put in plenty of effort on Duanmu Yao's side. She even bribed Lin Su to do the autopsy himself. So Duanmu Yao trusted Chu Qingge without a doubt. "It doesn't matter. This princess wants you to accept it wholeheartedly." Duanmu Yao was brimming with confidence. "Then find Western Zhou's former coroner from the justice courts, Chao Tong, Grand Coroner Chao," Han Yunqi said slowly so that everyone present could hear her clearly. Everyone was frightened by her words. They couldn't help but suspect that Duanmu Yao was here to slander Han Yunqi. Western Zhou's justice courts would never favor Han Yunqi. They'd definitely tell the truth based on facts. Meanwhile, Grand Coroner Chao Tong was Cloud Realm Continent's #1 coroner. His skills at autopsies were top-notch, and his reputation was unquestionable. If Han Yunqi dared to invite him here, then it meant she wasn't guilty at all. Duanmu Yao laughed out loud. "Han Yunqi, stop pretending. You know full well that Chao Tong's retired for years. There's no way you can invite him here." "And if I can?" Han Yunqi retorted. What a joke. Duanmu Yao still couldn't believe it. Chao Tong had solved many major cases for Western Zhou, but he'd retired for years due to personal reasons. Her imperial father had once sent the crown prince to invite him, but he'd failed. What was Han Yunqi to do? Grand Coroner Chao is already on his way here. He'll arrive in 2 days. Duanmu Yao, if you're still a filial daughter who wants to know how your imperial mother died, then hurry and bring her body here, Han Yunqi said seriously. Duanmu Yao finally realized she wasn't joking and was stunned. A frightening thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Han Yunqi wasn't the culprit? Was she being used by Chu Qingge? The Chu clan was the real culprit? Duanmu Yao quickly recovered her wits. She refused to believe her own suspicions. She was certain that Han Yunqi was the real culprit, and that Han Yunqi was just scaring her. She said fiercely, "Fine. 2 days later, I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. A life for a life." 2 days later, Chao Tong really did show up at the Yao Shui estate. Han Yunqi had only been able to invite Chao Tong because 3rd Elder Shin of Medical City had helped her in secret. As an elder of Medical City, 3rd Elder Shin couldn't openly help Han Yunqi, so Chao Tong didn't reveal his relationship with 3rd Elder Shin. Instead, he claimed to be an old official of Western Zhou and vowed to investigate the cause of Empress Shue's death. "Princess, don't worry. This one definitely won't let esteemed Empress die in peace." Chao Tong continued to call Duanmu Yao Princess with sincerity. Duanmu Yao's resolute heart wavered again. She nodded and said, "My imperial mother's body is right there in the courtyard at the end of the alley. Let's go." Everyone followed Chao Tong out, with Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha accompanying Han Yunqi. Gu Qisha murmured, "Did you bribe Chao Tong?" Han Yunqi murmured back, "It's already good enough that we managed to invite him. You can't bribe him. Then aren't you afraid that he'll reveal the truth?" Gu Qisha grew alarmed. After all, it wasn't Han Yunqi who killed Empress Shui, but Long Fei Ye's men. His title as the world's #1 coroner wasn't just for show. Where did Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi get their self-confidence from? What medicine were they selling in their gourds? Chapter 658. Han Yunqi hadn't bribed Qiao Tong. But wasn't she afraid that he'd expose the truth? Gu Qi Sha wasn't the only one puzzled. Ning Cheng was curious as well. He knew Qiao Tong couldn't be bribed, and he was certain that Long Fei Ye's men had killed Empress Shui. Where did Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi get their confidence from? After Empress Shui's death, Chu Tianyin had found plenty of coroner's examiners to examine her body, but none of them were able to find the true cause of death. What was the real cause of death? Were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi so sure that Qiao Tong wouldn't be able to find out the truth? Ning Cheng's gaze was fixed on Han Yunqi's back the entire time. His lips curved into a mischievous grin. Even when Han Yunqi's figure was swallowed up by the crowd, he still wanted to see more. He disguised himself and blended into the crowd, accompanied by a few servants in disguise. They were all puzzled. His Highness Duke of Ning had plenty of work to do, so why had he traveled nonstop for 2 days and 2 nights just to come to Yaoshui himself? The Bailey Trade Consortium had urged him multiple times to attend Ningjing's wedding, but he'd refused every time. It wasn't like he could show his face in person. So what was the difference between watching the crime scene and sitting in the palace waiting for news? Empress Shui's corpse was placed in the courtyard at the end of the alley. Duanmu Yao wouldn't go so far as to reveal her mother's corpse to the public, so all unrelated people were kept outside the gates. Ning Cheng and a few of his retainers silently left the crowd until their figures vanished from the rooftops. Empress Shui's body was placed in the center of the courtyard, preserved in a specially made coffin. Duanmu Yao stood by the coffin, her face ashen and sorrowful. She still regretted not leaving the mountains sooner to save her mother. She'd held onto her father's hopes in the past, believing that he loved her mother so dearly that he'd do anything to save her. But reality proved that her father still loved his country more than anything else. The Chu clan was the main culprit behind her mother's death. Once she dealt with Han Yunqi, she wouldn't spare anyone from the Chu clan, including Chu Qingge. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanmu Yao carefully opened the coffin. Other than Long Fei Yi, who did not move, everyone present came forward to take a look. Long Fei Yi was not afraid of this kind of thing. He just did not like it. It had been almost 2 months since Empress Shui had passed away. If not for the low temperature at the end of winter and early spring, coupled with the nourishment of medicine, her corpse would have already started to wax. Although it had been nourished with expensive medicinal herbs, and the corpse did not emit a strange smell, nor did it show any signs of liquefaction, it had long been deformed. Its face and hands were covered with livor mortis, and the degree of decay in its body could not be seen with the naked eye. Only a professional would be able to tell how badly the corpse had decayed. Qiao Tong only glanced at the corpse, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to examine it, so he asked, "Princess Yao, may I take a look at that golden needle first?" "Of course." Duanmu Yao carefully handed the needle over. "There's still poison on the tip. Be careful." Qiao Tong held the golden needle and examined it carefully. "What kind of poison is this?" Before Duanmu Yao could speak, Han Yunqi cut in. "It's sky scorpion poison. It doesn't matter if you touch it. As long as you don't get stabbed, you won't be poisoned." Duanmu Yao gave a cold snort. "So you still remember." Han Yunqi was too lazy to argue with her. Han Yunqi knew that Duanmu Yao wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. She had invited Qiao Tong here so he could speak up for her. "Where did you find this needle?" Qiao Tong asked next. "From the bottom of her foot." Chu Qingge had told Duanmu Yao all this. "So, Princess Yao believes that Empress Shui died from poison?" Qiao Tong asked seriously. "Yes, it was Han Yunqi who used this needle to poison her." Duanmu Yao didn't forget to point out Han Yunqi's identity. She spoke as if she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chao Tong nodded and asked, Princess Yao, this one doesn't recognize poisons, so I specially brought a poison doctor with me. Would it be possible to let him in? Chao Tong's reputation were there. Even if Han Yunqi had invited him here, Duanmu Yao trusted him enough to agree without a second thought. The poison doctor examined the needle, then Empress Shue's foot. This is sky scorpion poison, he said seriously. Anyone poisoned by it will die within 3 steps. Han Yunqi, you're still trying to quibble? Duanmu Yao raged. Han Yunqi snorted disdainfully and didn't answer. The poison doctor hurriedly explained. Princess Yao, this one can only confirm 2 points. Firstly, the poison on the golden needle is scorpion poison. Secondly, Her Majesty the Empress Foot was poisoned by the needle and was indeed poisoned. As for whether esteemed Wang Fei died from sky scorpion poison, this one, poison doctor said as he looked awkwardly at Chao Tong. Chao Tong waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Grand Coroner Chao, what do you mean by this? Duanmu Yao didn't understand. To reply, Princess, esteemed Empress Shuez passed away a long time ago. There's no point in examining her body. Chao Tong said tactfully, but everyone understood his meaning. Generally speaking, there was no point in examining a corpse after 7 days of death. No matter how well Empress Shue's body was preserved, it was impossible to examine it. Princess Yao, from the evidence we currently have, it's very likely that esteemed Empress Shue died from poison. However, because there's no way to conduct an in-depth examination, this one can't come to a conclusion, Chao Tong said seriously. Duanmu Yao knitted her brows. What did you say? Chao Tong was still serious. Princess Yao, esteemed Empress Shue, was indeed poisoned, but this one can't confirm whether she died from poison. I hope Princess Yao will reconsider and not wrongly accuse a good person. Let the true culprit go. Duanmu Yao's gaze turned complicated. She looked suspiciously at Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi didn't say anything and allowed her to look. It was unknown what Duanmu Yao was thinking, but after a while she said angrily, What else can't you confirm? The evidence is irrefutable. It was her. Yes, it was me. I'll admit it, all right? Han Yunqi suddenly said impatiently. Duanmu Yao was very surprised, but Chao Tong was angry. Esteemed Wang Fei, if you want to admit your guilt, why did you invite old man here? What do we do now that the autopsy isn't conclusive? The golden needles were indeed mine, and there were needle wounds on the soles of my feet. If I don't admit it, who will? Han Yunqi shrugged helplessly. Esteemed Empress, old man just said that there was poison in the body. Although there were signs of poisoning, there was also physical evidence. However, we can't confirm whether esteemed Empress Shue died from poison, and we can't find any other cause of death, so we can't come to a conclusion. Do you understand? Chao Tong was a little anxious. Why didn't these 2 women understand, even after he'd explained twice? One was Western Zhou's princess, a celestial mountain disciple, and the other was Qin Wangfei. They weren't stupid. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't say anything, Chao Tong asked again, Esteemed Wang Fei, do you understand? Third Elder Shin had helped him a lot, and this was the first time he'd asked him for help. He couldn't be a hindrance. Moreover, he'd been doing autopsies all his life and hadn't found a single case that was unjust, false, or wrong. This time he had to make an exception and preserve his integrity in his later years. He couldn't make a hasty decision just because he couldn't do the autopsy. This was an autopsy, not a matter of one or the other logic. I understand, but it's a pity that some people still don't understand. Sigh, some people are stupid. Han Yunqi smiled. She didn't say who was stupid, but Duanmu Yao immediately admitted it. She snorted. Who says I don't understand? Great Coroner Chao, if you can't find any other evidence, then you can prove that she's the murderer. Don't you understand this logic? Duanmu Yao actually retorted to anger Chao Tong. Chao Tong's mouth twitched. He could tell that Qin Wangfei wasn't stupid. As for whether Princess Duan was stupid or not, he was at a loss. I don't understand. Chao Tong shook his head. Duanmu, Yao said seriously, how can you not understand such a simple logic? If the murderer isn't Han Yunqi, why would the golden needles be stabbed under my imperial mother's feet? Could it be that someone framed her? After my imperial mother died, they added another needle? Long Fei Yi was the first to laugh at her words. Of course, he wasn't laughing because of Duanmu Yao, but because of Han Yunqi. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had been waiting for Duanmu Yao to say it herself. Gu Qisha and Mu Ling were secretly amused as well. Chao Tong was the only one who laughed out loud. Princess Duan, you're right. If the needle was added later, then we might have jumped to conclusions today. The real murderer will probably laugh at us. Duanmu Yao gave a start, frightened by her own words. If Chao Tong or Han Yunqi had said those words in the beginning, she might have denied them immediately. But now that she'd said it herself, she couldn't help but think it over. When she recalled Chao Tong's words and Han Yunqi's reaction, her resolute heart wavered again. She muttered to herself, Chu Chinga, Princess Duan, we can't let esteemed Empress die with grievances. Chao Tong said, it's just a single needle. This Wang Fei won't accept it even if I admit it. Han Yunqi said coldly. Duanmu Yao glanced at Han Yunqi before relenting. Then what do you want to do? We can't do an autopsy now. Princess Duan, old man has an idea, but... Chao Tong was in a difficult position. Go ahead and say it. Duanmu Yao said seriously. Old man remembers that there's a wondrous medicine in the world called rising from the dead. Before he could finish, Duanmu Yao grew agitated. Rising from the dead? You're thinking too much. Rising from the dead is a heaven-defying medicine that can restore a corpse to its original state in a short period of time. But once the time passes, the corpse will turn into a puddle of blood. In other words, there won't even be bones left. Mu Ling was the one to explain. She knew all the wondrous medicines in the world. No wonder you're a genius from Medicine City. My apologies for my lack of manners. Chao Tong smiled and bowed. I don't dare. Mu Ling was very modest as she turned to Duanmu Yao. This medicine is hard to come by. It's hard to find it in such a short time. According to this one's understanding, this medicine comes from Medicine City's medicine hut. Chao Tong looked towards Han Yunqi and tried to sound her out. I wonder if esteemed Wang Fei... Han Yunqi cut him off before he could finish. What's there to be afraid of? As long as the medicine hut has the medicine. This Wang Fei will definitely ask Master for it. Chao Tong gave a start, a little lost. He wasn't trying to test esteemed Wang Fei's courage, but whether or not esteemed Wang Fei could beg the King of Medicine for rising from the dead. Why was esteemed Wang Fei so agitated? Duanmu Yao saw Han Yunqi's agitation. She didn't want to believe that Han Yunqi wasn't her mother's murderer, but Han Yunqi's actions had shaken her heart again and again. Had she really framed Han Yunqi? Had she really been played for a fool by Chu Chinga? Duanmu Yao's mind was in a mess with these two questions. Princess Duan, then should we use this medicine or not? Chao Tong asked seriously. Chapter 659. Should she use the medicine of resurrection or not? Duanmu Yao's gaze finally returned to her mother's corpse. She hesitated. Empress Shui was already miserable enough. If her body didn't exist, she would never be able to rest in peace. In the silence, Chao Tong sighed deeply. Even as a coroner, he faced corpses every day, but he couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. After a while, Duanmu Yao asked in a choked voice, Great Coroner Chao, is there no other way? Chao Tong shook his head, helplessly. There's no other way. Duanmu Yao fell silent again. For some reason, Han Yunqi couldn't bear it. It wasn't for Duanmu Yao, but for Empress Shui. After all, Empress Shui was innocent. Han Yunqi couldn't help looking at Long Fei Yi, but saw that Long Fei Ye's eyes were cold and unmoved. This man's heart, how cold could it be, even though he was always warm? She hadn't forgotten his cold-bloodedness and heartlessness. What would Duanmu Yao think if she found out the truth one day? Suddenly, Duanmu Yao's resolute voice broke Han Yunqi's train of thought. Use the medicine. If we can't find the real culprit, we won't be able to rest in peace even if we bury the corpse. What's the use? She looked at Han Yunqi and snorted. Han Yunqi, you have to do what you say. If you can't get the medicine of resurrection, then you'll be the one who killed my mother. Han Yunqi didn't answer her. Instead, she ordered, Men, send a messenger hawk to the medicine hut and ask for the medicine. With that, the matter was put on hold for the time being. It only took half a day to send a messenger hawk from Yao Shui to the medicine hut and back. Duanmu Yao had no intention of leaving. Han Yunqi didn't have that much time to accompany her. She and Long Fei Yi went back to rest first. Ning Qing sat in a corner of the roof, watching Han Yunqi's figure disappear at the end of the alley. He was still in a daze. Master, I'm afraid there's something fishy going on, one of the attendants murmured. Ning Qingshi lazily rose to his feet and stretched. Then he asked seriously, Say, what do you think Han Yunqi's hiding in her head? The attendants were left speechless. How should he know? Master, if Duanmu Yao suspects Chu Qingge, then we... Another attendant reminded him. What's the rush? Even if you suspect them, you'll only suspect the Chu clan. Ning Cheng had left the Chu clan with a trick up his sleeve. The medicine hut's medicine hut. But the medicine hut's medicines to medicine. But the decoction and the medicine huts and hun. To medicine hut SB. Han Yunqi asked Mulinger in a low voice, Is there really a particular way to use this medicine? As far as I know, there isn't. Once it's cooked, just pour it over the corpse, Muling murmured back. Senior pill fiend, is that right? That old thing, the king of medicine, wants to use this chance to lure you all over. Guqi Sha revealed the truth. Han Yunqi had no choice. She was busy dealing with Duanmu Yao, so she could only ignore the king of medicine's plans for now. In any case, the king of medicine couldn't do anything to her even if he lured them over. What if the king of medicine starts making conditions again by the time we get there? Mu Ling said worriedly. She'd heard of Han Yunqi's trip to Medicine Hut before. That's too much of a loss of face for me as his disciple, isn't it? Han Yunqi teased. If he dares to do that again, I'll ask that old man from medicine requesting Cave for help. As Han Yunqi spoke, she glanced at Guqi Sha from the corner of her eyes. Guqi Sha hadn't said a word this entire time. Before sunset, Han Yunqi had already told Duanmu Yao and Qiao Tong the news. Neither of them had any objections. They made some preparations, mainly strengthening the defenses to prevent Empress Shui's corpse from deteriorating. The next day, Duanmu Yao woke up bright and early. She invited Qiao Tong to sit in her carriage before rushing to Long Fei Ye's side courtyard to wait for them. Who knew that even after waiting for a long time, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi still hadn't come out. Duanmu Yao couldn't bring herself to lose face, so she had Qiao Tong knock on the door. After asking around, she found out that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had left late last night. Why? Why did they leave first? Qiao Tong was helpless. Esteemed Wang Fei said that when you arrived in Medicine City, you should go directly to the Council of Elders. Someone will bring you to the medicine hut, the servant said seriously. Qiao Tong didn't ask any questions, but returned to the carriage to see Duanmu Yao's face turn gloomy. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't want to travel with her. Actually, Ning Cheng was hiding in the shadows as well. He'd come early in the morning to wait for them, but hadn't seen anyone either. "Master, Miss Jing's wedding date has been set, so there's no time. In a few days, the Tang clan will come to propose marriage. The wedding will be at the end of the month," the servant reported. "Miss Jing and young Master Nua have already been arguing for 2 days. Miss Jing refuses to stay at the Tang clan for a full year, so young Master Nua has asked you to go back and preside over the situation." How troublesome! Ning Chang was impatient, but he still returned to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He couldn't be careless about the Tang clan's affairs, so he wouldn't allow Ning Jing to act recklessly. "Follow Duanmu Yao and the rest. Report to me immediately if anything happens." He was about to leave when he added, "Keep an eye on that needle for your lordship." The servant was bewildered, but didn't dare to ask. By now, Han Yunqi and the rest had already traveled an entire night and were far from Yaoshui Prefecture. Gu Qisha and Mu Ling hadn't followed them. Mu Ling had been very excited to see the medicine hut for herself, but after learning that Gu Qisha wasn't coming, she decided to stay behind in Yaoshui Prefecture. Gu Qisha only said, "What does it have to do with this old man?" before deciding not to come. Han Yunqi didn't pursue the matter, while Long Fei Yi seemed to have guessed something but didn't ask. Long Fei Yi was currently reading a letter from the Tang clan about Tang Li's wedding. Has Cloud Realm Trade Consortium made any progress in planting medicinal ingredients in northern Li's snowy mountains? Long Fei Yi asked. "Not yet. I'm afraid they've been delayed by Ningjing's wedding." Chu Shifeng replied from outside the carriage. "Keep a close eye on them." Long Fei Yi was still very concerned about the matter. After all, it would directly affect Han Yunqi's position at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Han Yunqi didn't take the matter to heart. As she saw it, even if Cloud Realm Trade Consortium really did manage to grow the medicinal ingredients, she only needed to tell Medical City about it and they'd be unable to sell their products. She was more concerned with the matter at hand. Long Fei Yi, just how did Empress Shui die? Han Yunqi still didn't know the truth. She knew that Long Fei Yi had sent men to kill Empress Shui, but she didn't know the cause of death. She assumed it was an assassination, but there were no obvious wounds on the body. The Chu clan and Ning Qing must have done an autopsy as well, but they probably didn't find anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a wound on Empress Shui's foot, but poisoned the original wound instead. Long Fei Yi leaned lazily against the high pillow as if dozing off. Han Yunqi scooted over and pushed him. "Tell me, why are you so sure that Chao Tong won't be able to find anything? Aren't you afraid that the corpse will give you away?" Long Fei Yi reached out and pulled her into his arms. "That's not important." The results weren't important. What mattered was the process and Duanmu Yao's opinion. "Tell me, it's not like I'll betray you." Han Yunqi wouldn't give up until she knew the truth. Long Fei Yi still didn't speak. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and said threateningly, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Long Fei Yi still shook his head. Han Yunqi suddenly tickled him under the armpit, but Long Fei Yi quickly dodged and dropped her hand. Only Han Yunqi knew that his greatest weakness was being ticklish. Han Yunqi wouldn't give up and kept tickling him. "Are you going to tell me or not? Are you going to tell me or not?" Long Fei Yi only dodged silently at first, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Still, he was stubborn and wouldn't tell her. The two of them began to make a ruckus inside the carriage, their movements loud and clear. Amidst their laughter were Han Yunqi's gasps for breath. Outside, Uncle Gao and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, their imaginations running wild over the events in the carriage. An autopsy to prove one's innocence was a big deal. News of their trip to the medical hut had already spread, so all of Cloud Realm Continent was paying attention. But the two of them were still in the mood to play around in the carriage. Would Duanmu Yao lose her mind if she found out? After a few days of travel, Han Yunqi's group arrived at the medical hut. Pill King did not make things difficult for them as they had imagined. Instead, he took out the rising dead pill and enthusiastically expressed his willingness to help them with the medicine. Han Yunchi mused that this old thing must have really learned his lesson. "Yunchi, did you read the ancient medicine tome I gave you last time?" the King of Medicine asked with a chuckle. "I did," Han Yunchi replied. She was busy cultivating the second level of the poison storage space. So where would she find the time to study ancient texts? She'd leave it to Mu Ling, and Gu Qisha to study while she flipped through Mu Ling, notes. "Then, is there anything that you don't understand?" the King of Medicine asked. He'd given the ancient medicine tome to Han Yunchi, so she could write letters to him and ask for his guidance. That way, master and disciple would gradually get to know each other better and solidify their master-disciple relationship. Since he couldn't force this girl to stay, he was more than willing to be her master. I'm still reading. I'll think about the parts one don't understand. It won't be too late to ask after I understand them," Han Yunchi said half-heartedly. After chatting a bit more, she went to visit the old man at Medicine Requesting Cave. Compared to the King of Medicine, Han Yunchi liked the old man more. Unfortunately, he refused to see her because he had no good news. He was waiting for his disciple to return. Han Yunchi couldn't help but feel angry at Gu's smiling eyes. No matter how much she pitied the old man, she'd never betray Gu. Han Yunchi and Long Feiyi rested at the medicine hut for half a day before Duanmu Yao and Chao Tong were brought over by the Council of Elders. The King of Medicine examined the corpse and immediately brewed the medicine himself without saying a word. Chao Tong greatly respected the King of Medicine. He was already so old, but he acted like a little follower, following the King of Medicine around and helping him. On the other hand, Han Yunchi, the disciple, stood on the sidelines and watched with folded arms. Truly, truly outrageous. It was also here that Duanmu Yao finally believed that Han Yunchi had been accepted as a disciple by the King of Medicine. Her already bad mood worsened. After all, the status of a disciple of the King of Medicine wasn't low. Aside from being Qin Wangfei, Han Yunchi had another identity to show off? Duanmu Yao hated the feeling of being pulled closer. Soon, the King of Medicine finished brewing the medicine and personally came over to administer it. Although he put on an act and made a lot of fuss, the medicine still ended up being sprinkled on the corpse. As more and more medicine was sprinkled on the corpse, it slowly recovered. Chao Tong watched from the sidelines, his brows furrowed even tighter. What had he discovered? Chapter 660. The medicine of resurrection was indeed worthy of its reputation. This name was not given blindly. As more and more of the medicine was sprinkled, the corpse gradually recovered. Before long, the corpse had returned to its original state. Aside from a slightly greenish complexion, it was no different from a sleeping person. Those who didn't know better might actually think that Empress Shui had come back from the dead. Everyone was stunned by the effects of the medicine. Even Long Feiyi was secretly shocked. There were many things that couldn't be accomplished by martial arts, but medicine could create miracles. Chao Tong's brows furrowed as he watched the corpse slowly recover. He had seen the secret hidden in the corpse at a glance. This case could be said to be half solved. He shook his head in disbelief. At this time, everyone was still shocked by the effects of the medicine and didn't notice his reaction. The medicine of resurrection will only last for 4 hours. After that, the corpse will turn into a pool of blood and not a single bone will be left. Girl, what do you want to examine? Hurry up. The King of Medicine only had eyes for Han Yunchi. If not for Han Yunchi, he wouldn't have let this group of people into the medicine hut so casually. Great Coroner Chao, hurry up. Han Yunchi was calm and didn't look like a suspect. Duanmu Yao had been observing her all this time. Although she didn't want to believe it, the more she looked at Han Yunchi, the more she felt that Han Yunchi didn't look like the murderer. Duanmu Yao was irritated and stopped looking at her. Cold, she said. Great Coroner Chao, the cost of restoring the corpse is not small. You must be careful. If there's any mistake, You should know the consequences. Princess Duan, there's something this one must tell you first. Chow Tong said seriously. Is it more important than an autopsy? You only have 4 hours, and you want to waste it? Duanmu Yao was angry. Unexpectedly, Chow Tong said, This matter is as important as the autopsy. Princess Duan, you must know. Please come over here. Duanmu Yao stood at the head of the coffin, while Chow Tong stood at the bottom. Why did he want her to come over? Duanmu Yao walked over suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Can't you be more direct? For hours isn't. Before she could finish, Duanmu Yao abruptly shut her mouth. She followed Chow Tong's finger and saw that the wound on her mother's foot had disappeared. The wound on Empress Shui's foot was caused by a golden needle. It wasn't obvious at first, but due to the poison, it had turned bluish-purple. When the coroner had removed the needle, it had caused a second injury, so the wound had become obvious. Now, how could it disappear? How? Duanmu Yao couldn't believe it. She moved closer to take a closer look, but she still couldn't see a wound. The bottom of Empress Shui's foot was smooth and white. There wasn't the slightest trace of injury. Impossible. I don't believe it. Duanmu Yao turned to look at Han Yunqi again. This time, Han Yunqi was looking back at her, her eyes clear and bright. Even if she knew who the real culprit was, there was nothing to feel guilty about. What did Long Fei Ye's murder have to do with her? She just didn't understand why Chu Qingge and Ning Qing wanted to make things difficult for her. If they couldn't find the cause of death, they could have faked a sword wound to pin it on Long Fei Yi. Princess Yao, this is precisely what I wanted to tell you. The rising dead drug will restore a corpse to its original state. After death, any traces of the body will be erased. Thus, Duanmu Yao had figured this out before the drug was administered. She seemed to have lost all strength as she muttered to herself. So my imperial mother didn't die from a poison needle? That's right. Chow Tong was very certain. Princess Yao, this needle was stabbed into a esteemed empress's foot after she died. The person who used the needle was extremely skilled. If it wasn't for the rising dead drug, this one would have had a hard time proving that the wound on esteemed empress's foot was caused after she died. You suspected it long ago. Duanmu Yao demanded. Yes, Chow Tong was very frank. Then why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you explain? Why? Duanmu Yao was about to cry. Why didn't you say anything earlier? If you did, my mother wouldn't have been reduced to ashes. Why? Princess Yao, this one only suspected. If I wanted proof, it would only be in theory. I don't think you'd believe me anyway. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, this one won't explain any further. Chow Tong replied honestly. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost drew her sword and killed him. But she had to admit that he was right. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed anyone's excuse for Han Yunqi's crimes. Han Yunqi had been framed, and the needle had been added, so all the evidence in her hands was fake. Who else could have killed her imperial mother besides Chu Qingge's group? What a Chu Qingge! She actually dared to play me like this. She wanted to use me against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? No way. Hatred turned into strength as Duanmu Yao's eyes turned red. Chow Tong, why aren't you inspecting the corpse yet? Just how did my imperial mother die? You have to give me an answer. The corpse had already begun to change, showing signs of hardening like other corpses. Chow Tong quickly took out a pile of small tools and put on a pair of gloves to examine it. Although time was limited, Chow Tong still carefully examined the corpse from head to toe, not missing a single detail. Silence fell upon the courtyard as everyone's attention rested on Chow Tong's hands. Han Yunqi was still a little nervous right now. If Chow Tong really did find out something, she and Long Fei Yi would really be smashing their own feet with a rock. As time trickled by, livor mortis began to appear on the corpse. Chow Tong knitted his brows as his eyes focused. He seemed to have discovered something as he lifted his head to glance at Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi. Everyone waited, expecting him to speak, but he didn't. Instead, he lowered his head again. Just how is it? Duanmu, Yao couldn't wait any longer. Chao Tong glanced at the time before revealing an awkward expression. Princess, this one still hasn't figured out the cause of death. There's still time, so this one will do his best. More than 2 hours had passed, but they still didn't know how she died. How were they supposed to find other evidence? Duanmu Yao grew angry. Chao Tong, what are you saying? How can you not figure out the cause of death? What kind of world's #1 coroner are you? Princess Duan, take a look for yourself. There's no sign of any injury on the Empress' body, Chao Tong explained. If it was so easy to figure out, why would I need you? Duanmu Yao retorted. Chao Tong had no choice but to shut his mouth. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered a situation like this, but it was the first time he was so pressed for time. He had to seize the moment. Han Yunqi was also sizing up the corpse, her heart filled with bewilderment. She'd already eliminated the possibility of external injuries, and there was no sign of poisoning. Could it be that she died of illness? Some deaths due to illness couldn't be found in a short period of time, let alone ancient autopsy techniques. Even modern medicine couldn't figure it out. Princess Duan, this one is certain that esteemed Wang Fei didn't die from external injuries or poisoning. There's only one possibility, which is that she died of illness. May I know if esteemed Wang Fei had any previous illnesses? Chao Tong asked seriously. My imperial mother's health has always been good. She would occasionally catch a cold, but there's no way she'd die of illness. Someone must have killed her. Duanmu Yao was agitated. Although she'd been away from her imperial mother for a long time, they'd still exchanged letters. She was very familiar with her mother's condition. Princess Duan, this one can't rule out the possibility of someone using esteemed Empress's illness to murder her. If we want to figure out the cause of death, I'm afraid we'll have to. Chao Tong hesitated, but didn't finish his sentence. After all, he was facing the corpse of Western Zhou's Empress. After all, Emperor Kongcheng had been negotiating with the Chu clan troops and Tianning's Prince Regent to return the Empress's corpse and hand over the true culprit. Although the Empress was dead, she was more important than alive. Afraid of what? Tell me, Duanmu Yao asked anxiously. Chao Tong was still hesitating when Han Yunqi spoke up. I'm afraid we'll have to dissect the corpse. From what Han Yunqi knew, ancient coroners only did superficial examinations. It was surprising that Chao Tong dared to dissect the corpse to find out the cause of the illness. Impossible. Duanmu Yao refused without hesitation. She could accept the bones dissolving into a puddle of blood, but she couldn't accept dissecting the corpse. She would never allow her imperial mother to suffer such humiliation after her death. Princess Duan, if we don't dissect the corpse, I'm afraid we won't be able to find out the true cause of death, Chao Tong said helplessly. Are you sure you'll find out if we dissect the corpse? Duanmu Yao retorted coldly. Chao Tong admitted honestly, I can't be certain. Duanmu Yao glared at him, but had no strength to argue. She knelt by Empress Shui's corpse as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted it. He was thoroughly regretting it. She didn't dare to believe Chu Qingge's lies. She shouldn't have caused such a ruckus. Imperial Mother's corpse was about to disappear. How was she supposed to explain things to Imperial Father? She was hoping to borrow the strength of Celestial Mountain to force the Chu clan and the Duke of Ning to investigate the cause of her Imperial Mother's death. Then she could bring her body back to Western Zhou. How would she have the face to go back now? All of this was Chu Qingge's fault. Chao Tong didn't give up just because he couldn't figure out the cause of death. His attitude was as earnest as ever. Princess Duan, although we can't confirm esteemed Empress's cause of death, we can at least prove that Qin Wangfei wasn't the one who killed her. The Chu clan's motives for accusing Qin Wangfei of murder are worth considering. Who else could it be but them? Chu Chinga Ning Chung. This princess can't exist under the same sky as you. Duanmu Yao gritted her teeth. She imagined that Chu Chinga must be laughing at her right now. Chao Tong didn't give any conclusions, while Han Yunqi didn't speak up to explain herself. Just like that, Duanmu Yao was convinced that the Chu clan was behind the murder. She wished that none of this had happened at all, that she could be smart enough to see through Chu Chinga's schemes. Unfortunately, the truth was right before her eyes. Abruptly, a strange sound came from the corpse. In a flash, Empress Shue's corpse dissolved into a puddle of blood and water. Not even her bones remained. Imperial Mother, Yao has let you down. Let you down. Duanmu Yao wailed as tears streamed down her face. Although Han Yunqi knew the truth, she still couldn't sympathize with Duanmu Yao. It's good that Empress Shue's gone like this, she thought. The real culprit was standing right by Han Yunqi's side. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes as cold as ice the entire time. He seemed like a heartless bystander standing outside the scene. Han Yunqi took his hand and murmured. Chapter 661. Han Yunqi asked in a low voice, Long Fei Yi, what's the real cause of death? Internal injuries. Long Fei Yi muttered back. Internal injuries. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just what happened. Using internal energy to injure the 5 viscera without leaving any marks on the surface. Once the chest is cut open, everything will be clear at a glance, Long Fei Yi said. How can it injure the 5 viscera without leaving any marks? That's not something a normal person can do, right? Han Yunqi asked. Only Celestial Mountain's internal energy can do it, Long Fei Yi replied honestly. Han Yunqi finally realized how dangerous the situation had been. If Duanmu Yao had been a little more ruthless and had Chao Tong cut open the chest, the truth would have been revealed. Anyone who knew Celestial Mountain's internal energy arts was either Long Fei Yi himself or one of his subordinate swordsmen. This was what it meant to kill without spilling blood. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with emotions. After a long silence, she asked, Long Fei Yi, Empress Shue is innocent, right? Her status makes it impossible for her to be innocent, Long Fei Yi replied. Han Yunqi wanted to retort, but didn't know how. She asked, Then what about her status as Qin Wangfei? Long Fei Yi looked at her with furrowed brows. What are you thinking about? A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. How many skeletons are piled up for the glorious throne? Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. It's destined to be piled up with thousands of skeletons. The only difference is whether or not the person sitting on the throne can start a golden age so that Cloud Realm continent will no longer suffer from famine, war, or displacement. As Long Fei Yi spoke, his gaze flickered to the sobbing Duanmu Yao kneeling on the ground. His eyes were as cold as ever, devoid of sympathy or pity. After circling around in such a big circle, everything was still under his control. Ning Cheng and Duanmu Yao could fight it out. Han Yunqi had almost forgotten how big this man's heart was. At this moment, she remembered. She interlocked her fingers with his. Long Fei Yi, I'll accompany you. Long Fei tightened his grip on her hand without a word. Before he left, he walked up to Chao Tong and questioned, Where are the golden needles? As soon as Chao Tong took out the golden needle, Long Fei Yi snatched it away. Return it to its rightful owner. Chao Tong looked up at Long Fei Yi. Other than smiling, what else could he do? This needle originally belonged to the Princess Consort, so it should be returned to its rightful owner. Besides, even if it wasn't esteemed Wang Fei's, he had no choice but to give it to His Highness Duke of Qin. Return it to its rightful owner. Han Yunqi smiled and reached out to Long Fei Yi. From today onwards, anything you lose belongs to your lordship. Don't even think about getting it back. Long Fei Yi was very unhappy. Han Yunqi was resentful, but didn't dare to fight with him. She felt that she should be more careful in the future, so she didn't cause any more trouble. Long Fei Yi wrapped the needle in a handkerchief before putting it in his sleeve. Han Yunqi knew that this misophobic fellow would definitely wash the needle multiple times when he got home. Duanmu Yao wanted to kneel on the ground and cry, but Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were already preparing to leave. To them, this matter was basically over. The only thing they could be sure of was that Chu Qingge and Ning Qing had forged evidence to deceive Duanmu Yao. That made them the biggest suspects. Han Yunqi thanked Chao Tong before preparing to leave with Long Fei Yi. The King of Medicine quickly chased after her with a chuckle. "Lass, aren't you going to stay for a few more days?" The King of Medicine's tone made it sound like they were very familiar with each other. Because the King of Medicine had once wanted to keep Han Yunqi at the medical hut, Long Fei Yi no longer had a good impression of it. Before Han Yunqi could speak, Long Fei Yi asked coldly, "Is there anything else?" The King of Medicine didn't have a good impression of Long Fei Yi either. He had long guessed that if it wasn't for Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi might have agreed to stay with him at the medical hut. Still, the King of Medicine was a shrewd old man. He wasn't stupid enough to offend Long Fei Yi in front of Han Yunqi. He was still smiling kindly. "It's nothing important. Be careful on the road. Lass, you should take a look at that ancient medical book of yours." I will. I'm reading it already." Han Yunqi might have been half-hearted, but her attitude was better than before. At least she wasn't so hostile to the King of Medicine anymore. Chao Tong saw this with his own eyes and heart. He knew that Han Yunqi was the King of Medicine's disciple, but never expected Han Yunqi to be so impudent in front of the King of Medicine. This lass really didn't know how lucky she was. If the King of Medicine hadn't been willing to take out the rising dead, she wouldn't have been able to escape punishment so easily. She was really too impudent. The King of Medicine watched as Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi left. He was grinning from ear to ear. He didn't mind Han Yunqi's impudence at all. Han Yunqi's attitude towards him this time was clearly much better than the last time. He thought that he had done well as a master. To be able to take in such a genius as Han Yunqi as his disciple. He didn't wait at the medicine hut for nothing all these years. The King of Medicine returned with a chuckle. The moment he saw Chao Tong and Duanmu Yao, he immediately resumed his serious expression and didn't smile. "You're still not leaving?" He rudely chased them away. Chao Tong hurriedly bowed. "Senior, sorry for the disturbance. This one will take his leave." Duanmu Yao was still crying, immersed in her sorrow. Chao Tong was about to leave and felt really bad about it, so he came back to persuade her. "Princess Duan, you should leave. Don't hurt your eyes from crying. Princess Duan, let's go. You can only avenge esteemed Empress after you recover, isn't that right?" The word avenge successfully roused Duanmu Yao's fighting spirit. She rose to her feet and said coldly, "Chu Qingge, I, Duanmu Yao, swear that I won't rest until I get my revenge." Around 3 days after Chao Tong and Duanmu Yao left the medicine hut, news spread throughout Cloud Realm continent. Because of Chao Tong's participation, Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had no doubts. He angrily dispatched troops to the west of Fenglin Prefecture to warn Ningcheng that if he didn't hand over the Chu clan troops, Western Zhou would wash Tianning in blood to avenge the Empress. Duanmu Yao pulled herself together again and led a group of Celestial Mountain swordsmen to push an empty coffin filled with blood to the gates of Western Liang's imperial city. She wanted Chu Qingge to meet her outside. In any case, Western Zhou and Tianning were at daggers drawn and on tense terms. Ningcheng had been busy teaching Ningjing a lesson at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters, but rushed back to Western Liang as soon as he heard the news. As soon as he saw Chu Qingge, he raged, "What are you doing? What did you promise your lordship in the first place?" Ningcheng was no fool. If Chu Qingge hadn't told him that she'd found a reliable person to fake the wound, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Chow Tong didn't find out that the wound was fake. They used the medicine hut's miracle medicine to restore the corpse. Chu Qingge explained hastily. Ning Qing, just who killed Empress Shui? Just how did she die? Ning Qing gave Chu Qingge a cold look. He didn't want to waste any more words with this woman. If Empress Shui hadn't been killed by Long Fei's men, they would have found the cause of death long ago. They hadn't found the cause of death or the true culprit, but they'd succeeded in convincing Duan Muyao that he and the Chu clan were the culprits. Now that the corpse was gone, he and the Chu clan were set to take the blame. Ning Cheng, what do we do now? Emperor Kongqing's looking like he'll really start a war. Chu Qingge said anxiously. Ning Cheng didn't answer. He wasn't worried about Emperor Kongqing, but Duan Muyao. Long Fei Yi had done all he could to sow discord between Duan Muyao and the Chu clan for a reason. The central regions of Cloud Realm continent were home to the aristocratic families. The eastern regions were home to the merchants, and the western regions were home to the Jianghu. The three-way battlefield spanned thousands of li and was home to many factions of the Jianghu. Now that they'd offended Duan Muyao, they'd offended Celestial Mountain as well as half of the Jianghu. That was a lot of trouble. While Ning Cheng was lost in thought, a eunuch rushed in. Your Highness, Duke of Ning, the Ministry of War has sent word that the 3 batches of military grain from Three-Way Black Market have all been robbed. Ning Qing grew alarmed. Where were they robbed? Eternal Space Mountain. They were robbed as soon as they entered, the eunuch replied. Eternal Space Mountain was the territory of the Eternal Space faction. Besides themselves, who else would dare to rob the goods passing through their territory? Ning Cheng slammed a fist on the table and said coldly, Pass down my orders. All military supplies are to be on guard against the Jianghu's forces, and also contact Carefree City and the City of Daughters. Have their young lords come see your lordship and tell them there's something we need to discuss. The eunuch hastily left with his orders. Chu Qingge's face was ashen. Ning Cheng, if we start fighting with Western Zhou and Duan Muyao joins in, then won't we? Before she could finish, Ning Cheng cut her off coldly. Don't worry. It was the Chu clan who killed Emperor Shui. It has nothing to do with Tianning. He was clearly planning to hand over Chu Tianning. Chu Qingge understood. She hesitated as if she wanted to plead on Chu Tianning's behalf, but in the end she said nothing. She always remembered that it was Chu Tianning, her father, and her uncles who'd arranged for her to end up where she was today. She'd been ruthless to herself for so long. So how could she show mercy to anyone else now? She smiled and said, handing over Chu Tianning and the Chu clan troops isn't a bad choice. In any case, the Chu clan's driving arrow archers don't have much fighting power left. Ning Qing ignored her and prepared to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and asked coldly, Where's your lordship's item? What item? Chu Qingge was lost. The acupuncture needle. Ning Cheng said coldly. Don't tell your lordship that you lost it. Only then did Chu Qingge remember. She felt helpless as well. That thing, I told Duan Muyao about it, but lost it? Ning Qing didn't want to hear her explanation. Chu Qingge didn't even dare to see Duan Muyao. So how was she supposed to know where the item had gone? She had no answer. You better find it back, or else your lordship will hand you over too. Ning Cheng said coldly before leaving without looking back. You, Ning Qing, what do you mean by this? Chu Qingge was furious. She chased after him for a few steps, but couldn't catch up. Am I not even worth one of Han Yunqi's needles? Ning Qing, what do you want that acupuncture needle for? As soon as Ning Qing left, he found the same guard from before and asked coldly, Where's the item? To reply, Master, this subordinate couldn't get close to the medicine hut, so I don't know who has the item, the guard reported. Ning Cheng's face was gloomy. After a while, he asked, Can you find another one? The guard looked troubled. He was about to reply when a warm voice spoke up. "Duke of Ning, what time is it now? You're still thinking about Han Yunqi's acupuncture needle? What do you want to do?" Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw that the person who had come was Chapter 662. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a dignified newcomer with an extraordinary bearing. This was none other than Ning Cheng's little sister, Emperor Tianhui's youngest noble consort, the current grand concubine Ning En. Unlike Ning Jing's shrewdness, Ning En was a reserved and mature woman. Although she was Ning Cheng's little sister, she looked more like an elder sister. Chu Qingge was the Empress Dowager, while she was the grand concubine. Although Chu Qingge's clothes were extravagant and luxurious, Ning An's were plain and simple. She had the bearing and dignity of a head of the imperial harem. She was quiet by nature, but not an obedient person. She'd hidden herself in Emperor Tianhui's harem for years and occupied the position of noble consort. She didn't fight for it, kept her mouth shut, and never caused any trouble. "It's so late, but you're still out for a stroll?" Ning Qing asked. He treated Ning indifferently from Ning Jing and Ning Nuo, because Ning En's steadiness made him feel completely at ease. "I came specifically to find you. I heard about Empress Shui's affairs," Ning En said. "It's nothing major." "I had no intention of keeping Chu Tianyin around," Ning Qing said. Although he was reluctant to part with the Chu clan troops, he wouldn't leave someone he couldn't trust by his side for the sake of an army. He'd been keeping an eye on Chu Tianyin over the past few days. Although he hadn't found anything suspicious, he still couldn't stop worrying. He couldn't bear to give the Chu clan troops to Long Fei Yi for nothing, either, so handing them over to Western Zhou and destroying them was the wisest choice. Ning En drew closer and looked at him seriously. "Even the Duke of Qin can't mess up your plans. Why did you lose your temper over a single needle? My subordinates didn't do their jobs well, so your lordship was simply teaching them a lesson," Ning Cheng said coldly before turning to leave. "Really?" Ning En asked. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. You should plan well about what I told you last time. Your lordship doesn't want her to live past this year," Ning Cheng instructed coldly. "I've already made arrangements for that," Ning En pressed. "What do you want that needle for? You still have a plan?" Ning Cheng finally lost his patience. "Do your job well. I don't need to explain my business to you." "Big brother." Ning Cheng was anxious. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng ignored him and strode away. Ning En couldn't help but shake her head. Ever since her parents passed away, she and her brother had worked together to support the world. In the past, whether it was the Chamber of Commerce or the various affairs of the clan, Big Brother would always look for her to discuss. This was the first time her brother had been so rude to her. How could she have the ability to control him? She was only worried that the golden needle would not only ruin his plans, it would also hurt his heart. "Mistress, the people sent by Miss Jing are still waiting outside the palace. Are you going to meet them?" The palace maid asked in a low voice. "I won't see him." Ning En said indifferently. "This isn't appropriate, right?" The palace maid was a little worried. "She wants me to speak up for her in front of Ning Wang. Look at Ning Wang's expression just now. Do you think this consort can still speak up for him?" Ning En's tone was very calm, but the servant girl was too scared to say more. "Yes, this servant will send him away right away." Once the palace maid was far away, Ning En chased after her. As the older sister, she could be considered an experienced person. She didn't want to see her sister's efforts go to waste. "Tell Jing that enduring for a year is better than enduring for a lifetime," she said. For better or worse, Jing had chosen herself. She'd only have to suffer for a year. Back then, Ning En had no choice. Her only choice was to take the medicine so that she wouldn't be able to bear children for the rest of her life. She wouldn't fight for favor or power. Thus, she could devote herself to worshipping Buddha in Emperor Tianhui's harem and pass her days peacefully. Ning and took out a green jade hairpin and said, "The eldest sister is the mother. This counts as my dowry for her. I won't be attending the wedding." After the palace maid withdrew, Ning gave a long sigh. She only hoped that there were still descendants of Western Qin's imperial clan left to live up to the Ning clan's loyalty. The only descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan was currently sitting in the East Qin crown prince's carriage. Despite her intelligence, she was still clueless about everything. Currently, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were on their way back to Yaoshui Prefecture. Duanmu Yao and Emperor Kongcheng's reactions were within their expectations. Han Yunqi said, "Ningqing only has one path to take. He'll push all the blame onto the Chu clan and hand Chu Tianyin over to Emperor Kongcheng." Long Fei Yi nodded. "What about the two elders of the Chu clan?" "Of course he's keeping them. Without them, what can he use to threaten Chu Tianyin, the filial son?" Han Yunqi smiled. If Chu Tianyin died in Emperor Kongcheng's hands, then so be it. But what if he didn't die? He was still a descendant of the Nether clan. Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi's hand and patted it lightly. "You're getting smarter and smarter. I've always been smart, all right." Han Yunqi said proudly. Long Fei Yi was startled. Then he burst into laughter. He'd seen many narcissistic women, but he didn't dislike this one. No matter how narcissistic she was, it was still self-confidence. Han Yunqi reminded him seriously, "Long Fei Yi, if you really do manage to save those two old things, you absolutely must keep them in your hands." "You're getting more and more despicable," Long Fei Yi said. "I've always—" Han Yunqi came to her senses halfway through her sentence and looked over disdainfully. "There's nothing I can do about it. Those who get close to ink are stained black." Uncle Gao almost went astray when he heard their conversation. It was rare for these two masters to only use their mouths instead of their hands. From what he could tell, His Highness Duke of Qin was at a disadvantage. Although they were chatty, they still had to talk business. The fate of the Chu clan lies in Chu Tianyin's hands. "Life and death are in his hands," Long Fei Yi said. Chu Tianyin was in the most difficult position. Not only did he have to face the enmity of Emperor Kongcheng and Duanmu Yao, but he also had to face Ningcheng's suspicions and Long Fei Ye's test. If he wanted to kill his way out of these three predicaments, he had to make a choice. It all depended on what he left behind and what he gave up. Long Fei Yi was still looking forward to Chu Tianyin's actions. After all, he was the one who'd thrown Tianning into chaos. Chu Tianyin would probably make a move within the next few days. Han Yunqi suddenly asked, "Long Fei Yi, why did Chu Tianyin think of seducing you?" Although there were no eternal allies or eternal enemies, Chu Tianyin wouldn't go so far as to seek Long Fei Yi out. Long Fei Yi was at least half responsible for the Chu clan's current predicament, because no one can help him besides your lordship. Although Chu Tianyin had been persuaded by Gu Beiwa, Long Fei Ye's words were the truth. A few days later, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi returned to the Yaoshui estate. They'd just gotten out of the carriage when Chu Shifeng came to report, "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Chu Tianyin has admitted his crimes." Admitted his crimes? Long Fei Yi didn't understand. It counts as a confession. He admitted that he was the one who killed Empress Shui, and said that if Western Zhou wants to invade Fenglin Prefecture, they'll have to go through his Chu clan troops first. Chu Shifeng reported. "What's he singing now?" Han Yunqi was lost. If she hadn't known beforehand that Chu Tianyin was planning to rely on Long Fei, she would have believed that he was loyal and devoted to Ningcheng. Ningcheng hadn't even tried to shift the blame, but Chu Tianyin had taken it all on himself. "Interesting, let's wait and see." Long Fei Yi was intrigued. After eating some food in the courtyard, Han Yunqi hastily went to bathe and catch up on sleep. Long Fei Yi naturally headed for Gu Beiwa's quarters. "Did you give Chu Tianyin the idea?" Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiwa shook his head. If he can't even solve a problem like this, there's no need for your highness to keep him around. Long Fei Yi was waiting for this answer. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Gu Beiwa smiled. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, is there anything else you want to discuss? Long Fei Yi wouldn't sit down unless he had something important to discuss. Every time, he'd leave as soon as he finished speaking without another word. Your dantian is damaged, so why was it able to reflect this prince's true qi? Long Fei Yi had been wanting to ask this question for a long time, and he just happened to have some free time today. This one has been pondering over it these past few days, but unfortunately, Gu Beiwa sighed. He didn't explain much, only saying indifferently, a doctor doesn't treat himself. So be it. Hand, Long Fei Yi said. Gu Beiwa was slightly taken aback, but he quickly extended his hand. He hadn't expected Long Fei Yi to take his pulse for a second time. Long Fei Yi felt for a long time, but couldn't find anything. Suddenly, he grabbed Gu Beiwa's hand and placed their palms together, once again transferring true qi to Gu Beiwa. Not long after, the true qi was reflected back. If Long Fei Yi hadn't been sitting so steadily, he probably would have been flung out long ago. Last time, it had happened so suddenly that Gu Beiwa didn't seriously feel it. This time he closed his eyes and seriously felt the changes in his dantian. Long Fei Yi didn't disturb him, drinking tea while waiting. Gu Beiwa seemed to have discovered something and tried to circulate his qi. At first, it went smoothly, but after a while he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole face turning pale. What's the situation? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiwa looked at him for a long time, then said seriously, This one's dantian, perhaps it can be saved. Why do you say that? Long Fei Yi was surprised. When he was injured, he had a blood clot in his dantian, seriously injuring his dantian and crippling his inner qi. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. Now, it didn't look like a blood clot, but more like a qi clot. Blood clot and qi clot could both cause serious injuries to the dantian, but the consequences were different. Maybe it's because the true qi clot in the dantian, causing the qi to not flow smoothly and unable to circulate. Gu Beiwa said seriously. Long Fei Yi was an expert, so he understood immediately. Gu Beiwa's true qi and inner qi might not have completely disappeared, but it could be because the true qi clot in his dantian, causing his inner qi to be unable to circulate. If the true qi was allowed to flow smoothly, there was a possibility that the dantian could recover, and once the dantian recovered, the inner qi could be restored. The thing that's resisting this prince's true qi is that clot of qi? Long Fei Yi asked. It's very likely. Gu Beiwa's eyes revealed joy. It was fortunate that he could stand up. If he could recover his inner qi and the shadow technique, that would be extremely fortunate. If I lose it, it's my fate. But if I gain it, it's my fortune. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity, and he asked lightly, How sure are you that you can recover? Dissolving the blood clot wasn't difficult for Gu Beiwa, but the true qi and inner qi were completely lost, so the blood clot didn't have much of an effect. If there was a qi clot, the true qi and inner qi would still be there, but it was clotted and suppressed. Once it was unblocked, the true qi would cover the body, and the true qi would nourish the dantian, and the inner qi would recover in a few days. Unblocking the blood clot shouldn't be difficult for Gu Beiwa, right? Gu Beiwa didn't answer Long Fei Yi's question, but smiled and asked, If this one recovers, will your highness still be at ease with this one? Chapter 663. If Gu Beiwa recovered his shadow arts, would Long Fei Yi still be able to control him? Long Fei Yi's reply was, If you need any good medicine, let your lordship know. So speaking, he rose to leave. Gu Beiwa watched Long Fei Yi's retreating form with emotion. In the end, I didn't choose the wrong person. At this moment, Lil Thing slipped out from the side and jumped onto the tea table. It still didn't know that the gentleman had a chance to recover his martial arts, but was waiting for the day to come. Gu Beiwa held Lil Thing in his arms and gently scratched its chin. His voice was as gentle as water as he asked, "Comfortable?" "Very comfortable." Just hearing his voice was soothing, much less being caressed. Lil Thing's expression was intoxicated, as if it had fallen into a pot of honey. What made it happiest was seeing the gentleman and Papa Long coexisting peacefully. Like this, it could watch over both the gentleman and Mama Yunchi without having to separate. "All right, go play by yourself. Be good." Gu Beiwa gently set it down, not forgetting to scratch its little ears. "Go on." But Lil Thing's legs gave way and it fell on its butt. He was so gentle that its legs went soft. How could there be such a warm man in this world? Hungry. Gu Beiwa smiled, his smile as mesmerizing as the warm sun. Lil Thing rolled off the table and slipped away. If it stayed any longer, something even more embarrassing would happen. Gu Beiwa didn't know what was wrong with Lil Thing, but he didn't take it to heart. Since there was a chance to recover his martial arts, he'd be busy in the coming days. Silence reigned in the Yao Shui estate as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi waited for Chu Tiannin's show while worrying about Tang Li's marriage. Ning Cheng, who'd been unmoving this entire time, finally couldn't sit still. Neither Duanmu Yao nor Emperor Kongcheng believed Chu Tiannin's words. Duanmu Yao specifically asked Chu Qingge to come out and meet her, while Emperor Kongcheng wanted Ning Cheng to withdraw his troops from Fenglin Prefecture and publicly apologize. "Chu Tiannin, what did you say to Emperor Kongcheng?" Ning Cheng asked coldly. Chu Tiannin stared straight into Ning Cheng's furious eyes. "I was the one who killed Empress Shui. If Western Zhou dares to invade Fenglin Prefecture, they'll have to go through my Chu clan army first. Just say that. If Your Highness Ning Wang doesn't believe me, you can ask the people in the tent. When I wrote the letter, many people saw it." The people around Chu Tiannin were all arranged by Ning Cheng and had long since reported this matter to him. He was rather surprised that Chu Tiannin would take the initiative to admit his guilt. Back then, he had wanted to push all the blame onto Chu Tiannin and was worried that Chu Tiannin would refuse. "Emperor Kongcheng isn't satisfied with handing you over? What else does he want?" Ning Cheng icily said, "Your lordship's handing you over is giving him a way out. If he wants to go to war, your lordship isn't afraid of him. This one finds it strange as well. If Your Highness Duke of Ning doesn't believe me, then I have nothing to say. You can do as you please." Chu Tiannin sighed helplessly. "Duke of Ning, this one took the initiative to take the blame in order to clear your name. After all, Empress Shui was imprisoned in the Chu clan army this entire time. Neither you nor the Empress Dowager had anything to do with this matter. I never expected them to still cling on to you and the Empress Dowager. As this one sees it, Emperor Kongqing and Duanmu, you don't just want to avenge Empress Shui, do they?" Ning Cheng grew alert at these words. "What do you mean?" Chu Tiannin's 3 words immediately convinced Ning Cheng that he was referring to the Long Tianma. "As this one sees it, Emperor Kongcheng will use this chance to join forces with Long Tianma to attack Tianning from the east and west. Their target isn't this one or you, but the Empress Dowager and the young emperor," Chu Tiannin said in a low voice. When he saw Ning Cheng's dark expression, he continued, "Emperor Kongcheng will use Empress Shui's murder as an excuse to launch a punitive expedition against Tianning. Long Tianma will use the excuse of Quang Zhengji to eliminate the demon Empress Dowager and the young emperor. It's perfectly justified for the 2 of them to join forces." Ning Cheng glanced at his deputy general and asked, "Has there been any movement from Long Tianma's side?" "Tian and has been mobilizing troops ever since the western regions fell into chaos. They haven't made a move yet, but they're ready to make a move at any time," the deputy general replied. Ning Chung narrowed his eyes and looked at him from the side. His expression was dark and callous as he rubbed his chin, his entire body emanating a dangerous aura. If Chu Tianyin hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about Long Tianma. After some hesitation, he said, "Let's wait and see. Your lordship will see what they're planning." Then this one. Chu Tianyin trailed off. Ning Ching smiled coldly. What difference does it make whether you admit to those crimes or not? As long as your lordship doesn't let go, what can Emperor Kong Cheng do to you? Without a doubt, Ning Chung wouldn't release the Chu clan troops. Once Emperor Kong Cheng and Long Tianma started working together, every single one of his soldiers would be nervous. Chu Tianyin knew that he was safe for now. Chu Tianyin clasped his hands to hide the mocking smile in his eyes. "Many thanks to your Highness, Duke of Ning." After Chu Tianyin left, an attendant came to report, "Your Highness, Duke of Ning, the Empress Dowager is outside asking for an audience." That sounded laughable. The Empress Dowager wanted to see the Prince Regent, but she had to wait outside? But that was the rule in Tianning Palace. "I won't see her." Ning Chung felt annoyed at the sight of Chu Qingge. 3 days later, Ning Ching didn't give Emperor Kong Cheng or Duamu Yao any response. Emperor Kong Cheng couldn't bring himself to lose face, so he angrily ordered 10,000 troops to attack Fenglin Prefecture. Just like that, war broke out again. Ning Ching didn't fear Western Zhou's troops at first. Since he didn't have to worry about Northern Li, he wanted to concentrate most of his troops against Western Zhou and end the war quickly. But Chu Tianyin's reminder forced him to increase his guard against Tian and country. He could only accompany Western Zhou and slowly fight while keeping an eye on the situation. Actually, Emperor Kong Cheng didn't want to start a war, but Ning Cheng's attitude left him with no way out. When the Empress was kidnapped, he placed righteousness before family and refused to be threatened by the Chu clan troops. Now that the Empress was dead, he had to take a firm stance, or else both he and Western Zhou would lose face. Meanwhile, Long Tianma only looked like he was itching to make a move, but he had no intention of doing so. Now that Western Zhou and Tianning were at war again, Great General Mu finally nodded his head. With the slogan, "Kill the Demon Empress" and "Revive Tianning," he sent out his troops to start a small skirmish in Tianning's east to keep Ning Cheng in check. At the same time, he expressed his goodwill to Western Zhou and expressed his willingness to continue the marriage alliance. In this way, Chu Tianyin's words to Ning Cheng were verified. It had to be said that Chu Tianyin was a genius. As for Duanmu Yao, she waited a few days without seeing Chu Tianyin, so she used Celestial Mountain's name to issue an edict to the Jianghu. She personally snuck into West Jing's imperial palace to assassinate Chu Qingge, but her internal injuries were too severe for her to hurt the woman. Still, Chu Qingge was frightened and on guard all day. She couldn't even sleep at night. In the end, Ning Cheng didn't understand Emperor Kong Cheng and Duanmu Yao as well as Chu Tianyin. If only Ning Cheng had given Emperor Kong Cheng a way out of the situation, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng had fallen for Chu Tianyin's instigation. Chu Tianyin's given Ning Cheng big trouble. Gu Beiwei grinned. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, he's not a useless man, is he?" "Long Fei, you got straight to the point. Tell him that your lordship is definitely saving the Chu clan elders." Chu Tianyin was such a shrewd man that he'd be a disaster if he wasn't kept in check. "Long Fei, you naturally had to keep the Chu clan elders in his hands. Could it be that your Highness already knows their whereabouts?" Gu Beiwei smiled faintly. Chu Yuni was the man who'd crippled his martial arts, but Gu Beiwei was still smiling at the mention of the man. It was hard to fathom. "The day of Tang Li's wedding is the best time to save them," Long Fei Yi said. Gu Beiwei immediately understood. The Chu clan elders were probably imprisoned in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters. In a few more days, the consortium would hold a wedding, so it was a good chance to save them. Ning Cheng had imprisoned the Chu clan elders in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters, which was the safest place. No one would think that the Ning clan had any connections with the consortium. If Chu Tianyin hadn't revealed the truth, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi would never have guessed that the Ning clan was the D clan of yesteryear. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei both knew about the mystery of the D clan, but Ning Cheng was still skeptical of Chu Tianyin. It was likely that he still didn't know that his family's secret had been exposed. Within a few days, the battle lines at the border between Western Zhou and Tianning grew longer. Meanwhile, Tianning and Tianning were fighting fiercely in the east. Ningqing had no time to worry about Ningjing's wedding. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had nothing better to do. Han Yunqi even had time to prepare a big gift for Tang Li. She and Long Feiyi went to visit the Tang clan for the second time. The night before, Long Feiyi received a letter from the old man in Kenzhou. It didn't mention anything about Empress Shui, but only asked how his body was doing and whether he'd recovered from his internal injuries. His master knew that he'd recovered from his insanity, which was why he'd written back. He didn't show the letter to Han Yunqi. Since his master hadn't mentioned Empress Shui, he'd just let it pass. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi arrived at the Tang clan, Lady Tang and Aunt Ru had already prepared the betrothal gifts for the marriage proposal. There were 10 Tang clan assassination weapons in total. One of them was the pear blossom rain needles that had run out of needles, while the other 9 were just ordinary weapons. According to Cloud Realm Continent's customs, the groom would go to the bride's family to propose marriage. The groom's mother would have to bring along 2 characters and a fortune teller to confirm the date of the marriage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to enter Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters. How could Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi pass it up? Lady Tang had long left 2 spots open for Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi to disguise themselves and go together. Unfortunately, Aunt Ru had second thoughts. As I see it, Yunqi shouldn't go. Han Yunqi looked at her doubtfully. Aunt Ru actually called her Yunqi. They weren't that close, were they? Before Han Yunqi could speak, Long Feiyi asked, why? It's useless even if she goes. Why don't we have Chu Shifeng go instead? He can help when the time comes to save people. Aunt Ru's words weren't without reason. Han Yunqi didn't have the skills to help Long Feiyi save the Chu elders. Frightened, Chu Shifeng quickly refused. No need, no need. This subordinate only needs to follow His Highness when the time comes. There's no need to familiarize myself beforehand. What a conscientious subordinate. Han Yunqi immediately forgave him for cursing her in the past. It's settled then. Everyone go rest. We'll leave first thing in the morning tomorrow. Lady Tang smoothed things over. Although she wasn't satisfied with her daughter-in-law, she was still very happy that her son was finally getting married. The crowd was about to disperse when Long Feiyi stopped them all with a single sentence. Chu Shifeng, stay here and find out just who colluded with Duanwu Yao to reveal the location of the Yao Shui estate. Chapter 664. Someone's colluding with Duanwu Yao. Everyone was stunned by Long Fei's words. Tang Zijin, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly rose to his feet. Someone from the Tang clan? It can't be one of your lordship's men, right? Long Feiyi retorted. Just what's going on? Tang Zijin had dearly hoped that Long Feiyi would marry Duanwu Yao. That way he could not only control Celestial Mountain's power, but borrow Western Zhou's strength as well. But even so, he was clear that they were destined to be enemies with Duanwu Yao. Chu Shifeng explained the entire situation to Tang Zijin and Lady Tang, who were both stunned. Compared to their own clansmen, they trusted Long Feiyi's Yao Shui estate more. They wouldn't dare to collude with Duanwu Yao or reveal any information. After all, Long Feiyi was a ruthless man when it came to disciplining his subordinates. The Tang clan, on the other hand, was more talkative. But there aren't many people who know the location of the Yao Shui estate. Lady Tang mused. Lock up everyone who knows and interrogate them one by one. I refuse to believe we can't get anything out of them. Tang Li pressed his tongue against his lips as he narrowed his eyes, emanating a dangerous aura. Are they tired of living by colluding with Duanmu Yao? Right, interrogate them one by one. We'll use that. What's his name? Lady Tang didn't remember, but Han Yunqi reminded her. Rat, right? Rat torture. That's the one. Lady Tang rejoiced and gave Han Yunqi a look that said, You know what I mean. We'll definitely get something out of them with rat torture. Aunt Ru stood on one side, her lips pursed in a rare moment of silence. This is a big deal. It's better to kill the wrong person than miss the chance. Our Tang clan will never allow traitors to exist. Tang Zijin's expression was stern as he said sternly, Ru, don't go. I'll leave this to you. You and Chu Shifeng investigate thoroughly. No matter who it is, we won't tolerate it. Aunt Ru dearly wanted to go with Lady Tang to propose marriage, but the situation made her uneasy. She couldn't refuse. Aunt Ru, is there a problem? Long Fei Yi asked. No. How could there be a problem? Aunt Ru hurriedly said, Tang Li's marriage is a big deal, but this is even more important. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Chu Shifeng cooperate well. If there's any progress, report to me at any time. Long Fei Yi instructed. This subordinate understands. Chu Shifeng acknowledged, respectfully. Long Fei Yi's tone and attitude weren't friendly at all. However, no matter what, Tang Zijin no longer dared to use his status as an elder to pressure him. Fortunately, the traitor incident didn't cause any major losses. Otherwise, even he, the sect leader, wouldn't be able to escape punishment. That night, Long Fei Yi stayed in Tang Li's courtyard. In Tang Li's words, he was very nervous the night before the marriage proposal because he had to have a heart-to-heart talk with his elder brother, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi stayed in Mrs. Tang's room. In Mrs. Tang's words, she was very excited the night before and had to find someone to plan some things with. As for Aunt Ru, Chu Shifeng had pestered her all night to investigate the traitor incident. She didn't get any rest at all. Early next morning, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi put on the Tang clan's special human skin masks. Han Yunqi was disguised as Lady Tang's servant girl, while Long Fei Yi was a guard. The two of them stood on either side of Lady Tang, looking like a perfect match. Although it was just a marriage proposal, the procession was still quite impressive. It was lined up in front of the Tang clan gates, far surpassing Han Yunqi's honor guard when she got married. For guards led the way while Tang Li rode behind them on his tall horse. Behind them was Lady Tang's carriage, with Han Yunqi sitting inside with Tang Feijin. Long Fei Yi rode beside the carriage to guard it. Behind them were the wedding nanny and fortune-teller. The betrothal gifts were at the very back. Besides the 10 assassination weapons, there were also 10 carriages full of gold and silver. Lady Tang had only prepared 2 carriages as a formality, but Han Yunqi said, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium doesn't lack money. Neither does our Tang clan. No one else understood, but Lady Tang knew what she meant. Using her status as the clan head's wife, she bypassed the complicated procedures and ordered people to bring out 8 carriages from the storehouse. Everything was ready, and they were about to set out when Aunt Ru rushed down the mountain. Wait. Lady Tang lifted the curtains and looked over unhappily. It's the auspicious hour. What are we waiting for? We'll talk when we get back. Didn't we agree on 2 carriages of betrothal gifts? Why are there 10 now? Aunt Ru asked. Lady Tang wasn't good at managing money, so she didn't even know how much silver she had in her pouch. Aunt Ru was the one in charge of money. We'll talk when we get back. It's not good to miss the auspicious hour, Lady Tang said unhappily. It's just a marriage proposal, so what's there to look at the auspicious hour? If we bring so many gifts, those who don't know will think we care about that girl a lot. 2 carriages are enough as a formality. Aunt Ru was a miser. Han Yunqi sat in the carriage with her eyes closed. She didn't want to argue with Aunt Roo. I only have one son, and the Tang clan only has one young master. No matter what, his marriage can't be shameful. This betrothal gift is the face of the Tang clan and Tangli. We can't lose it. It's settled. Men, let's go. Lady Tang was very decisive. Sister-in-law, didn't we already agree on this? Aunt Roo was anxious. Before Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi came, she and Lady Tang had been discussing this matter all day. From the marriage proposal to the wedding to the marriage, and even how they would make things difficult for Ningjing when they had children in the future. She gave Lady Tang many brilliant ideas, and Lady Tang accepted them all. They were just about to propose marriage. So why did she change her mind? What did Han Yunqi and Lady Tang talk about last night? Even if we agreed, it can change, Lady Tang said in a low voice. Lady Tang said in a low voice, "Don't interfere in Tang Li's affairs. Hurry up and find that traitor. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy." With that, Lady Tang lowered the curtains and the carriage set off. Aunt Roo watched in a daze, and her heart became more and more uneasy. Although Mrs. Tang liked to argue with her on some small matters, she would still listen to her on important matters. Lady Tang didn't even tell her about the betrothal gift. Ever since her sister, Tang Yuan, passed away, she had taken over her sister's role in investigating the perplexing butterfly illusion. She didn't have any say in other matters of the Tang clan. After all, her brother and sister-in-law were in charge. Later, because Lady Tang was lazy and didn't care much, she helped her. As she helped, her power grew, and she even took control of the Tang clan's finances. Aunt Roo was dedicated to the Tang clan and East Qin, but she was still selfish. After being in power for so long, she was always afraid of losing it. She was already the second in command of the Tang clan after Tang Zijin. She didn't want to fall to third or fourth. At first, she was wary of Tang Li's wife, worried that the future young madam would take her place and take over Lady Tang's affairs. After Tang Li and Ningjing's marriage was confirmed, she secretly exhaled in relief. Ningjing would never be able to win Lady Tang's trust, but she never expected Han Yunqi to stick her foot in. It looked like she had to find a way to deal with that woman quickly, both for public and private reasons. Han Yunqi's group traveled for 3 days before Cloud Realm Trade Consortium sent a guide to show them the way. After rushing north for a few days, they reached a large canyon. The further north they went, the thicker the snow. In the south, the grass was long and the orioles were flying. Flowers were blooming everywhere, making it seem like summer. But in the north, especially in the mountainous regions, it was still chilly and the ice was beginning to melt. Before entering the canyon, the guide stopped and whistled to summon a group of black-robed attendants. "What's the meaning of this?" Tang Li grew wary. "Young clan head Tang, please don't blame them. They're here to lead the horses. Please cover your eyes. It'll only take an hour to reach 10,000 Commerce Hall," the guide said respectfully. They didn't want them to know the way into the canyon, did they? But they'd only come to propose the marriage today for the sake of the medicine. Their main goal was to scout the way, and if this young lord isn't willing... Tang Li asked coldly. He sat atop a tall horse, his eyes cold and disdainful. Although his snow-white robes made him look like an immortal, his expression was that of an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. The guide couldn't understand why President Jing had been so blind to take a liking to such a person. He didn't dare to slight his future son-in-law. "Young Lord Tang, please calm your anger. These rules aren't aimed at you, but are set by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Anyone outside of 10,000 Commerce Hall, even if they're on our side, must be blindfolded when entering the canyon. I hope you'll forgive us." "How big is this canyon? Do we have to walk for an hour?" Tang Li's expression was impatient, but he was testing the waters. The guide was smart enough to answer. "The mountain roads are difficult to traverse. Walk slowly and be careful." In other words, we don't need an hour if we're fast. Tang Li asked again. The guide avoided the question. Young Lord Tang, let's hurry into the canyon. President Jing and the rest are already waiting for us. She can't wait. Tang Li chuckled, his tone full of ridicule. The guide was furious. President Jing was such a good woman. So how could she be stuck in a pile of cow dung and humiliated like this? The guide almost couldn't take it anymore, but in the end he suppressed his anger and pretended not to understand. Patiently he urged, Young Lord Tang, let's go. Then let's go. Men set out. Tang Li purposely ignored the blindfold, while Long Fei Yi watched from behind, mulling over the guide's words. Han Yunqi and Lady Tang, on the other hand, were laughing up their sleeves in the carriage. Tang Li was so good at acting that they even wanted to give him a good beating. The guide couldn't bear it anymore and ordered the black-clothed attendants to stand in front of the carriages. Young Lord Tang, I heard that your mother has asked someone to calculate the auspicious time for the two families to meet. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid that the auspicious time will be missed. Please blindfold yourself and follow me into the canyon. The guide's tone was heavy. There's still 2 hours before the auspicious time, my mother calculated. Didn't you just say that it only takes an hour to enter? What's the hurry? In my opinion, let's rest here for an hour, and then we can enter the canyon, Tang Li said and waved his hand. Men, rest here. Bring me my wine. Should they go or not? The guide was eager to let these people go as soon as possible. President Jing wouldn't marry a playboy like Tang Li. However, he couldn't make the decision. Moreover, if he didn't take them to Wan Commerce Hall, it would be all his fault if his superiors blamed him. He sent someone back to report the situation here to President Jing, while suppressing his anger and patiently persuading him, who knew that no matter how he persuaded, Tang Li wouldn't accept blindfolded entering the canyon. Ning Jing was already in a bad mood, and after learning about this, her whole person was in a bad mood. Whether they come or not, don't rush them. I'd like to see how long they can wait and see who is begging whom. She ordered coldly. Chapter 665. After receiving Ning Jing's orders, the guide felt like he'd vented his anger. He stopped trying to persuade Tang Li and smiled. Then young clan head Tang, you should rest first. We'll continue once you're not tired. So speaking, he sat down on a rock on the side, looking like he was determined to waste time with them. This Tang Li's mouth twitched. Actually, he didn't mind wasting time, but Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi still had to rescue the 2 elders of the Chu clan. Tang Li glanced back at Long Fei Yi. It was up to them now. Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out much from the guide's answers. He had long sent people to follow them and familiarize themselves with the terrain, but they didn't know the situation inside the canyon. He was afraid that they'd alert the enemy if they followed them inside. Once Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people were on guard, it'd be harder to rescue the 2 elders of the Chu clan. Thus, he had to use the most conservative method. Long Fei Yi coughed lightly, and Han Yunqi helped Lady Tang off the carriage. She didn't forget to secretly wink at him. Long Fei Yi's lips quirked up. Even if this woman was in disguise, she was still so mesmerizing when she blinked. Seeing his mother and Han Yunqi arrive, Tang Li continued his act. He quickly dismounted and shouted, Mother, it's windy here. Why did you get off the carriage? Hurry and go back. Rest well. I'll have your daughter-in-law come pick you up later. Lady Tang glared at Tang Li before ignoring him and walking towards the guide. The guide quickly rose to his feet. Lady Tang, this brother, my son doesn't know any better. I ask that you don't lower yourself to his level for my sake, Lady Tang said seriously. The guide was flattered and bewildered, but Lady Tang quickly stuffed a large ingot of gold into his belt. Just pretend that nothing happened just then. Don't tell anyone about it, either. Hurry up and bring the blindfolds. Let's enter the valley as soon as possible so that we won't miss the time. The guide touched the gold on his waist and knew that it wasn't light. He sneered in his heart. Young Master Tang didn't care about face. but Madame Tang still cared about it. If Tang Li continued to waste time here today, the Tang sect would be disgraced if word got out. Madam, you're exaggerating. We didn't have anything to do just now. If you've rested enough, let's set off. The guide immediately gave in. Tang Li saw all of this, although he did not understand the reason. He knew that there must be something wrong with the gold ingot. With his mother's temper, if he waited a little longer, she would probably turn back. Han Yunqi was really something. It had only been a few days, and she had already settled his mother? After dealing with his mother, would he still need to be afraid of his father? Thinking of this, Tang Li suddenly felt that he shouldn't think like this. Han Yunqi wasn't his wife, and it was useless to deal with his parents. With Long Fei Ye's protection, no one in the Tang sect would dare to bully her. Why are you still here? If you miss the time, I'll punish you when we get back. Madame Tang scolded him fiercely when she passed by. Tang Li resentfully let the black-clothed servant put on the blindfold and didn't dare to say a word. The guide sneered at Tang Li's resentful appearance and whispered to the servant beside him, "Go and tell President Jing that young Master Tang is very afraid of Madame Tang. He's so afraid that he can't even fart. Madame Tang is afraid of missing the auspicious time, so she took the initiative to enter the valley." Would Tang Li be afraid of Madame Tang? In fact, Madame Tang was very nervous on the way back to the carriage. This was the first time she had yelled at Tang Li, and she couldn't bear to do it. After all, she had never raised her voice at Tang Li ever since he was born. She loved her son so much that her son's father was envious of her. After Tang Li and the others put on the blindfolds, the black-clothed servant led their horses forward. The guide secretly picked up the gold ingot at his waist, weighed it in his hand, and hid it in his sleeve with satisfaction. He didn't know until his death that it was this gold ingot that bought his life. The long line of marriage proposals soon disappeared into the canyon. The black-clothed servant was guarding the carriage, so Han Yunqi and Madame Tang couldn't talk for the time being. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about along the way, and they chatted day and night. Han Yunqi liked Madame Tang's temper, and Madame Tang liked Han Yunqi's character. Madame Tang secretly thought that if Han Yunqi wasn't Long Fei Ye's concubine, she wouldn't let Tang Li miss out on this daughter-in-law. More than half an hour later, the carriage stopped. The black-clothed servant took off their blindfolds and retreated. Han Yunqi lifted the curtains and saw that they were in the middle of a large garden. It was as large as Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. Could this be one of the gardens built in the canyon? Directly in front of them was a magnificent palace hall, resplendent in gold and jade, no less imposing than the imperial families. An old man dressed in soft, gold-threaded robes stood in front of the hall. When he saw Tang Li get off his horse, he slowly walked over. Tang Li's heart was filled with doubts. This old man's clothes were extraordinary, and his aura was extraordinary. The guide hurried forward to introduce him. "Old master, this is the young head of the Tang clan, Tang Li, young clan head Tang. This is our President Jing's father, the old head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium." Ning Jing's father? The head of the D clan? A complicated look flitted past Tang Li's eyes before he quickly bowed. "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." For Ning Jing's father to come to an event like this without her mother, she must have passed away. Tang Li didn't care, so he didn't ask. At this moment, Han Yunqi arrived supporting Lady Tang. The old head was very gentlemanly as he hurried over to greet them. "I presume this must be Lady Tang?" "Precisely. Old President Ouyang, nice to meet you." Lady Tang was just as courteous. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before the old head invited Lady Tang and the rest into the main hall. Han Yunqi accompanied Lady Tang inside while Long Fei Yi stood by the door. The old head was about to enter when he turned back to see Long Fei Yi standing by the door. He smiled and said, "Let's go in together. Old man's place is heavily guarded. Please be at ease." These are the rules of the Tang clan. Just let him stand by the door, it's fine, Lady Tang explained. The old head didn't say anything more and entered the main hall. Han Yunqi was the last one to enter. She deliberately glanced at the guide and found that he had left from the side. She thought she would see Ning Jing, but she didn't expect that there was no one else in the hall except for the maidservants. The marriage was a big event, the parents' order, and the matchmaker's words. It was inappropriate for Ning Jing, the party concerned, to be present. However, this marriage was too special. With Ning Jing's temper and behavior, it would be abnormal if she didn't show up. Tang Li didn't see anyone around, so he was a little disappointed. Today he came to propose marriage. He only needed to show up, but he couldn't say anything, so he just sat quietly aside. Lady Tang and the old head talked politely. It was nothing more than some pleasantries. After a while, they asked for Ning Jing's birth characters and asked the fortune-teller to arrange the marriage on the spot. The fortune-teller had arranged it in advance. No matter what the birth characters were, he would calculate the result that satisfied everyone. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Ning Jing was only 19 years old. She was younger than Tang Li by 3 years. She originally thought that Ning Jing wasn't young. A young lady who could take charge of the Cloud Realm Great Assembly wasn't simple at all. Putting aside all kinds of complicated relationships, Tang Li, a second-generation rich kid who didn't think about making progress all day, could actually make a profit by marrying Ning Jing. She sneaked a glance at Tang Li, wanting to mock him with her gaze. Who knew that Tang Li was distracted? The 28th of this month is an auspicious day. However, you must marry before noon. After noon, it's inauspicious, the fortune-teller said seriously as he stroked his beard. The old head and Lady Tang both nodded without any objections. The fortune-teller then talked about some taboo details. The two elders listened humbly and talked for more than an hour. Everything went smoothly. In the end, Lady Tang shot a look at the wedding nanny. Some things couldn't be said directly, so the nanny had to do the talking. The wedding nanny and old President Ouyang talked about the differences between their customs before finally bringing up the betrothal gifts. Old President Ouyang, these are the betrothal gifts from the Tang clan. There are 10 Tang clan assassination weapons and 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels. The nanny patted the chest with a chuckle. The Tang clan is the most generous in-laws I've ever met. Leaving aside the 10 assassination weapons, just these 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels are the best betrothal gifts in Cloud Realm Continent. The Tang clan is full of sincerity. President Jing is very fortunate. At this moment, Ning Jing's lips curved into a disdainful smile. 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels was indeed a large sum, but she didn't care for them. The wealth she controlled and contributed to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium every year was more than 100 or 1,000 times more than these 10 carts. She was more interested in the Tang clan assassination weapons because her big brother had specifically told her to keep them. President Ouyang stood up and looked over the gold, silver, and jewels one by one before his gaze settled on the chest containing the weapons. The wedding nanny quickly opened it up and saw 10 smaller chests inside. She opened them one by one before introducing the pear blossom ray needles. This is the Tang clan's second-ranked treasure and has always been in the young clan head's care. Today, we're using the pear blossom ray needles as betrothal gifts. It can be considered a token of young clan head Tang's sincerity. How? Consider it. President Ouyang's heart finally settled down. He was actually only Ning Jing's subordinate. Ning Jing had told him to put on a show and only told him to see the pear blossom ray needles, or else the marriage was off the table. Can I marry Ning Jing if I don't have a heart? Tang Li suddenly broke into a careless laugh. Those who didn't know better would think he was being frivolous, but Lady Tang and Han Yunqi knew that Tang Li's words had a deeper meaning. He'd already used up all the pear blossom ray needles, so all that was left was an empty shell without a heart. President Ouyang only smiled without answering Tang Li, but Ning Jing couldn't take it anymore. Ning Jing had already ignored this man, but his words made her look towards Tang Li. Seeing Tang Li's sitting posture and expression, as well as his tone of voice, she felt even worse. She could bear it when she heard her guide's report, but now that she saw this man's true face, she couldn't bear it anymore. How could she have been so blind back then? Besides his white robes, which part of this man looked like a banished immortal? Which part of him looked so handsome? How was she supposed to face him for an entire year? And she had to stay in the Tang clan. Ning Jing finally couldn't take it anymore. She walked out and asked coldly, "Tang Li, if I say no, are you not going to marry me?" Chapter 666. Just like the first time they met. She was dressed in a white male outfit, and her hair was tied up with a hairband. She didn't wear any complicated hair accessories and looked neat and tidy. At first glance, she looked like a suave and handsome young master from a rich family. But at a closer look, one could tell that she was a girl. Her facial features were too distinctive. She was barefaced and clean. This was the first time Han Yunqi saw Ning Jing. Hearing about her was not as good as seeing her in person. She suddenly wanted to see how Ning Jing would look like when she got married with a phoenix coronet and robes. She would definitely be beautiful. However, Han Yunqi didn't overlook Ning Jing's calm and experienced aura. The more she looked at Ning Jing, the more she felt that Ning Cheng and Ning Cheng looked alike. She didn't know if it was because she knew about their relationship beforehand or because the siblings really looked alike. Mrs. Tang was also meeting her future daughter-in-law for the first time. She whispered, "She looks like Liara." Han Yunqi laughed secretly and didn't say anything. They sized up Ning Jing, but Ning Jing treated them as air. She only had eyes for Tang Li and walked towards him casually. Tang Li looked at this woman, and the scenes of that night flooded his mind uncontrollably. His ears were actually burning. Ning Jing stood in front of Tang Li, and only then did Tang Li regain his senses. He wanted to stand up, but Ning Jing was standing too close to him and blocked his way. What was the meaning of this? She was going too far. Mrs. Tang couldn't stay calm and was about to speak when Han Yunqi pressed her shoulder to calm her down. Tang Li wasn't easy to deal with. He simply sat down and supported his head with his hand. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Jing with a frivolous smile. "Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Ning Jing's hands that were hidden in her sleeves slowly clenched into fists. She almost punched him, but fortunately, she controlled herself. She looked down at him from above and asked coldly, "You haven't answered my question." Tang Li asked with interest, "How did you know that I didn't bring my heart?" He placed one hand on his chest and hooked his finger at Ning Jing with the other. He smiled mischievously. "Come, I'll let you touch it. It's hot." In the silence, everyone present could hear the sound of Ning Jing's fists clenching. For the first time, Mrs. Tang knew that her son was so good at flirting with women. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. She didn't know what was good about Tang Li. They had achieved their goal of exploring the path today, so there was no need for Tang Li to pretend anymore. It was best to finish the discussion quickly and go back to prepare for the wedding. If he wanted to tease Ning Jing, he would have plenty of time in the future. Why did he have to behave atrociously in Ning Jing's territory? Sure. Ning Jing smiled and leaned down. She placed one hand on the armrest of Tang Li's chair and reached for his chest with the other. Tang Li was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman would dare to do it in front of everyone. Tang Li's hand pressed firmly on his chest and didn't move. Ning Jing didn't touch his hand. Instead, she reached into his shirt and pushed Tang Li's hand away bit by bit. Tang Li's entire body tensed up. He was so nervous that he let go of his hand. Soon, Ning Jing accurately touched his chest. She pressed it lightly, and her lips curled into a sneer. At this moment, everyone around them was on high alert. Even Han Yunqi, who didn't know martial arts, was frightened. In this situation, Ning Jing could kill Tang Li with just a thought. However, Tang Li didn't feel threatened at all. He stared blankly at Ning Jing and smelled the pleasant fragrance on her body. He didn't look at her seriously that night. Now that he looked at her up close, he realized that she was really beautiful. Han Yunqi pushed Mrs. Tang. Mrs. Tang quickly said, "Tang Li, don't be rude." Who was she teaching a lesson to? Tang Li finally came back to his senses. He quickly pulled Ning Jing's hand away and pushed her away without a trace. It was just a joke. Jing, or you don't mind, right? Jinga? Her parents died early, and the elders in the clan never called her that. What right did he have to call her that? Ning Jing's eyes flashed with disgust, but she smiled. So it was a joke. So you don't want to marry me? Tang Li was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to answer her. Ning Jing laughed. It was just a joke. Young Master Tang, you don't mind, right? Why would I? Tang Li didn't want to argue with her anymore. When he married her into the Tang sect, he would see how he could subdue her. Cough, cough. Ning Jing, don't be rude. Why don't you come and greet Mrs. Tang? President Ouyang finally spoke. Ning Jing quickly turned around and bowed to Mrs. Tang. She was natural and graceful, respectful and not humble. Get up quickly. Let me take a look. Mrs. Tang held back her anger and was very enthusiastic. She took Ning Jing's hand and looked at her seriously. What a beauty! Tsuehua, don't you think so? Tsuehua? Han Yunqi almost didn't realize that she was calling her. Yes, yes. Young madam and young master are a perfect match, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. The wedding nanny also came over to praise them. Ning Jing just smiled and didn't say anything. The matters of the marriage proposal were basically settled. Mrs. Tang didn't want to stay any longer. After chatting for a while, she got up to leave. Ning Jing didn't go out to see them off. Tang Li stood at the door, looked back, and said affectionately, Jing, wait for me to marry you. Outside the door, the mountains were as dark as ink. Tang Li was a touch of white in the ink. His gentle smile was fixed in the ink painting and in Ning Jing's mind. This scene was Ning Jing's deepest memory of Tang Li in her life. After they left, Ning Jing began to count the betrothal gifts. She picked up the pear-flower storm needles and pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to use it. She didn't know if it directly activated the mechanism or if there were other procedures. Although she wanted to try activating the mechanism, she didn't dare to. She knew that the pear-flower storm needles were the core, which meant that there was a limit to the number of needles hidden inside. This thing was what Ning Jing wanted, so she shouldn't bother with it. She looked at the other hidden weapons, but she couldn't understand them. Come, give all these to the clan head. Be careful. If you break them, be careful of your heads. She checked the 10 carriages of gold, silver, and jewelry one by one. Each carriage had 10 boxes, so 10 carriages had 100 boxes. She estimated the value of these betrothal gifts. Miss, the Tang sect is so generous. That wedding nanny was right. This is definitely the best betrothal gift in the world. The servant girl smiled. Ning Jing glared at her with a straight face, and the servant girl immediately shut up. However, Ning Jing's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. She originally thought that the Tang sect wouldn't give any more betrothal gifts other than hidden weapons. She didn't expect them to give so many. The betrothal gifts were the face of the in-laws, but it was also the in-laws' respect for her. Her marriage to Tang Li was special, but no matter how strong Ning Jing was, she couldn't help but feel soft in her heart. After all, this was the only time in her life she would marry. Ning Jing felt a little nervous as she gently stroked the chest of betrothal gifts. She was really going to get married. At this moment, Ning Nuo walked out with a smile. Ning Jing, you received such a large sum of betrothal gifts. How will Cloud Realm Trade Consortium give you a dowry now? I said before, you don't need to worry about my affairs. Scram! Ning Jing hated Ning Nuo more than anyone else, not Tang Li. I just came to remind you that Lady Tang said there was no need for a dowry. The Tang clan can still support you, Ning Nuo reminded her. The Tang clan gave so many betrothal gifts that it's obvious they don't lack money. That mother-in-law of yours is very formidable. Ning Jing understood that if she didn't bring enough dowry, her mother-in-law would eat her alive. Someone come, bring me the list of names of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms dealers. Ning Jing said coldly. Ning Cheng grew alarmed. What do you want to do? It's none of your business. Try spouting nonsense again. Ning Jing warned coldly. Ning Jing, I'm warning you now. If you give the arms dealers to the Tang clan, Big Brother won't forgive you. Ning Nuo grew serious. Who said anything about giving them away? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium accepted the betrothal gifts, but the dowry is mine to keep. The Tang clan's assassination weapons have never been leaked to outsiders. As I see it, this is a chance. Ning Jing mused. Perhaps she could sell some of the Tang clan's smaller weapons and weapons for a big business. This is a good idea. Ning Nuo understood her intentions after Lady Tang's group left the gorge. They didn't go far before turning off their pursuers. Long Fei Yi and Tang Li sat in the carriage as well. With Ning Jing's personality, her dowry wouldn't be gold, silver, or jewels. Besides money, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's most valuable assets are their shops. They have a very complete business chain in all trades. Han Yunqi analyzed. Ning Jing wouldn't marry into the Tang clan for nothing. If she wants to gain benefits from the Tang clan, she'll have to target their assassination weapons. The arms dealers are her first choice. The dowry is in her hands, so there's a risk. Be careful not to lose the Tang clan. Tang Li said, although Cloud Realm Continent had gunpowder weapons, they were few and far between. Wars were still fought with cold weapons, so the arms dealers were a very sensitive trade. Ning Jing wasn't so stupid. Long Fei Yi patted Tang Li on the shoulder and said coldly, she's already yours. Can't you get her things? He was entrusting the heavy responsibility to Tang Li. Tang Li looked at Han Yunqi under pressure. Sister-in-law, is that so? What's mine is the Duke of Qin's, and what's the Duke of Qin's is mine. So what's mine is still mine. Han Yunqi grinned. Long Fei Yi didn't have any objections. Tang Li exhaled and leaned weakly to one side. He was at a loss. How should he turn Ning Jing's things into his? In a few more days, his carefree days would come to an end. Yunqi, that gold ingot. Lady Tang asked worriedly. Don't worry. That gold ingot will be a pathfinder. At the very least, it'll lead us to the entrance of the main hall. Han Yunqi's gold ingot had a lot of secrets. When the last day of the month came, Tang Li would come to marry his wife. She and Long Fei Yi would then come to rescue them. Over the next few days, they had another important task to take care of, and that was to ferret out the Tang clan traitor. After returning to the Tang clan, Long Fei Yi immediately found Chu Shifeng and Aunt Ru to understand the details of the investigation. There are still 10 or so people we haven't interrogated yet. The rest can be eliminated as suspects. Chu Shifeng replied honestly. And if we can't get anything out of those 10? Long Fei Yi asked. Chu Shifeng found himself in a difficult position. This subordinate doesn't know everything about the Tang clan, so I'll have to ask Aunt Ru for advice. Interrogate them first. As I see it, the traitor must be among those 10 or so people. If rat torture isn't enough, we can try something else. I don't believe there's anyone who doesn't fear death. Anyone who dares to betray the Tang clan will die. Unlike her previous silence, Aunt Ru was back to her usual ruthless and decisive self. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Yi's eyes before he said coldly, "Bring the rest of the people here. Your lordship will interrogate them personally." Chapter 667. Long Fei Yi was going to interrogate them himself? A complicated look flitted past Aunt Ru's eyes before she said hastily, "That's inappropriate, right? As I see it, it's best if you and Yunqi don't show your faces in public for the next few days. Since there's a traitor, It's inevitable that they'll leak information about your relationship with the Tang clan. Aunt Ru seemed to regret her words as her expression turned vexed. Han Yunqi immediately asked, I've always been puzzled about that. Duanmu Yao still doesn't know about His Highness's relationship with the Tang clan, only the location of the Yao Shui estate. How do you think this traitor got together with Duanmu Yao? Why did they only reveal the location of the estate and nothing else? With Duanmu Yao's temper and intelligence, she would have come here to threaten Long Fei if she knew about his relationship with the Tang clan. She wouldn't have kept her cool until now. Long Fei Yi looked at Aunt Ru with unfathomable eyes. Tang Zijin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ru, old man would have overlooked this point if you hadn't brought up. It really is strange. Aunt Ru thought it over, then added, It's precisely because of this that I think Fei should be careful. After all, Tang Li's wedding is just around the corner. If anything happens now, it'll be hard to clean up the mess. Do you think your lordship would let off anyone who's suspicious? Long Fei Yi retorted, as if speaking for Aunt Ru's benefit. Aunt Ru's lips twitched into an ugly smile. Perhaps this traitor isn't a member of the Tang clan and doesn't know about their relationship with the Duke of Qin's estate? Right. Maybe we guessed wrong from the start. Tang Li said seriously. In other words, you're suspecting your lordship's subordinates? Long Fei Yi asked. Your subordinates know about our relationship with the Tang clan as well. What's there to suspect? Han Yunqi retorted. Yao Shui's location has always been a secret. I refuse to believe that Duanmu Yao would stumble upon it by accident. Furthermore, she was there at such a coincidental time. The moment they returned from the Tang sect, she was there as well. The Tang clan members are the most suspicious. There's something fishy about this. Madame Tang murmured to herself. The traitor only revealed the location of the Yao Shui villa and had no other motives? What's going on? He doesn't seem to be hostile. He just wants Duanmu Yao to seek out Long Fei Yi for treatment, Han Yunqi said coldly. Everyone could tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. Could it be that she had a suspect in her heart? Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became strange. Tang Zijin pondered for a long time. He glanced at Aunt Ru with a complicated look in his eyes. He seemed to have suspected something, but he quickly denied his suspicions. Let's go through the trial first. If he's from the Tang sect, he won't be able to escape. Men, bring everyone in the prison to the interrogation room. Aunt Ru no longer objected. Han Yunqi also followed them to the criminal court. She was silent all the way, secretly wondering how Long Fei Yi would interrogate the suspects. In truth, just like her, Long Fei Yi already had a suspect in his heart. He should know that the prisoners were most likely innocent. If it was torture, Long Fei wouldn't use rat torture. Was there anything more cruel than a rat's excitement? Chopping them at the waist, decapitating them, tearing them apart, burying them alive, beating them with rods or sawing them apart. She knew that he was destined to have his hands stained with blood, but she hoped that there would be as little innocent blood on his hands as possible. This was a serious matter, so Madame Tang and Tang Li also followed them. The Tang clan's interrogation room was hell. All kinds of torture instruments hung on the walls in the dim room. Han Yunqi didn't recognize most of them, nor could she imagine how to use them. There were a dozen or so suspects, men and women, old and young. They were all tied up and crouched in a corner. When they saw them, they all shrank back into the corner. However, a 13 or 14-year-old boy stood up and looked at them fearfully. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, we've been wronged. We've been wronged. If you kill us, the Tang clan's disciples will be bitterly disappointed. Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to stand up and cry out for justice, and a boy at that? Wasn't he afraid that he'd be the first to be interrogated? Impudent. Men, seal his mouth. Aunt Ru ordered coldly. Long Fei Yi stopped them. Untie him and bring him here. He sat down on the interrogation room's main seat. His black robes blended into the darkness of the room, and his cold profile was faintly discernible. His calm, imposing aura immediately silenced the agitated boy. He didn't dare say anything else. Untie him? Aunt Rue was incredulous. What are you waiting for? Tang Zijin said unhappily. Aunt Rue personally untied the boy, but he was too timid to step forward. Aunt Rue gave him a shove, and he almost fell at Long Fei Ye's feet. You're the only ones left who know the location of Yao Shui Villa. Tell this prince, how can you prove that you've been wronged? Long Fei Yi asked. The boy lowered his head and didn't say anything. If you can't prove that you've been wronged, then don't blame this prince for being heartless. Long Fei Yi showed rare patience. It's better to let the Tang clan disciples feel bitterly disappointed than to sell them out, right? Once his relationship with the Tang clan was exposed, it'd ruin his plans and cause a lot of trouble for the Tang clan itself. The boy clasped his hands together as if hesitating over something. Han Yunqi saw everything and said, "The Duke of Qin is here. If you have anything to say it directly. You won't get another chance like this again." The boy looked towards Han Yunqi and immediately fell to his knees. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, besides us, there are a few other members of the Tang clan who know the location of Yao Shui Villa." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, Tang Zijin, Lady Tang, Tang Li, Aunt Rue, and Chu Shifeng all knew the location of Yao Shui Villa. This child's words were very interesting. What words? Could it be that the Duke of Qin would sell himself out? Aunt Rue said as she raised a hand to slap the boy. Han Yunqi quickly grabbed her hand and demanded, "You're going to hit him before you get to the bottom of things? Do you want to beat him into a confession?" Aunt Rue viciously shook off Han Yunqi's hand and said coldly, "What kind of words is he saying? He's just quibbling. I think he's the most suspicious. Is there anything wrong with his words? He's talking about us, not just the Duke of Qin. The Duke of Qin wouldn't sell himself out, but the rest of us." Before Han Yunqi could finish, Aunt Rue laughed coldly. "Big brother, sister-in-law, hear that? She's suspecting us now. Yunqi can't mean that, right?" Lady Tang favored Han Yunqi, but not the boy. She looked at him loftily and said, "You still dare to quibble? Someone come, slap him first." "Wait." Han Yunqi stopped her and was about to speak when Lady Tang grew unhappy. "Yunqi, you can't be suspecting me as well, right?" How was Han Yunqi supposed to reply? She suspected Aunt Rue, but there was no proof. Words were useless. If even you're suspicious, then Big Brother and I won't be able to escape suspicion either. Oh, that's right, there's Tang Li too. Aunt Rue feigned a helpless expression. Long Fei Yi hadn't spoken up this entire time because of this misgivings. Words were useless and would only alert the snake in the grass. Han Yunqi was very smart, but her soft-heartedness only made her stupid. Yunqi's meaning is to convince these people, right? Long Fei Yi spoke up. Han Yunqi nodded, knowing that she'd been impulsive. "We haven't even found the traitor yet, so how can they be convinced?" Aunt Rue said disdainfully. Long Fei Yi pretended not to hear and asked coldly, "What's your name?" "I'm called Kong Shi," the youth replied. "Who's in your family?" Long Fei Yi asked next. "What does he want to do?" Aunt Rue knitted her brows, a little uneasy. Han Yunqi and Tang Li, on the other hand, were puzzled. They couldn't guess Long Fei Ye's intentions. "My parents are already gone. There's only my grandmother left," Kong Shi replied honestly. "How old are you?" Long Fei Yi asked next. 7 more days until I'm 53. Kong Shi's eyes lit up at the mention of his grandmother. He hadn't gone back in days, so she must be missing him. Hearing this, Han Yunqi understood, but the poor youth still didn't. Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions, but ordered coldly, "Someone come, bring Kong Shi's grandmother here." Alarmed, Kong Shi forgot his fear of Long Fei Yi and demanded, What do you want to do? Long Fei Yi didn't answer. His eyes were hooded as his slender fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. Thump, thump, thump. Each tap seemed to strike at the hearts of everyone present, making them feel uneasy. Aunt Rue's face was a little pale. Fei, why did you bring an old woman here? Do you think there aren't enough people who know about this place? Long Fei Yi ignored her, causing Aunt Rue's brows to knit even more. Done, done. Take this child away first. Interrogate the others first, Aunt Rue added. Once again, Long Fei ignored her. Aunt Rue shot looks at the attendants. But with Long Fei sitting there, he didn't speak. Even Tang Zijin didn't dare to act on his own initiative. In the silence of the room, the youth hung his head, growing more and more flustered. His fingers clenched into fists. Abruptly, he looked up and shouted, "It's me. I'm the one who colluded with Duanmu Yao. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I beg you to spare my grandmother. I'll admit to everything. As long as you let my grandmother go, don't let her come here. Don't let her know about these things. I'll tell you everything." Kong, she was clearly holding back his fear and tears. His lips were trembling as he spoke. This was not a forced confession. But what was the difference between the two? Han Yunqi was certain that this youth wasn't a traitor. Moreover, she was certain that Long Fei Yi wouldn't believe his words so easily. Just what was Long Fei Yi planning? Afraid that Long Fei Yi wouldn't believe him, Kong, she explained, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, it really was me who colluded with Duanmu Yao. I only sold her one piece of information. I only told her the location of the Yao Shui estate and nothing else." "How did you get in touch with her?" Han Yunqi asked. "She posted information on the black market, saying she wanted to know where the Duke of Qin was staying in Yao Shui Prefecture. So before Kong she could finish, Aunt Rue angrily rebuked, 'Very well! You dared to accept the black market's business without permission? Tell me, did you resell the Tang sect's hidden weapons on the black market?' Kong, she didn't say anything, which was a tacit admission. Reselling hidden weapons on the black market, and happened to see Duanmu Yao's post. So he cashed in? He didn't reveal any of the Tang sect's secrets. Now that she thought about it, it really did seem to be the case. Han Yunqi looked at Aunt Rue again, recalling Kong Shi's words and Aunt Rue's attitude. He didn't seem like a scapegoat she'd arranged. Could it be that he really was a traitor? At this time, the guards brought Kong Shi's grandmother over.